Welcome to Sleepy Whisper. Thank you for being here in this quiet moment. If you can, set the volume to a gentle level. Not too loud, not too soft. Just enough for each whisper to slowly carry you away from the noise of the day. Now, lie down comfortably, close your eyes, and let your body be still as we drift gently into sleep. This is the first story in our series, Boring History for Sleep. Tonight's episode, Life in the Ottoman Empire's Hinterlands. Far from the golden domes of Istanbul and the grand halls of Topkapi Palace, there stretched a quieter world. The vast territories of the Ottoman Empire were not only made of bustling cities and mighty fortresses, but also of sleepy villages, winding dirt roads, and forgotten valleys nestled between distant mountains. These were the hinterlands, the outlying regions where life moved slowly, where the empire's reach was felt not in sultanic decrees, but in the rhythms of harvest, prayer, and daily survival. To live in the Ottoman hinterlands in the 17th century was to live in a place of muted change. While the empire itself underwent shifts in leadership, trade, and warfare, the countryside remained anchored in tradition, often untouched by the turmoil of courts or campaigns. A small village, for instance, in the mountains of Anatolia or the green hills of the Balkans, might go for decades without seeing a tax official or a soldier. The people here were mostly peasants, farmers, shepherds, millers, and weavers. They worked the land not for wealth, but for sustenance. Fields of barley and wheat lined the edges of hamlets. Olive groves grew between the hills. Water flowed slowly in narrow stone channels that fed into wooden troughs, where animals drank and children played in the summer heat. Most homes were built from mud brick or stone, with wooden beams holding up thatched or tiled roofs. Inside, rugs woven by hand covered the floors, and copper pots hung near open hearths. A single window might let in a shaft of morning light, filtered through linen or goat hair curtains. In these villages, extended families lived under one roof, 3, sometimes 4 generations sharing meals, chores, and stories. Meals were simple: lentils, bread, cheese, and if luck permitted, a stew of beans or meat on special days. Tea was not yet a common drink, but yogurt mixed with water, called ayran, was served to quench thirst after a long day's labor. Religion played a quiet but steady role in daily life. A small mosque, often no more than a square building with a low minaret, stood at the center of the village. The call to prayer echoed softly through the fields, and even those who were busy tending animals would pause for a moment of reflection. The imam, usually a local man with modest training, taught the children to read and led the Friday prayers. Life in the hinterlands also meant relying on neighbors. There were few markets, and money was scarce. Goods and services were exchanged through trust and barter. A cobbler would mend shoes in return for a sack of lentils. A shepherd might trade wool for firewood. Weddings and births were celebrated communally, often with music played on stringed instruments and drums. Lullabies were passed down from mother to daughter, songs that spoke of longing, of the harvest, of the moon. The seasons shaped the rhythm of everything. Spring brought planting. Summer meant tending crops and gathering hay. Autumn was for harvest and storing grains. And winter, quiet, cold, and long, was for mending clothes, telling stories, and simply enduring. Snow might cut off the village for weeks, but people were used to it. Candles were lit early, and families gathered close around the hearth. Sometimes a traveling storyteller or merchant would pass through, bringing news from cities far away. Tales of war, of new laws, or of strange goods like coffee, which some said was being served in new shops where people gathered just to talk. But such stories felt distant. In the hinterlands, most people lived and died without ever seeing the empire's capital. Yet they were Ottomans all the same. They paid tax in grain or sheep. They observed the Sultan's name in prayer, and they sent sons, occasionally, to serve in the Janissary Corps, or join the distant army. Even in their remoteness, they formed the backbone of the empire's vast machinery. Their lives were ordinary, their days predictable, their world small, but their presence was steady. Like the hills they lived on, like the rivers they drank from, like the sky that stretched above them, changing only with the seasons. There was no grandeur here, no conquest, just the slow, repetitive cycle of life, quiet, enduring, and deeply human. In the far reaches of the Ottoman Empire, away from the clamor of armies and merchants, there existed an intricate rhythm of rural life that unfolded quietly, day after day, in the same way it had for generations. Within these hinterlands, People awoke not to alarms or clocks, but to the call of roosters, the soft lowing of cattle, or the creak of wooden doors as the morning sun gently filtered through, the mist hanging above the fields. The first task of the day for most villagers began with water. Streams and wells were the heart of these communities. Women often walked in groups before sunrise, carrying clay jugs balanced with ease upon their heads or shoulders, sharing hushed conversation and soft laughter as they filled them from the village well. The water was cold, clear, and sometimes flavored faintly by minerals or the stones it passed over. That same water would be used for cooking, for kneading dough, for rinsing clothes, and for the brief, modest washes before prayer. Bread was the foundation of every meal, and its preparation was a communal task. Flour was ground slowly in hand-turned mills or small village water wheels, mixed with salt and water, sometimes yogurt or herbs if available, then shaped into flat rounds and slapped onto the hot walls of outdoor ovens called tanders, dug into the ground. The smell drifted through the village lanes, a comforting scent that signaled warmth, food, and the continuation of ordinary things. Children in these regions knew little of toys made in workshops or imported luxuries. They played with carved sticks, pebbles, and goatskin balls, chasing each other around the olive trees or making up songs as they jumped over irrigation ditches. Laughter echoed faintly in the distance as women worked the looms under shaded porches, weaving rugs with patterns passed down through memory, not books. Each color telling a story, each symbol representing love, sorrow, harvest, or protection from misfortune. Men, meanwhile, might tend to the animals, goats, sheep, and cattle, or walk the long ridgelines to inspect fences, collect wood, or look for signs of weather. A change in the wind could mean an early frost or a late rain, and such signs were read with care, for they determined more than just the day's work. They could shape a whole season's survival. Markets came once every few weeks, sometimes less. A nearby town might host traders with carts full of salt, dried fruits, wool, spices, or bolts of cloth from distant cities like Aleppo or Damascus. People traveled by mule or on foot, leaving before dawn to arrive by mid-morning, carrying eggs, chickens, or bundles of herbs to trade. Coins were rare, but bartering was common, and disputes were settled with patience, or with the soft mediation of an elder who remembered old agreements and carried quiet authority. In the winter months, life turned inward. Heavy snow would blanket the hills, muffling every sound. The village would seem to fall asleep, but inside each house, warmth flickered. Small fires burned in stone hearths, fed by bundles of wood collected and stacked carefully through autumn. Families gathered around low tables, wrapped in woolen shawls, sipping warm milk or broth, while stories filled the space. The elders told tales from their youth, stories of animals that talked, rivers that disappeared and returned, and travelers who had seen the sea. There was no rush, no urgency. Time stretched long and wide, like the valleys beyond the hills. Occasionally, a letter would arrive. Someone's son had joined the army. Someone's cousin had gone to the city to become an apprentice. These letters were rare and read aloud more than once, each word treated like treasure, passed from hand to hand, often copied and preserved in wooden boxes beside religious texts and family heirlooms. Though seemingly distant from the empire's center, these communities were subtly connected to its larger body. The tax collector came once a year, sometimes accompanied by soldiers, though often not. He would collect in-kind payments, wheat, sheep, wool, sometimes dried fruit or oil. The villagers, used to the ritual, prepared these offerings in advance, weighing and bundling them in silence. The collector did not linger. He left as quietly as he arrived, and the village would exhale again. There were no schools in many of these remote areas, but learning still happened. Children learned to recite verses, not just from the Quran, but also proverbs and folk poems. They learned how to spot the changing behavior of birds, how to repair a torn saddle, how to brew dye from crushed plants. Girls were taught to weave, to mend, to sing lullabies. Boys learned to carve, to watch the stars, to respect elders. Knowledge was not written, but it lived, in gestures, in songs, in the slow repetition of daily acts. And so life in the Ottoman hinterlands unfolded like a long, slow breath, unhurried, uneventful perhaps, by the standards of history books. But it was here, in these gentle corners of the empire, that time softened. That change came like drifting snow or ripening fruit, and that people lived, not for glory nor ambition, but for continuity, for family, for the small and sacred rhythms that made up the whole of their world. As the sun crossed the sky over the Ottoman countryside, each passing hour brought subtle shifts in activity. Though nothing ever felt rushed or loud, time did not press in the way it did in cities. Here, in the remote stretches of the empire, the day was guided by light, warmth, and the sound of nature. When the shadows grew shorter and the sun reached its peak, many villagers paused their labor. It was not a formal rest, but a natural rhythm. Some would find shade beneath olive trees or lean against stone walls warmed by the morning sun. The air was still, heavy with the scent of earth and animals, and the buzzing of flies filled the silence. Meals were taken slowly, without conversation at times, as chewing and breathing were enough to occupy the moment. A piece of bread dipped in olive oil, a few slices of goat cheese, and perhaps a handful of dried figs formed a complete midday meal. There was no ceremony, but there was comfort. It was during these quiet hours that stories were shared, not grand tales of sultans or warriors, but local memories, of the time the river froze early or when the village dog chased off a wolf. These stories were repeated often, and though everyone had heard them before, no one seemed to mind. There was a peace in familiarity, a rhythm in repetition. Elders sat with backs slightly bent, their fingers gnarled from years of weaving or plowing, their eyes clouded but alert. They passed their wisdom in fragments: when to plant onions, which herb soothed a cough, how to patch a roof without replacing the tiles. These were not written down, yet they endured. And so the day moved on, quietly. In the afternoons, women gathered to spin wool or embroider fabric. The threads they used were dyed from natural pigments: pomegranate rind for soft red, walnut shells for deep brown, and indigo plants for blue. Patterns were never traced but remembered. Fingers moved without hesitation, guided by generations of practice. Occasionally, a child would come to watch, small hands mimicking the motion, wide eyes following the steady progress of a needle and thread. In some homes, fathers carved wooden spoons or flutes, tools of daily life turned gently into objects of beauty. Each item told a story, not in words but in wear: the marks of a child's teeth on a spoon, the smooth edge of a walking stick passed from grandfather to grandson. Religion, always present but never forced, returned again in the late afternoon. The call to prayer drifted softly over the rooftops, a gentle summons that blended with the chirping of birds and the lowing of cattle. Some prayed in the mosque, others on woven mats in their yards, facing the direction they had been taught since childhood. It was not so much an act of devotion as it was a part of life, like breathing, like planting, like listening to the wind. As the sun began its slow descent, golden light spread over the landscape. Fields glowed with a warm hue, and the stones on the village paths caught the last of the day's warmth. Children were called home. Goats returned from pasture, their bells jingling softly, and chickens gathered in quiet flocks near the coops. In some houses, smoke rose from chimneys as meals were prepared once more. Stews simmered over low fires, made with lentils, vegetables, and occasionally bits of meat, preserved from a recent slaughter. Flatbreads were warmed and stacked in cloth-lined baskets. There was no feast, but there was always enough. Families sat close, not just from love, but from necessity. Homes were small, walls thick, and space limited. But this closeness created a kind of unity that stretched beyond blood. Neighbors were not separate. They were extensions of one another. When one family lacked oil, another gave. When one lost a goat, the others searched. Bonds were formed not with grand gestures, but with small, steady acts of care. As night approached, lamps were lit, simple vessels with flickering flames that cast long shadows on stone walls. The sounds of the village softened. Dogs settled near doorways. Wind rustled the branches of fig trees. Occasionally, someone would hum a tune, a melody from a forgotten time, passed from mother to daughter like a lullaby. Inside, stories gave way to silence. Children fell asleep to the creak of roof beams and the hush of grown-ups whispering. Outside, the stars blinked quietly, unaffected by the worries of men. In the Ottoman hinterlands, the night was not feared. It was accepted, like the cold, like the dark, like all things that came and went with the turning of time. Life was not easy, but it was not hurried. It was not rich, but it was not empty. It was full of small rituals, soft patterns, and gentle repetitions that made even the hardest days bearable. And so, as the village disappeared into sleep, wrapped in wool blankets and quiet prayers, the empire itself breathed through them, not in banners or trumpets, but in the silence between footsteps, in the shared bread, in the stillness of nightfall. Another day had ended, and tomorrow, quietly, it would begin again. The morning after a quiet night in the Ottoman hinterlands would begin not with urgency, but with slow intention. The first to stir were often the older women, whose internal clocks needed no sun to remind them. With practiced steps and gentle hands, they rekindled the hearths, coaxing embers back to life using dried twigs and twisted bundles of straw stored in clay jars. The fire's first glow cast long, flickering shapes on the wall as water was set to warm in copper kettles, not for tea, but for washing, for kneading, and sometimes just to add warmth to the room. The village roosters would call out soon after, their cries rolling over low stone fences and rooftops, blending into the sounds of animals waking, the creak of doors, the cough of someone rising from sleep. There was no rush to the day, only motion. The men, wrapped in thick woolen cloaks or hand-stitched vests, would step outside to test the air, scanning the sky for signs of weather, checking the frost on the grass, the tilt of the clouds, or the direction the smoke traveled. These signs spoke louder than any clock, and they told the villagers when to plant, when to rest, when to brace for storms. In the backyards and small courtyards of homes, animals stirred. Chickens flapped lazily down from their perches, goats nudged open gates, and donkeys brayed quietly as their owners approached with feed. Every creature had its rhythm, and every villager knew it. Even the dogs, half wild and loyal only to familiarity, wagged their tails slowly as they trailed behind children sent out with baskets to fetch eggs or collect kindling. The daily routines resumed with comforting sameness. Mothers prepared simple breakfasts of warm bread, soft cheese, or thick porridge sweetened with dried fruits, or a drizzle of grape molasses. The youngest children, still rubbing sleep from their eyes, sat cross-legged on rugs, while their older siblings buttoned worn jackets and prepared to help in the fields. There were no schools here, not in the formal sense, but learning happened constantly. A boy might learn the difference between good soil and dry clay by watching his grandfather's hands. A girl might understand the logic of seasons by the way her mother stored herbs or stitched thicker blankets before winter came. Lessons came through watching, listening, repeating. And because change was slow, these lessons endured. Villages in the Ottoman hinterlands were often isolated by geography, tucked between rivers, at the foot of hills, or nestled along dirt roads that twisted like vines across the landscape. But isolation did not mean ignorance. News still arrived, if not by letter, then by word. A shepherd returning from high pastures might carry stories of distant villages. A merchant passing through might speak of rising taxes or a new law in the capital. These stories changed slightly each time they were told, like river stones shaped by water. And though the villagers knew this, they still listened. Stories were as much entertainment as information. At dusk, when the labor paused, people gathered not just to rest, but to talk. One might describe a dream. Another might recall a strange traveler who once passed through with golden coins sewn into his belt. Laughter was soft but sincere. Nothing was exaggerated, for there was no need. Life itself was story enough. Though the empire was vast and powerful, its strength came not only from the palaces of Istanbul or the ships of the navy, but from places like these, places that did not appear on maps with bold letters, but pulsed steadily like a hidden heartbeat. These villages supplied grain, wool, livestock, and people. Sons joined the military, daughters married into neighboring families, and taxes flowed outward, a quiet river of produce and promise. Occasionally, an official from the provincial center would arrive, on horseback, often with a small entourage. He would carry a scroll with seals, a notebook for collecting records, and a face trained in solemnity, but he was rarely met with fear. The villagers understood the dance of empire. They offered what was due, shared what they could, and returned to their lives once he departed. Life taught them patience. It taught them endurance, and it taught them the value of the small. A patched coat that lasted 5 winters, a song remembered from childhood, a gesture of kindness between neighbors when food was scarce. These were the treasures of the hinterlands, and they were passed on not in gold or title, but in habit, memory, and care. As the sun sank again behind the hills and the sky shifted to deeper shades of blue, the village returned to stillness. Smoke trailed upward from chimneys, flickering lamps lit doorways, and footsteps grew quieter. The fields rested, the animals lay down, and inside, mothers rocked children to sleep with stories no empire could record. Beyond the noise of sultans and wars, in the quiet corners of the world, life continued, gently, steadily, and beautifully unseen. The cycles of life in the Ottoman hinterlands extended far beyond the passing of seasons, or the rhythm of daily chores. They wove themselves into the very fabric of existence, shaping the way people thought, moved, and understood their place in the world. Birth, marriage, and death were not events marked by grandeur, but by ritual, silence, and shared presence. When a child was born, women from nearby homes would gather with soft voices and warm cloths, bringing gifts of dried herbs, soft wool, or a swaddling blanket embroidered with charms meant to ward off illness. The mother would remain in the home for many days, protected from wind and cold, surrounded by relatives who ensured the fire was always lit, the baby always held, and the house always quiet. No formal announcements were made, but by evening, everyone knew, and small hands brought wildflowers to the door as a sign of welcome. Marriages, too, were simple yet woven with meaning. Matches were often arranged through quiet conversations between families, but not without care. A village elder might speak to both households, ensuring that the union was not only honorable but balanced. One family offering land, the other tools or animals. The wedding itself was often a 2-day affair, marked by music played on flutes and hand drums, the slow roasting of lamb, the laughter of women painting each other's hands with henna in the firelight. There were no diamonds, no grand dresses, just the scent of herbs woven into the bride's hair and a shared meal under the open sky. Guests came not with lavish gifts, but with grain, cloth, or help, a promise to repair a roof, to plant trees, to watch over the couple's future child when the time came. And then there was death, which visited without warning, yet never alone. When someone passed away in the hinterlands, the village breathed differently. Work paused. Doors opened and people arrived without asking. Women wrapped the mirrors in cloth, lowered their voices, and prepared the body with water warmed over the fire. Men dug the grave with steady hands, not rushed, but with a kind of reverence that turned labor into prayer. The burial took place quickly, as was tradition, and afterward, neighbors stayed, not for spectacle, but for silence. For 3 days, the family was never left alone. Meals were brought, animals tended, water fetched. No one asked what was needed, they simply did. Grief, like joy, was not shouted or hidden. It was lived through slowly with others. The Ottoman hinterlands had no palaces, but they had memory, and memory lived in the soil, in the tools, in the unspoken agreements passed through generations. A son knew not to touch a tool left leaning against the wall, that it belonged to his grandfather, and that it should remain as it was. A daughter would stir the stew in a clockwise motion, not because she had been told to, but because she had watched her mother do so every night of her life. The value of these small repetitions was not written in law, but understood in the heart. They were part of what made the village whole, what gave it continuity, even when individuals passed on. And in rare moments of reflection, often while watching smoke rise into the sky or listening to the wind rustle the wheat, a villager might think of the Sultan, not with anger or awe, but with a kind of distant respect. The empire was vast, yes. Its soldiers had marched across deserts and mountains, its ships had sailed the Mediterranean, its scholars had debated laws and stars. But here, none of that changed the way the fields needed to be watered, or how long it took bread to rise. The empire might rise and fall, rulers might change, taxes might increase or ease, but the goats still needed milking, and the wheat still bent in the same direction. Under the evening wind. That was the lesson of the hinterlands. That permanence lived in the small, in the shared, in the repeated. Even the festivals, few and simple, spoke to this. Each year, when the harvest ended, the village would gather near the oldest tree, usually an olive or fig, and lay out baskets of dried fruit, flatbread, and honey. Children would race each other in bare feet, elders would sit beneath the branches, and someone might bring out a ney flute to play a tune so old no one remembered its origin. There were no speeches, no declarations, just presence. That was enough. And when night fell and the stars came out one by one, the villagers would walk home slowly, their lanterns swinging gently, casting golden circles on the ground. Inside their homes, they would settle into silence, just as their ancestors had, surrounded by the faint crackle of fire, the breath of animals nearby, and the knowledge that in the morning, life would begin again, just as it always had. Trade in the Ottoman hinterlands was not grand nor frequent, but when it happened, it brought with it a quiet excitement that lingered in the air long before the merchants arrived. Word would travel ahead of the caravans, passed from a shepherd in the hills to a miller at the stream, from a barefoot child playing in the road to her mother kneading bread at home. It might take a day or two, but eventually everyone knew, a trader is coming. And though there were no market squares like those in the great cities, no rows of stalls or shouted prices, the villagers prepared in their own way. Women washed their few coins in water scented with mint or lemon peel, laid out dried fruits to trade, and swept their thresholds clean. Children lined up near the village entrance, curious eyes watching the distant cloud of dust that marked the caravan's slow arrival. When the traders finally appeared, tired men in layered robes, their mules laden with bulging saddlebags, there was no applause, only nods and quiet welcomes. These men were not strangers. Many had visited before. They brought with them things that felt like magic. Not gold or silk, but salt that came from far coasts, spices that smelled of distant lands, tin pots shaped slightly differently, and dyes and colors the villagers had only heard described in song. Sometimes there was coffee, sold by the ounce, and though no one in the village had the luxury of brewing it daily, a single cup shared among neighbors was enough to stir conversation for hours. Transactions were soft-spoken, measured, and often done without currency. A woven rug might be traded for a small sack of tea leaves. A goat's horn, polished smooth, might be exchanged for a bar of soap wrapped in oilcloth. There were no receipts, only memory, and the quiet understanding that fairness was not about value, but about need. When the sun reached its highest point, the caravan would rest. Animals were watered. The traders ate dried dates and hard bread under the trees, answering questions from curious boys about cities they'd passed, Konya, Damascus, Aleppo, and letting little girls peek shyly at the metal beads sewn onto their cloaks. In these brief encounters, the villagers touched the outside world without ever leaving their hills. They heard of snow in places that never saw winter, of rivers wider than their valleys, and of buildings so tall they cast shadows for half the day. These tales were not doubted nor entirely believed. They were absorbed, quietly folded into the village's store of story and wonder. By late afternoon, the traders would begin to pack again. There was always another village, another ridge to cross before nightfall. As they left, some villagers stood to wave. Others returned to their chores, clutching their new belongings with the solemn satisfaction of those who know how hard it is to get something truly new. Days later, someone would mention the visit again, perhaps when using a tin ladle, or when unwrapping a piece of cloth dyed the color of eggplants. And for a few moments, the rhythm of village life would soften even further, touched by the distant scent of spice, the faint echo of footsteps fading down the road. The hinterlands were not rich in the way cities were, but they were not poor either. Their wealth lived in the shared ownership of survival. If one household's roof collapsed under snow, neighbors gathered with wood and rope. If illness came, women arrived with teas brewed from thyme, sage, and an elderflower. If grief visited, no one asked why someone had gone silent. They simply sat with them, stitching in the same room, letting presence speak instead of words. Faith, too, shaped life, but not with loudness or spectacle. The call to prayer, rising from a small minaret, or whispered by an old man who had memorized it decades ago, was more than just ritual, it was rhythm. The villagers did not argue about doctrine, nor seek to explain their beliefs. They lived them. A sick animal was cared for gently, bread was not thrown away, even if stale, water was shared, and elders were greeted first. These acts, simple as they seemed, were part of a much older code, woven into daily gestures. And when festivals came, perhaps twice a year, the village transformed not in decoration, but in mood. Women baked sweets filled with nuts and dates, using recipes that had no measurements, only memory. Children were given clean shirts. Men trimmed their beards with care. The village smelled of cardamom, burnt sugar, and rose water, but even then, the celebrations were calm. A few songs, some dancing, laughter that never echoed too far, and a shared meal under the sky. No fireworks, no noise, just togetherness. And when the moon rose above the hills, casting silver light on the quiet fields and slow-moving streams, the villagers went to bed with full bellies and tired feet, grateful for the moment, and ready to return to the ordinary. For in the hinterlands of the empire, it was the ordinary that held the most meaning. The quiet was never empty, the stillness was never dull, and the days, though simple, were never wasted. As seasons turned in the Ottoman hinterlands, the landscape itself became a quiet teacher. Each shift in temperature, each change in wind or light, brought with it signals the villagers had learned to read over generations. Spring did not announce itself with fanfare, but with subtle cues: the softened soil beneath one's feet, the early buzz of bees near the almond trees, the smell of damp earth mixed with new green shoots pushing through the cracks. It was a time of anticipation, of planting, of hope. Men would walk the fields before dawn, dragging wooden plows behind slow-moving oxen, their feet sinking slightly into the wet ground. The soil turned dark and rich, and seeds were scattered by hand, not from haste, but from tradition. Each motion had been practiced so many times it was second nature. The older boys followed with baskets, watching carefully, while the younger ones played with sticks in the furrows, pretending to plant their own imaginary fields. Women, meanwhile, tended to the gardens closer to home, small plots of onions, herbs, lentils, and chickpeas that would feed the family through summer and into fall. They weeded with their hands, not tools, whispering softly to one another as they worked side by side. The air was filled with birdsong, the low hum of insects returning after winter, and the occasional bark of a dog chasing something it would never catch. Spring rains came gently but often, soaking the land in waves, filling the narrow irrigation channels and stone cisterns. Water was life, and its arrival was never taken for granted. When the rains paused and the sky cleared, the village breathed deeper. Children ran barefoot through puddles. Women laid wet clothes across low bushes to dry, and elders sat in doorways, soaking in the new warmth like it was medicine. By summer, the fields grew tall and golden. Wheat swayed in slow unison under the wind's touch, and olive trees shimmered in the sun. Work began earlier in the day now, often before first light, and ended before the afternoon heat settled in too heavy. Harvest time approached not with suddenness, but with a collective awareness, a rhythm every family felt. The sickles were sharpened, baskets were woven anew, and when the time came, the entire village moved as one. There was little talk during harvest, only the sound of grain being cut, the rustle of stalks, the creak of wooden carts. Lunch was eaten in the shade of trees or near field edges. Bread wrapped in cloth, slices of cheese, and cool water from a goatskin pouch. No one wasted time, but no one rushed either. Every motion balanced between efficiency and care. As the sun set, the fields glowed amber, and tired figures returned home, their shadows stretching behind them like soft brushstrokes across the earth. Autumn brought cooler air and the scent of smoke as fires were kindled earlier each day. It was the season of storing, grain into clay jars, olives into brine, herbs into bundles hung from the rafters, homes filled with the smell of drying figs and roasted nuts. The women prepared thick soups, stews rich with lentils and root vegetables. The men repaired fences, reinforced roofs, and brought firewood down from the hills in quiet trips that lasted most of the day. Children were given tasks suited to their size, sorting beans, sweeping courtyards, helping hold the ladder while someone trimmed back vines. The pace slowed, not from fatigue, but from instinct. The body knew winter was near, and when winter finally came, it did not surprise anyone. Snow drifted in gently, first as flurries that danced over rooftops, then as quiet blankets that covered the land in white stillness. Roads became narrow paths, trees bent under weight. The village seemed to exhale and retreat into itself. But inside each home, there was warmth, not just from fire, but from closeness. Families gathered in rooms lit by oil lamps, wrapped in wool, sharing stories that had no clear beginning or end. They mended clothing by hand, carved small toys from scrap wood, and played quiet games that needed no boards or pieces, just memory and imagination. Elders told stories of winters long ago, of wolves in the forest, of fires that burned for days, of babies born during snowstorms. These were not tales of fear, but of endurance, of how life continued, even in the cold. Outside, the world was silent. Footsteps crunched on snow. A rooster might crow once and fall silent. Smoke curled slowly into the gray sky. It was a time for patience, for waiting, for being still, but never a time for despair. For in the Ottoman hinterlands, winter was not an end, it was a pause. A season to gather strength, to reflect, to prepare for spring again. And just as it had for countless generations, life in the village would continue, quietly, steadily, with every season carrying its own quiet purpose. Each year was not new, but renewed. Not rushed, but remembered. And in that gentle, unchanging rhythm, there was peace. Among the hills and valleys of the Ottoman hinterlands, time moved gently, and so did the roles that people played within their small, enduring worlds. There were no titles carved in stone, no grand announcements of adulthood or retirement. Instead, each person's identity unfolded slowly, shaped by age, by experience, by presence. The elders of the village, men and women alike, were never rushed or dismissed. Their words were heard with a patience that modern ears might find unfamiliar. A grandfather sitting under a fig tree, sharpening a tool with slow, circular movements, could speak a sentence so simple, and yet it would echo for days. A grandmother stirring lentils at the hearth might pause to tell a brief tale of a year. When the rains came late and the olives turned bitter, no one interrupted. No one needed the story to be more exciting. Its value came not from novelty, but from truth. Wisdom in the hinterlands was quiet and unadorned. It was found in how to stitch a tear in a coat that would hold through winter, in knowing when to cover the plants to protect them from early frost, in recognizing that a silence between neighbors was sometimes just space, not anger. Young people grew into their roles with this same unhurried grace. There was no fixed age for responsibility. A child might help milk a goat at 5, might carry water at 7, might be trusted with the family's oxen at 10, but these tasks were not burdens. They were acts of belonging. Each chore was a quiet invitation to become part of something older than oneself. And so, as they worked, children listened. To the sound of ropes tightening, to the creak of doors, to the stories told while spinning wool or peeling apples. These were their lessons. No blackboards, no ink, no examinations, just presence. And over time, presence became understanding. The village imam, though not always formally trained, held a place of deep respect. He was not only the one who led prayers, but also the one who named newborns, blessed marriages, and recited verses for the departed. His voice was not loud. His words did not demand obedience. They invited reflection. He often sat under a tree or in a quiet corner of the mosque courtyard, answering questions not with certainty, but with a story from scripture or the memory of something his own teacher once said. The mosque itself was simple, a square building with cool stone walls, a worn carpet, and a low minaret that echoed softly at dawn and dusk. There were no grand decorations, only a shelf of books, a hanging oil lamp, and the smell of old wood. It was not a place for spectacle. It was a place for pause, for breath, for grounding. Women in the hinterlands carried their own wisdom, quiet and deep. They knew the plants that could soothe a fever, the prayers whispered into thread to protect a child, the patterns of stars that signaled when to plant garlic. They greeted one another not with hurried words, but with touch. A hand on the shoulder, a shared cup, a folded cloth passed from hand to hand. They were weavers of both cloth and community, keeping homes warm, meals steady, and relationships mended. Their laughter was often the first sound heard in the morning courtyard, and their songs the last thing hummed before lamps were blown out at night. Celebrations, though few, were always made by their hands. Sweet pastries with sesame and honey, garlands made from dried flowers, shawls embroidered in the weeks leading up to a wedding. And always there was the land, watching silently, offering what it could. Fields that had been plowed by the same hands for generations. Trees planted by grandfathers now bearing fruit for grandchildren. A spring tucked behind the rocks where water ran cold, even in summer, and where secrets were whispered in childhood and forgotten only in old age. The land did not judge. It received. It witnessed. It taught patience, not with words, but with its own long breath. In these villages, nothing was wasted. Not a torn basket, not a cracked bowl, not a story told one too many times. Everything had a place, a second life, a meaning that deepened with time. And so the people of the hinterlands lived not in pursuit of greatness, but in quiet respect for what already was, for the hands that came before them, for the soil beneath their feet, for the stars above that returned each night in silence. It was a life without drama, but not without depth. A life where value was measured in usefulness, in kindness, in the ability to endure. And when sleep came at the end of the day, it came gently, not from exhaustion, but from peace. From the knowledge that tomorrow would bring the same rhythm, the same sky, the same slow, sacred pace that had carried their ancestors, and would carry their children too. Not all stories in the Ottoman hinterlands were about routine and repetition, though those were the threads that held daily life together. Beneath the rhythm of chores and seasons lived quieter tales, of wonder, of mystery, of things half-believed but never dismissed. These were not written down, and no one claimed to know their origins. Yet they were passed on, in whispers by the hearth, in songs sung under breath while spinning wool, in glances exchanged when something odd stirred just beyond the edge of the known. There was, for instance, the story of the white mare that appeared at the stream only on moonless nights, drinking silently before vanishing into the trees. Some said she had once belonged to a lost soldier who never returned. Others believed she carried the spirit of a healer from a village long buried by snow. Children listened wide-eyed, but so did the adults, never with disbelief, but with the quiet understanding that not everything needed explaining. In these lands, the boundary between the real and the remembered was thin. Certain rocks were never moved, certain trees never cut, not because of law, but because of memory. That one there, an elder might say, pointing at a bent olive tree by the road, grew the year my father was born. He said lightning struck it twice, and it never burned. No one laughed. The tree stood, crooked but living, and that was enough. These beliefs did not contradict religion. They lived beside it, woven into the same fabric of reverence. The villagers prayed, they fasted, they honored the holy days with sincerity. But they also left bits of bread at crossroads, or poured water on the doorstep after a journey, or turned their heads if an owl called too near. These were not superstitions to them, but echoes. Echoes of older times, of ancestors who had lived closer to the soil, to the stars, to the silence. During long winters, such stories grew stronger. With snow pressed against the windows and the fire flickering low, families would sit close together, wrapped in wool blankets, the youngest child cradled on a lap, the oldest poking the embers with a stick. Someone would speak, not loudly, just enough for the room to hold its breath. Stories of men who walked for 3 days and found themselves in the same village where they had started. Of women who dreamed of floods and woke to find the river had risen overnight. Of animals who spoke once, and only once, to those who truly listened. There were no morals, no clear endings, just the stories, slow and soft, like the wind shifting snow on the roof. In the bright light of day, these tales faded, but they were never mocked, because the land remembered, even when people forgot. Sometimes a shepherd would return from the high hills and say he'd seen something strange, an archway of stone where no stone had ever been, or a ring of flowers blooming out of season. He would not insist, he would simply tell, and those who heard him might nod, might offer a piece of bread or a place by the fire, and the matter would rest. Life in the hinterlands held room for these things, because there was space. Space in the mind, in the heart, in the hours between sunset and sleep. There was no need to fill every moment. Silence was not feared. In fact, it was cherished. After a long day in the fields or by the loom, silence was not emptiness, it was presence. A moment to hear the world breathe, a time to remember those who came before, and sometimes to wonder. Even the stars seemed to behave differently in the hinterlands. With no city lights to drown them, they appeared in full, layer upon layer, stretching from one end of the sky to the other. Villagers might lie in the grass and trace patterns with their fingers, recalling the names passed down from elders, names that had nothing to do with maps or science, but everything to do with story. "That one there," a woman might say, "is the plow that my grandfather used." And next to it, the girl who waits for rain. No one corrected her. They looked up and they saw it too. For in these quiet corners of the empire, truth was not always found in logic. It was found in meaning. In the way a story could make someone pause. In the way a star could remind someone of a voice long gone. These things mattered. And so the stories lived on. Not because they were spectacular, but because they were shared. They were stitched into lullabies, into recipes, into the patterns woven into rugs. They softened grief, deepened joy, and made ordinary things feel sacred. A piece of cloth worn thin at the edges, a river stone smoothed by 1,000 washes, a tale told for the 50th time that still made someone smile. These were the treasures of the hinterlands, not gold, not conquest, just the quiet belief that what was lived, what was remembered, and what was whispered into the night all had a place. All were worthy, all were part of the slow, beautiful weight of time. There was something eternal about the pace of life in the Ottoman hinterlands, as if time itself had softened here, flowing not in sudden currents but in slow, steady streams that curved around the edges of days and generations. Even as empires shifted, borders redrew, and rulers changed hands in distant cities, little in these villages truly altered. A child born in a stone house beneath a fig tree might live out an entire life within sight of that same tree, its branches growing heavier each year, its roots deepening with each season, just as the lines on the faces around them deepened in quiet harmony. There was no fear of this simplicity, only a quiet acceptance that the world did not need to be large to be meaningful. In fact, it was in the smallness of things that meaning grew most strong. A shared meal eaten from a clay bowl, the way a mother brushed flour from her hands before braiding her daughter's hair, the sound of a wooden door closing gently against the wind. These were the anchors of a life lived close to the earth, steady and unpretentious. The seasons turned without spectacle. Spring returned with soft rains and the scent of soaked soil. Summer brought long days filled with work and sunlit stillness. Autumn glowed with golden grain and early dusk. Winter blanketed the hills in silence, drawing the village inward once again. This pattern did not ask to be noticed, it only asked to be followed. And so it was, generation after generation, as if every villager carried an invisible thread in their hands, weaving it carefully into the fabric of those who came after. A father taught his son how to mend a fence without splitting the wood. A grandmother showed her granddaughter which herbs to pick after the rain. These lessons were not given with lectures or demands, but in motion, in repetition, in being. There were no schools in the way the cities had them, but there was learning in every moment. The land itself was a kind of teacher, whispering through the bending of stalks, the changing color of the sky, the tracks left behind by passing animals. To live in the hinterlands was to live in quiet collaboration with this land, not mastering it, but knowing it, respecting its moods, its boundaries, its gifts. Even the tools used, wooden yokes, hand-woven baskets, curved sickles, were shaped not for efficiency, but for harmony. They worked because they fit the rhythm of the people's lives, not the other way around. There was no race toward progress. There was no need to measure success. A good year was one where no one went hungry, where roofs held through the storms, where new life arrived safely and old life passed with dignity. Joys were modest but sincere. A wedding that brought families together, a harvest that filled the store jars, a letter from a cousin in the city, read aloud slowly, then folded and tucked away in a woolen pouch beside the family's oldest photograph. Griefs were handled with care, not hidden, not exaggerated, simply held. The whole village bore witness when someone suffered, just as they quietly celebrated when someone healed. There were no heroes, no outcasts, just people moving through life with hands open to one another. In this stillness, the mind rested. There was no need to rush, to compete, to worry about tomorrow's unknowns. The future, like the past, was carried in the same hands that kneaded bread, that guided a plow, that tucked in a child. These hands were steady, shaped by repetition, roughened by labor, softened by care. And when old age came, it did not feel like an end, but a return. The elders who once played by the stream now sat beside it, watching new children discover its cool waters and smooth stones. Their stories were shorter now, their pace slower, their presence quieter, but their eyes still held the whole rhythm of the village in them. When they passed, their absence was felt not in ceremony, but in the way the light entered a room they once filled, in the empty place beside the fire, in the song left unfinished. But nothing was truly lost. It all remained somehow, woven into the field paths, echoed in the call to prayer, remembered in the pattern of a rug or the tilt of a smile. Life continued, gently. The Ottoman hinterlands did not need monuments to be remembered. Their memory lived in the ongoing breath of ordinary days, in the hum of a spinning wheel, in the creak of an old gate, in the quiet that settled each night as the last lamp was blown out. It was not a history of grand victories or noble bloodlines, but of patient endurance, of people who knew that to live well did not mean to live loudly. And now, as you rest, as the world around you softens and quiets, let the rhythm of that forgotten world carry you. Let the slow steps on packed earth, the hush of trees, the murmur of voices long faded, surround you like a warm shawl. Let yourself drift gently, like smoke rising from a chimney in winter, like a story passed from one sleeping soul to the next. Sleep well, and may your dreams walk the quiet paths of the past, where time still moves like breath, and peace is found in the stillness between stars. Thank you for listening all the way to the end of the story. Now, let us begin the next chapter in our Boring History for Sleep series. Tonight's journey takes us to a forgotten African kingdom, the rise and fall of the Kingdom of Aksum. Long before the rise of many better-known empires, there was a kingdom nestled in the highlands of what is now northern Ethiopia and parts of Eritrea, where rolling hills met sun-drenched plateaus and the Red Sea shimmered just beyond the mountains. This kingdom was called Aksum. It did not roar onto the stage of history with conquest and noise. It emerged slowly, like the first light of morning, slipping over stone terraces and acacia trees. The earliest traces of Aksumite civilization go back to around the 1st century CE, though its roots likely extended further into the mists of prehistory. The land it occupied was fertile but rugged, shaped by rivers that flowed briefly during rainy seasons, then retreated into dry riverbeds, leaving behind memories of water and the scent of wet stone. People lived in harmony with this land. They farmed, they herded, they built their homes from carved stone blocks and mud brick, letting nature guide their rhythms. It was here, amid these valleys and ridges, that a powerful trade network began to grow. The Kingdom of Aksum thrived, not because it conquered vast territories, but because it connected them. It became a vital hub in the global trade routes of antiquity, linking the Roman Empire, Arabia, Persia, and India. Goods from as far away as China may have passed through its ports. Ivory was among its most prized exports, along with frankincense, gold, and exotic animals. In return, glassware, silk, spices, and wine flowed in. At its peak, Aksum's capital was likely a marvel of its time. Though now mostly in ruins, it once boasted grand structures, towering stone obelisks, and wide avenues lined with carved stelae that pointed silently toward the sky. These monuments were not merely decorative. Many were markers of royal tombs, inscribed with inscriptions in ancient languages, commemorating victories, lineages, and offerings to the gods. The most famous of these obelisks still stands, over 20 meters high, carved from a single piece of granite, etched with false doors and windows that mimicked multi-story buildings. No one knows exactly how such monoliths were transported or erected, only that they were, and that they endured, even when the kingdom that built them did not. Religion in Aksum changed over time. In its earliest days, it reflected the polytheistic beliefs of neighboring regions, with local gods and ancestral spirits occupying the spiritual imagination. Temples were raised, sacrifices made, stars watched for signs. But by the 4th century CE, something shifted. Under the rule of King Ezana, the kingdom officially converted to Christianity, becoming one of the first major states in the world to do so. The story goes that a Syrian Christian named Frumentius, once a captive turned trusted advisor, helped guide the young king toward the faith. And so it was that crosses replaced idols, and new churches rose beside the old temples, blending the past and present in quiet layers. Aksumite coins began to bear Christian symbols, one of the earliest known examples of crosses appearing on currency. These coins, made of gold, silver, and bronze, were not only economic tools, but statements of identity. they traveled across seas and deserts, telling the world that this highland kingdom was not just trading, but believing in something larger, something eternal. Yet, despite its reach and influence, Aksum was not loud. Its history was written in stone, in the careful placement of tombs, in the measured flow of trade caravans, in the soft ringing of church bells in the hills. Its kings were not known for decadence, but for steadiness. Its people were not many, but they were proud, shaped by the land, by the altitude, by the long view of distant horizons. Life here was not easy, but it was rich. Terraced fields clung to hillsides, watered by rain and hard labor. Oxen pulled wooden plows over rocky soil. Families passed down oral histories as they worked, legends of ancestors, tales of heroic deeds, myths of origin tied to the sun and the sea. And always there was the hum of activity, markets with bundles of salt and honey, potters spinning clay, weavers crafting textiles dyed in indigo and ochre. In the port city of Adulis, now long buried by time and dust, ships once arrived with their sails full of Red Sea wind. Sailors brought with them the scents of cinnamon and pepper, tales of distant lands, and news of the world beyond the hills. It was here that Aksum touched the ocean, not just physically but spiritually, expanding its sense of self, of place, of destiny. And yet, despite all its connections, the kingdom never fully lost its center. Its heart remained in the highlands, where the air was thin and clear, where the stars were closer, and where the people walked the same paths worn by their ancestors for centuries. In the stillness of those mountains, history moved slowly, and that was enough. As the kingdom of Aksum grew in influence, it did so not by imposing its will through brute force, but by mastering the subtleties of connection, geographical, commercial, spiritual. Its power was not in vast armies or spectacular monuments, though it possessed both in its own quiet way. Instead, Aksum's strength was rooted in its geography, positioned at the nexus of Africa, Arabia, and the greater Indian Ocean world. Its highland core was protected by steep hills and winding paths, yet it remained remarkably open to the flow of trade that moved across the Red Sea and into the far reaches of the ancient world. From its bustling port of Adulis, merchants and sailors set off in vessels carved from local timbers, their hulls creaking softly as they slipped out with the tides. These ships carried ivory and gold, rhinoceros horn, tortoiseshell, and frankincense, items prized far beyond the borders of the Aksumite realm. In return, they brought glassware, silk, copper, and written ideas from distant lands. Aksumites learned not only how to farm their steep hillsides, but how to navigate the winds of empire. They struck deals with Arabian tribes, exchanged gifts with Roman merchants, and sent emissaries to courts thousands of miles away. Their coinage, stamped with the profile of kings and Christian crosses, became trusted currency throughout the region, a mark of both economic reliability and cultural refinement. These coins spoke of a literate bureaucracy, a system of weights and measures, and a growing sense of statehood that was rare in much of the world at that time. Aksum was neither isolated nor naive. It adapted, absorbing what it needed while preserving its own distinct identity. The people spoke Ge'ez, a Semitic language whose written form adorned stone stelae and royal inscriptions. Though Ge'ez would eventually become liturgical, reserved for prayer and scripture, it once hummed in daily conversation, in marketplaces, and in the courts of kings. The Aksumites developed their own script, a sign of intellectual independence, and they recorded both mundane and sacred matters with equal reverence. The city of Aksum itself, now quiet, but once a royal capital, was likely alive with artisans, priests, scribes, and traders. It stood not just as a place of governance, but as a symbol of unity between the spiritual and the political. Temples gave way to churches, many of which were carved from living rock, their construction a testament not only to craftsmanship, but to patience, devotion, and a sense of permanence. These churches were not grand in the way of Roman cathedrals, but they blended seamlessly into the landscape, becoming part of the hills themselves. In it, candlelight flickered against stone walls, illuminating icons painted in bold yet simple lines, telling stories from both the Old and New Testaments, often interpreted through the lens of local tradition. One of the most enduring legacies of Aksumite Christianity was its early and lasting independence. Though its roots were linked to the broader Christian world, especially the Eastern traditions centered in Alexandria, it evolved along its own path, developing customs, liturgies, and architectural styles unique to the Ethiopian highlands. It remained outside the reach of Rome, Constantinople, and later even Islam, which would soon sweep through the region and reshape neighboring civilizations. As Islam spread rapidly across the Arabian Peninsula and into North Africa during the 7th century, Aksum found itself at a crossroads. It had been a friend to early Muslims. There are accounts of the Prophet Muhammad advising his followers to seek refuge in Aksum's lands, praising its king, the Negus, for his justice. And for a time, this goodwill preserved peace between the two growing faiths. But over time, as new Islamic states took control of the sea routes and dominated the ports, Aksum's access to trade began to falter. The Red Sea, once a highway of wealth and exchange, slowly shifted under the control of others, leaving Aksum more landlocked, its ships fewer, its markets quieter. The kingdom, once at the heart of transcontinental commerce, began to turn inward. The decline was not dramatic. There were no great battles, no sudden collapses. Rather, it was like a long drought, where rivers dry slowly, where the soil becomes harder season by season. Aksum's influence receded with a kind of dignity, retreating into the highlands that had always sheltered it. Its political center shifted, and its voice in global affairs quieted. Yet its people endured. They carried their faith, their stories, and their knowledge forward. Even as the world forgot the full extent of Aksum's power, its descendants remembered. Its churches continued to echo with prayer. Its language persisted in liturgy, and its stone monuments remained, not as ruins of failure, but as quiet reminders of a kingdom that once stood between worlds and mastered the art of stillness in motion, of strength in silence. As centuries passed, the kingdom of Aksum gradually receded from the international stage it had once quietly dominated, not through defeat, but through a slow and gentle fading into the background of history. There was no single moment, no decisive fall, only the steady erosion of influence brought on by changing trade patterns, shifting powers, and the relentless force of geography. Yet even as its presence in global affairs diminished, Aksum remained alive in its essence. Its people adapted, not by abandoning their identity, but by deepening it, retreating further into the protective folds of the highlands, where isolation bred preservation rather than obscurity. In these elevated lands, traditions were not erased, but refined. The Christian faith introduced during the reign of King Azana did not wither with the kingdom's shrinking borders. Instead, it flourished. Churches continued to rise, some hewn into the rock faces of remote cliffs, others built from stone and wood in hidden valleys. These sacred places were not meant for grandeur or display, but for continuity. Their simplicity was deliberate, their construction often requiring years of labor from skilled hands who viewed their craft as an offering, not a profession. Inside, icons were painted with natural pigments, reds from ochre, blues from crushed stones, and gold from the earth itself. The air was thick with incense, with chants sung in Ge'ez, a language now reserved almost exclusively for the liturgy, spoken only in prayer, yet still remembered in the mouth of every priest and passed from elder to novice with care. In the absence of external influence, the people of Aksum's spiritual descendants, now scattered across the highlands, created a world of their own, marked by fasting, by festivals tied to both the Christian and agricultural calendars, and by pilgrimages to sacred mountains, where silence was considered a form of devotion. Monks withdrew into caves, living in solitude for years, sometimes decades, wrapped in woolen cloth, surrounded only by goats, manuscripts, and the wind. These men, revered by the people, did not preach sermons to crowds. They embodied them. They became living texts, their lives a continuation of the old kingdom's quiet strength. Meanwhile, daily life in these remote communities unfolded with a rhythm that would have been familiar to their Aksumite ancestors. Fields were plowed with yikin, wheat and teff were ground by hand between stones, meals were cooked over open fires in homes where the walls were still plastered with mud and straw. Children learned through watching, through doing. Girls learned to spin, to bake, to carry water without spilling a drop. Boys were taught to carve wood, to climb hills with ease, to recite prayers at dawn and dusk. There were no bells to mark the hours, only the position of the sun and the memory of habit. The elders remembered stories, some about saints and miracles, others about kings whose names had been worn smooth by time. They told of ships that once came to the ports now lost beneath sand and silt, of gold coins traded for silks, of foreign languages spoken in marketplaces that no longer existed. The younger generation listened with wide eyes, unsure if these tales were truth or myth. But it didn't matter. In the highlands, the line between the two had always been soft. Rain still fell as it always had, sudden and sharp, washing over terraces and turning narrow paths into rivers of mud. The dry seasons still pressed down hard, cracking the earth, whispering warnings through the leaves. Nature was a constant teacher, and the people never assumed mastery over it. They asked for its mercy in prayer. They offered thanks with food and with song. The kingdom of Aksum, in its official capacity, may have dwindled by the 9th century, but its soul lingered, like smoke rising from a long burning fire. Its traditions passed hand to hand, word to word, stone to stone. Its memory carved not just in monuments, but in the way a man greeted the morning, in the way a woman folded a cloth, in the sound of a child singing a line of scripture while walking barefoot through dust. Even outside Ethiopia, the memory of Aksum persisted faintly. Medieval Arab geographers referenced a land of early Christian kings. Byzantine records mentioned letters exchanged with Neguses, and in old Roman texts, fragments of trade logs listed Aksum among the great ports of the world. But none of these external references captured what Aksum had truly been. Not a kingdom of noise and conquest, but one of connection, belief, and deep stillness. A kingdom that had watched the world pass by, and in doing so had learned how to endure. And so, even as its stones weathered and its name faded from the lips of emperors, it remained, carried in hearts, in rituals, in the quiet breath of a people who never truly left. As time wore on and the echoes of Aksum's golden age softened into memory, the kingdom's legacy did not vanish, it transformed. The structures remained, not all of them intact, but standing as quiet sentinels to an era that had once connected continents. Travelers who passed through the highlands would sometimes stumble upon a stone stele half buried in soil, etched with faded inscriptions in a script they could not read. They might hear local villagers speak of ancient kings, of buried palaces, of forgotten ports where ships once arrived with silk and wine. These weren't myths, not entirely. They were fragments, passed down like heirlooms, rooted in truth, but worn by the passage of centuries. The kingdom that once ruled over thriving trade routes had, by the 10th century, all but disappeared from external maps, but not from the hearts of those who remained in its shadow. In these highlands, memory lived not in books or official archives, but in the land, in the rituals, in the patterns woven into baskets and garments, in the cadence of prayer at dawn. The stone foundations of once grand halls now supported humble homes, their blocks repurposed by hands that may have long forgotten their original purpose, but not their value. In a village built atop the ancient city of Aksum, a woman might grind grain with a stone that once formed part of a royal tomb, never knowing the names it had once honored, but still sensing its weight and meaning. Life carried on in these places with remarkable continuity. The Aksumites' descendants, though no longer governed by a king in the way they once were, still lived according to rhythms shaped during the time of the kingdom. Fields were sown in the same seasons. Prayers were spoken in the same tongue. The church bells still rang at familiar intervals, and children still learned the same hymns that had once echoed through the stone corridors of Aksumite sanctuaries. With the decline of international trade routes that had once fed the kingdom's prosperity, the highlands turned increasingly inward. Communities grew more self-sufficient, relying on agriculture, small-scale crafts, and localized networks of exchange. There were no more Roman ships arriving at Adulis. The port itself became overgrown, silted, eventually abandoned, its warehouses reclaimed by earth and silence. But the hills remained. The forests still whispered. The mountain streams still sang their way through the valleys. And the people, guided by ancestral memory, learned how to live not from the ambitions of empire, but from the quiet persistence of tradition. The Orthodox Christian faith, introduced so long ago by Frumentius and embraced by King Azana, remained central. New churches continued to be built, often in places where the old ones had crumbled. These were not grand cathedrals, but structures built with devotion and stone, shaped to blend into the cliffs and plateaus. Pilgrims journeyed on foot for days to reach them, carrying offerings of grain or honey, seeking blessings, healing, or simply peace. Priests stood barefoot before stone altars, their robes hand-dyed and worn with age, their chants echoing in the cool stillness. The holy texts, copied by hand, were kept safe in wooden chests wrapped in cloth, guarded as if they contained not just scripture, but the soul of the people themselves. Ge'ez, the ancient language of liturgy, remained alive in these rituals, even as everyday speech evolved around it. The line between past and present blurred further in the festivals and fasts that structured village life. Each celebration was both a religious observance and a continuation of something much older. During Timkat, the celebration of Epiphany, communities gathered near rivers, their white garments glowing in the morning light, as priests blessed the waters and renewed the people's connection to their faith and their land. Drums beat slowly, horns sounded, songs were sung that had no known author, only the memory that they had always been sung. And in these moments, the people of the highlands did not think of themselves as separate from the Axumites of old. They were one and the same, joined not by dates or maps, but by inheritance, by belief, by the unbroken thread of endurance. Though modern historians would debate the dates, the boundaries, the political shifts that marked the official end of Aksum, those who lived among the remnants knew better. They did not measure kingdoms in years or borders. They measured them in blessings passed from parent to child, in rituals that never ceased, in the whisper of the wind across the same hills their ancestors once walked. Aksum was not gone. It had simply changed form. Its stones no longer served palaces, but held up modest homes. Its scriptures no longer issued decrees, but guided hearts. Its memory, woven into the daily lives of its people, became something more enduring than conquest, something eternal. Centuries after its political power faded from view, the spirit of Aksum remained anchored in the land and the people who lived upon it, while outside empires rose and fell in flashes of glory and bloodshed. The memory of Aksum endured not in the annals of conquerors, but in the texture of daily life, in the soft cadence of prayer at dawn, in the way a shepherd guided his flock across terraced hills first cut into shape by hands long forgotten, in the echo of bells from mountaintop churches that seemed to float between clouds and silence. The world beyond Ethiopia moved quickly, empires expanded, religions spread across oceans, technology began to reshape distant cities, and languages died and were born again. But in the Ethiopian highlands, change was slower, more like a shift in wind than a revolution. Villages remained built of stone and wood, with walls coated in ochre clay, floors lined with woven mats, and roofs layered with thatch or corrugated tin. Homes clustered near springs, shaded by sycamore or fig trees, their courtyards filled with chickens scratching for seeds and children tracing letters in the dirt. The people here did not speak of Aksum as a chapter closed. They spoke of it as if it had simply walked behind the hills and continued on, unseen. It was not unusual to hear a farmer refer to his lineage as descending from a line of warriors who once guarded caravans heading for Adulis, or for a priest to quote ancient hymns said to be first sung under the shadow of Aksum's tallest stele. Even when they could not prove these claims, no one challenged them, because here, history was not about proof, it was about presence. It lived in the eyes of elders and in the touch of hands that knew how to mold earth into strength. Some ruins still stood as silent witnesses to a forgotten age, overgrown by grass, half buried by time. The remnants of pillars and platforms offered no explanation to the passerby, only an invitation to imagine. Travelers who paused at their base often did so without speaking, feeling instead the weight of time settle on their shoulders. These were places where one might hear nothing but the wind, and yet leave hearing something deeper, a kind of hush that reminded you that before you walked here, thousands had done the same. One of the most enduring features of Aksum's legacy was its quiet theology. Christianity here had taken root without the cathedrals of Europe or the councils of Rome. It grew like the juniper trees, slow, resilient, shaped by weather and elevation. Monasteries perched on cliffs like eagles' nests, reachable only by rope or by climbing barefoot up stone faces. Within them, monks lived lives that had barely changed in 1,000 years. They read by candlelight, their scriptures written on goatskin, their voices hoarse from morning chants. They farmed small gardens. They brewed honey wine for feast days. And they copied texts, line by line, letter by letter, not for profit or fame, but because preserving knowledge was itself a form of prayer. The Aksumite cross, distinct in its intricate latticework and symmetrical grace, remained a potent symbol. Forged in iron or carved into doorways, worn as pendants or etched into walking sticks, it served not only as a sign of belief, but as a reminder that even when kingdoms fall, some things endure. Even when forgotten by the world, a people can remember themselves. Aksum's fall had not left a vacuum. It had left behind roots. These roots fed the later Solomonic dynasty, which traced its origins to the union of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, legendary figures whose story intertwined with Aksum's own mythology. Though historians debate the timeline, for the people of Ethiopia, there was never a sharp line separating one era from another. The past flowed into the present like water from a high spring, cool, clear, and ever-present. Pilgrimages continued. On holy days, thousands walked dusty roads to ancient churches, singing as they went, carrying offerings of barley or candles, dressed in white robes that shimmered against the red earth. The rhythm of their steps mirrored the rhythm of their ancestors. And somewhere in the back of every mind was the knowledge that these paths had once led to kings, to trade, to ships that sailed from vanished ports. And even though those ships had long ceased their journeys, the memory of the sea remained. In stories, in songs, in dreams. Aksum had once connected worlds, now it connected time. In this part of the world, time was not a line, but a spiral. Events repeated themselves, not exactly, but in echoes. A festival would begin with a drumbeat that mirrored one played 1,000 years before. A mother would whisper to her child, a lullaby passed down from a grandmother whose name no longer appeared in any record. In this way, the kingdom never truly disappeared. It became breath. It became silence. It became the hush between sunrise and prayer, between history and sleep. Long after its name had faded from the maps of foreign empires and the clamor of trade had moved elsewhere, the soul of the kingdom of Aksum lingered like the scent of incense in a quiet church, not loud, but present, not forgotten, only transformed. It lived in the rhythm of daily life in the highlands, where terraced hills still caught the morning mist, where stone paths still curved gently between fields of teff and barley, and where shepherds still led their flocks through valleys their ancestors once crossed beneath the banners of kings. In these places, time did not press forward. It layered gently, one memory resting atop another, so that the footsteps of today echoed those from centuries past, and every gesture, whether in farming, prayer, or song, felt like part of a much older conversation. Though the political core of Aksum had long receded, the kingdom's spirit became enshrined in the traditions of a people who never stopped walking with the past by their side. Even without a palace, they maintained order. Even without a throne, they kept reverence. And even without the grand trade routes that once brought gold and silk and ivory to its ports, they found richness in the soil beneath their feet, in the faith in their hearts, and in the stories told around hearths that had burned since the days when Aksum's kings stood tall. In the centuries that followed the kingdom's decline, foreign travelers occasionally ventured into these remote lands, merchants, priests, diplomats, and explorers, drawn by rumor, by legend, or by curiosity. Some came looking for gold. Others came looking for the lost Ark of the Covenant, which local tradition claimed had found sanctuary within the stone walls of a church hidden deep in the Ethiopian highlands. These travelers wrote of what they saw with a mixture of awe and confusion. They saw crosses carved into stone, processions of men and women in white robes moving in silence beneath the stars, priests chanting in an ancient language they could not identify, and structures, massive, enduring, that seemed far too old to match the people's modest lives. They wondered how such monuments had come to be, how a civilization so seemingly forgotten could still hold on to so much. But what they failed to see was that Aksum had not vanished. It had simply stopped seeking attention. It had turned inward, away from the noise of conquest, and toward the quiet of continuity. The people had chosen to remember in their own way, not through conquest, not through monuments alone, but through ritual and rhythm and relationship to the land. And while their names did not appear in textbooks, Their lives carried forward the essence of what the kingdom had always been: a meeting point between worlds, a bridge between material and spiritual, a place where trade once flowed like rivers and where now prayer flowed instead. The landscape itself had preserved the kingdom's memory better than any book. Mountain ridges marked old borders. Sacred groves grew where temples once stood. Caves that once sheltered monks still held traces of soot from long-dead fires. And somewhere deep in the minds of those who tilled the same soil, who drank from the same springs, who raised children with the same songs, there remained an understanding, almost instinctual, that they were living in the echo of something great. Not a greatness of gold or armies, but of harmony, of depth, of endurance. And in that echo, Aksum was never lost. It survived as a feeling in the stones that still held warmth at sunset, as a vibration in the drumbeat that opened every holy day, as a pattern in the woven cloth worn during weddings and funerals, as a murmur in the prayers spoken before sleep. Even today, when scholars speak of Aksum, they speak of its architecture, its coins, its conversion to Christianity. But in the hearts of those descended from it, the kingdom is not just an artifact of history. It is a living thread that binds the past to the present, woven through time not with ink and parchment, but with footsteps on dust, with bread broken at twilight, and with the soft repetition of names whispered to newborns beside the fire. And so the story continues, not on the world stage, but in the stillness of mountain churches, in the scent of frankincense curling through open windows, in the soft murmur of old prayers carried on the evening wind. In the quiet shadow of the long-vanished kingdom, centuries slipped by, not with revolutions or cataclysm, but with the slow drift of seasons, the gentle aging of stone, and the enduring weight of memory, passed from mouth to ear, from heart to hand. Though Aksum had lost its status as an imperial power, it had not lost its place as a spiritual and cultural anchor. The Ethiopian highlands, where its spirit still lingered, became a refuge not only for memory, but for meaning. The people who lived here continued to shape their days around rhythms that would have been familiar to their ancestors. Early morning prayers in the cool air before sunrise, fields tended with the same wooden plows, drawn by oxen, meals cooked in round huts, where the smoke escaped slowly through a hole in the thatched roof. Time in these places was not measured by clocks, but by the turning of light across the valley, by the blooming of flowers that signaled rain was near, by the festival days that marked the passing of saints, harvests, and ancient stories. While elsewhere the world moved rapidly toward conquest, technology, and trade on scales Aksum could not have imagined, here the people clung to another kind of wealth, a wealth of stillness, of spiritual continuity, of heritage etched not in ink or marble but in silence, song, and soil. The churches remained the center of life, not in grand cities, but perched on cliffs, nestled in valleys, hidden behind groves of eucalyptus or acacia. Each one told a story, some whispered to be built by angels, others carved by the hands of monks who labored not for fame, but for God. Their walls, thick with the dust of centuries, held inside them icons painted in earth tones, parchment Bibles bound in leather, and liturgical chants that echoed back across the hills. These churches did not merely mark the survival of a faith, they marked the survival of a people's soul. The same faith that had once spread through the kingdom under King Azana now found a quieter home in these sanctuaries. Pilgrims still came, barefoot, wrapped in white shawls, carrying with them candles, prayers, and the names of their ancestors. They knelt before altars carved from the same stone that had built Aksum's obelisks, and they lit lamps, not to summon miracles, but to remember. Outside, children played as their grandparents once had, kicking balls made of twine, chasing goats, tracing their fingers along the carved edges of ancient steps. Few of them knew the full story of Aksum, not in scholarly detail, but they knew they were part of something old, something respected, something still alive in the way they prayed, in the way they moved through the land. The oral traditions carried through the generations held fragments of Aksumite history, filtered through time into folktales, parables, and quiet sayings. An elder might say that a certain stream would never dry, because a king once knelt there to drink. A stone might be avoided because it had once been part of a royal tomb. These beliefs were not superstition. They were reverence for continuity. Even when the ruins themselves began to vanish beneath vegetation, the stories remained. And in this way, Aksum endured. Not in the way of sprawling empires, but like a tree whose roots go so deep that even if the branches fall, new shoots still rise. As centuries turned to millennia and Ethiopia encountered new challenges, foreign threats, internal upheaval, changing climates, modern pressures, the influence of Aksum was never erased. It became a bedrock. Even into the 20th and 21st centuries, the cross of Aksum remained a symbol of national pride. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church, one of the oldest Christian institutions in the world, continued to pray in Ge'ez, continued to trace its origins not to missionaries or colonists, but to its own royal lineage, to its own sovereign past. In schoolbooks and speeches, in holidays and household rituals, the story of Aksum was not told as something dead, but something resting, waiting, humming softly beneath the surface of modern life. Even the ruins, those broken stelae, those weathered stone foundations, became places not of mourning, but of quiet celebration. Visitors walked among them slowly, some foreign, others local, all drawn to something they couldn't quite name. It wasn't grandeur that brought them here. It was the feeling that something old still breathed in the air, in the stillness, in the distance between one footstep and the next. And perhaps that is the final legacy of Aksum. Not a legacy of empire, but of presence. A way of being, a way of listening to the land, a way of carrying memory not as a burden, but as a blessing passed quietly from one generation to the next, through lullabies, through footsteps, through stone. The story of Aksum does not conclude with a dramatic fall, nor does it end in the silence of ruin. Instead, it stretches gently across time, fading not into nothingness, but into the fabric of a living heritage, woven through the beliefs, rituals, and landscapes of a people who never forgot. In the minds of many, Aksum exists today not as a lost civilization, but as a presence that continues to hum beneath the surface of modern Ethiopia, a quiet, ancestral voice that speaks not in conquest or collapse, but in continuity. The highlands where Aksum once reigned have never ceased to cradle its memory. The same winding paths once walked by kings and monks are still used by farmers, shepherds, and pilgrims, their footsteps stirring dust into the air, just as they did 1,000 years before. The sun still rises over the same rugged hills, casting long shadows across fields that are plowed with tools little changed in centuries. Smoke still curls from earthen ovens, and the smell of flatbread still fills homes built from stone and clay, just as it did when the first Christian kings sat on thrones now long reclaimed by gummed soil and time. And in the churches carved into cliffs or hidden within quiet valleys, prayers still rise in Ge'ez, the language of saints and scribes, kept alive not by empires or scholars, but by the steady voices of villagers and monks who carry each verse as both inheritance and offering. The ancient obelisks of Aksum, once symbols of royal authority, now stand like stone memories, weathered by centuries of wind and rain, their inscriptions softened, their stories unfinished, yet never truly lost. Tourists may visit, camera in hand, but it is the local children who know these stones best, climbing their bases, playing nearby, asking questions their grandparents answer not with dates, but with stories. For here, history is not studied from books. It is felt in the land, in the stories passed down, in the hymns whispered before dawn. It is found in the quiet reverence shown when lighting a candle, in the careful way a farmer watches the sky, remembering when the rains once came late and nearly ruined the barley. It is found in the shadows of olive trees, in the folds of white cotton shawls worn during holy days, in the taste of honey wine offered to guests with a soft smile and lowered eyes. In these small acts, the essence of Aksum breathes on. Its greatness was never in its size, but in its soul. Though it once connected distant empires through trade, diplomacy, and faith, its most lasting connections are those it made with the land and with the lives of those who continued to walk its earth. Unlike the ruins of other ancient powers, which lie isolated and silent, Aksum's memory pulses quietly in the bloodstream of a nation. It speaks not only of what was, but of what remains. And what remains is not grand monuments or elaborate archives, but the rhythms of life that continue without needing to be named. Children learning the prayers of their ancestors, families tending to the same soil their great-grandparents once turned, songs sung in the same tones, under the same stars. Even in the cities, where concrete and glass now reflect the heat of the day, and where the noise of buses and radios fills the air, there are still moments, at weddings, at funerals, at festivals, where the ancient ways rise again. Where elders retell the story of a queen who came from the south, or a king who saw the cross in a dream. Where dancers move in circles, echoing steps passed down through countless generations. Where the smell of frankincense and the ring of the prayer bell momentarily erase the centuries that have passed. And in that moment, time folds inward. The past is not gone. It is simply resting, watching, waiting for those who still choose to listen. Aksum is not only a place or a time. It is a way of being, a stillness, a quiet confidence, a gentle flame that has never fully gone out. And perhaps that is the most powerful legacy of all. Not the gold, not the ships, not even the kings, but the way a civilization can survive in the hands of ordinary people, carried forward not with banners, but with bread and prayer, shadow and song, story and silence. There is something quietly profound about the way Aksum chose to remain, not in resistance or revival, but in the quiet depth of cultural memory. As centuries passed and kingdoms elsewhere rose with steel and smoke, then crumbled under the weight of their own ambitions, the legacy of Aksum settled into the quiet corners of daily life, not as ruins or relics alone, but as habits, beliefs, melodies, and manners of speech that defied disappearance. The people did not need to shout to be remembered. They only needed to continue. And so they did. In the stillness of the highlands, where the light touched the mountains in the same way it had 1,000 years earlier, in the spaces where stone paths curved into valleys, guarded by wild fig trees and ancient echoes. The songs sung in village courtyards, with their rhythmic call and response, were not performed for tourists or scholars, but for the moment itself. For weddings, for harvest blessings, for farewells. The drums used were stretched with goatskin, beaten with hands that knew the cadence of ancestors. And in those beats lived something more than sound. They carried the weight of memory, the steady pulse of a world that had never truly left. Even the silence between beats seemed sacred, as if it held everything that had ever been said. In the markets, the goods sold were humble, hand-woven baskets, fermented butter, clay pots shaped without a wheel, but each item told a longer story. The curve of a jug mimicked the forms found in ancient tombs. The weave of a mat reflected patterns etched into centuries-old stelae. Most buyers did not know this consciously. They simply knew what felt right in the hand, what shape held the water, what weight made sense. Yet in those choices, Aksum lived on, not as archaeology, but as instinct. Aksum's ancient capital, now a town bearing the same name, sits quietly beneath the sky. It is not loud. It does not compete with modern capitals, but it remains. Tourists sometimes arrive, drawn by curiosity or history, walking slowly through the fields where tall steles still stand, some leaning slightly, some broken, all holding silence. They ask questions, take photographs, marvel at the precision with which a single block of granite was carved and placed upright without modern machines. But it is often the local guide, the quiet man in sandals and a scarf wrapped around his head, who gives the most enduring answer, not through explanation, but through gesture. He might rest his hand on a stone, close his eyes briefly, and say only, "This has been here longer than anyone remembers." And in that sentence lives the true story of Aksum. Not every civilization seeks to be immortal through conquest or architecture. Some choose another path, the path of deep roots, of quiet strength, of memory carried in muscle and song. Even in the churches of Lalibela, carved into the earth like living prayers, the presence of Aksum can be felt, not as a specific style, but as a spiritual inheritance, as a commitment to permanence through humility. And when pilgrims approach those churches barefoot, stepping over rough terrain with slow reverence, they do so as if walking through time, each footfall pressing the past deeper into the ground. Scholars may continue to debate the exact years of Aksum's rise and decline, the scope of its influence, the reasons it fell from the international stage, but such debates matter little in the places where its presence still hums. For the people who live with that legacy, Aksum is not a question to be answered. It is a rhythm to be lived, a way of planting, of praising, of preparing for the rains, a way of walking up hills with the sun behind you and the wind ahead, a way of lighting a candle not to remember what was lost, but to honor what has quietly endured. And in the hush of evening, when the sky turns the color of old stone and the air carries the scent of smoke and damp earth, one might hear a lullaby sung to a child, its melody so old that no one knows who first sang it. Yet it calms the child, and it calms the singer, and it calms the night. That is Aksum, not an empire forgotten, but a breath still held, a pause still honored, a presence still felt. As we reach the end of our long, quiet journey through the rise and fall of the kingdom of Aksum, what lingers most is not a tale of triumph or tragedy, but the soft outline of a civilization that chose to last not through domination, but through depth. Aksum was never the largest or the loudest, never the most aggressive or expansionist, and yet it has endured in ways that empires twice its size and fame could never manage. It has endured not through grand memorials or military epics, but through the simple, ongoing pulse of life, the way a mother still teaches her daughter to bake injera over an open flame, the way a priest chants the same morning prayer his predecessors did 15 centuries ago, the way a farmer looks to the sky for the same signs his ancestors once read in the clouds and wind. That is the real continuity, and perhaps that is the secret. In a world that often measures greatness by power or conquest, Aksum reminds us that strength also lies in stillness, in stability, in the quiet dignity of tradition. It reminds us that greatness can also be found in the hands of those who repair rather than destroy, who remember rather than rewrite, who stay rather than spread. Even now, when one walks among the tall, weathered stelae of ancient Aksum, or visits the sacred churches in the highlands that still shelter old manuscripts and older prayers, there is no sense of absence. There is presence, quiet, rooted, calm. The stones speak not of decay, but of time. The silence is not hollow, it is full of footsteps, of voices, of generations who lived, believed, and passed that belief on in small, enduring ways. It is there in the sound of church bells at dawn, in the feel of a smooth wooden cross passed from hand to hand, in the stillness of a monk's eyes as he looks out across the valley from his remote sanctuary, carved into stone. These are not relics. They are living reminders that Aksum, though changed in form, never truly disappeared. And beyond Ethiopia, in libraries and museums, and archaeological reports scattered around the world, the name Aksum sometimes surfaces. A coin here, a stele fragment there, a mention in a Roman trade record, or an inscription on a Byzantine document. But these glimpses are like echoes caught in unfamiliar halls, distant reflections of something best understood not in fragments, but in wholeness. And wholeness for Aksum can only be found not in what was built or broken, but in what was carried forward. Its faith, its language, its rhythm, its way of seeing the world not as a battlefield, but as a sacred circle of life, land, and memory. As the modern world continues to move faster, grow louder, and value the fleeting over the permanent, perhaps there is something deeply grounding in remembering Aksum, not just as a historical footnote, but as a different model for what it means to endure. It teaches us that a civilization's truest power may not lie in its ability to dominate others, but in its ability to remain deeply itself, even when the winds change, even when the sea routes dry up, even when it is no longer seen. To be faithful to one's center, to live with reverence, to speak softly but truly. These are the lessons Aksum offers, not from a throne, but from a mountainside, not from a battlefield, but from a quiet church, not in the roar of ambition, but in the hush of devotion. And so, as we close the final chapter of this ancient kingdom story, we do not close the door on a lost world. We simply acknowledge that it has always been walking beside us, just out of view, breathing through the dust and stone, humming through songs we did not know were old, whispering to us that endurance can be gentle, that presence can be quiet, and that sometimes the most powerful stories are those that have no ending, only a continuation carried onward in silence, from one sleeper's dream into the next. Thank you for listening all the way to the end of this story. Now let us begin the next chapter in our Boring History for Sleep series. Tonight's journey takes us to the heart of ancient Asia, the ancient silk production in China. Long before the rise of great global empires, and far before the idea of international trade routes took shape in the minds of rulers and merchants, there was a quiet craft unfolding deep in the heart of ancient China, one so delicate, so time-consuming, and yet so transformative that it would eventually reshape the flow of goods, ideas, and diplomacy across continents. That craft was the production of silk, and it began not in vast factories or palaces, but in humble rural villages where farmers tended to the silent labor of silkworms with care and reverence. The earliest records of silk production date back more than 5,000 years, to the semi-mythical reign of the Yellow Emperor Huangdi. According to Chinese legend, it was his wife, Lady Li Zhu, who discovered silk when a cocoon fell into her tea and unraveled into a single shimmering thread. As she examined the thread and realized its strength and beauty, she began to imagine a way to weave it into fabric. Whether this tale is truth or folklore, what remains undeniable is that ancient China became the cradle of a craft so refined and closely guarded that for centuries it remained an imperial secret, punishable by death if shared with the outside world. Silk production, or sericulture, was no simple matter. It began with the cultivation of mulberry trees, whose leaves were the sole diet of the Bombyx mori silkworm. These trees lined the edges of farms and hillsides, tended carefully by families who understood that the health of the tree would determine the quality of the silk. When the silkworms hatched, tiny pale creatures scarcely larger than an eyelash, they were placed in shallow bamboo trays and fed fresh mulberry leaves several times a day. Over the course of a month, the worms ate constantly, growing larger with each passing day, until finally they began to spin. With astonishing precision, each worm would release a single continuous strand of silk, turning its body slowly to form a perfect oval cocoon. This cocoon, made of a thread nearly a mile long, was where the magic began. But the magic required patience, and it came with difficult choices. In most cases, the cocoons had to be collected before the moths inside emerged, because once they did, they would break through the silk, destroying the continuity of the fiber. To preserve the thread, the cocoons were gently steamed or boiled, a process that silenced the tiny life within, but allowed the silk to remain whole. Then, with the softest movements, the cocoons were soaked and the threads unraveled. This work was done almost exclusively by women, whose fingers learned to detect the end of a filament by touch alone, whose eyes could follow the sheen of the thread in dim light, whose movements were as rhythmic as breath. Several filaments were spun together to make a single strand strong enough for weaving, and this raw silk was then dyed, dried, and finally passed to the weavers. The looms of ancient China were complex, made from wood and rope, requiring precision and collaboration. Each silk cloth produced was the result of weeks, sometimes months, of steady, silent labor. The colors were often symbolic: deep reds and yellows for nobility, softer blues and greens for more humble garments. Patterns were woven in that told stories of dragons, phoenixes, bamboo forests, or blooming plum trees. No two bolts of silk were ever exactly alike, and even the imperfections were seen as part of their beauty. In its earliest days, silk was worn only by royalty and high-ranking officials. It became a symbol of status, refinement, and connection to the divine. The smoothness of the cloth, the way it caught the light, the softness against the skin, all contributed to its mystique. It was not just a fabric, it was a statement of grace and order, and because it was so difficult to produce and so impossible to imitate, it became one of the most closely guarded secrets in the ancient world. For centuries, no outsider knew how silk was made. They could see the cloth, they could feel its softness, they could marvel at its beauty, but they could not reproduce it. Chinese emperors understood the power of this monopoly, and they protected it fiercely. Anyone caught attempting to smuggle silkworms or reveal the secrets of sericulture was met with swift and harsh punishment. And so for a long time, silk remained a treasure of the East, spoken of in distant markets as if it were woven from moonlight or magic. Its journey, however, had only just begun. What started in quiet mulberry groves and bamboo trays would one day travel across deserts and mountains, linking empires, fueling economies, and giving rise to one of the most storied trade routes in human history, the Silk Road. As the centuries unfolded and dynasties rose and fell across the vast landscapes of ancient China, the art of silk production remained a constant, quietly refined, generation by generation, guarded not only by law, but by tradition, patience, and skill passed down through careful instruction and wordless observation. In remote villages tucked between rice fields and winding riverbanks, families who had raised silkworms for decades continued their work with the same quiet devotion as their ancestors, waking before dawn to tend to mulberry trees, to gently feed the ever-hungry caterpillars, to wash bamboo trays, and to observe the silent spinning of cocoons with a mix of reverence and routine. The cycle was familiar and slow, like the rhythm of the seasons. After harvesting the silk from the cocoons, women worked in shaded courtyards or in low wooden buildings, their hands steadily unwinding the delicate threads from their wet white ovals. Sometimes, a single woman might be able to process only a handful of cocoons in a morning, and even then, not all threads were usable. The silk was fragile, sensitive to temperature, to humidity, to the oils on one's skin. The process could not be rushed. Everything in silk production depended on stillness, on calm repetition, on knowing when to act and when to wait. The threads, once spun and dyed, were then entrusted to the weavers, often elderly women or master craftsmen who had spent decades learning the tension of warp and weft. The looms clacked slowly through the day and into the evening, creating patterns so intricate they resembled paintings. Threads of different colors were interlaced to form symbols: peonies for prosperity, cranes for longevity, dragons for imperial power. In some workshops, dye masters created colors from nature: indigo from leaves, yellows from gardenia pods, reds from the powdered roots of madder plants. The dyes were steeped in clay pots and stirred with wooden sticks, each hue carefully adjusted by eye and memory. The dyed threads hung from beams to dry in the wind, their movement catching the sun like banners in a silent procession. Silk was not merely used for clothing. It had a place in ceremony, in religion, in diplomacy. Buddhist monks wrapped scriptures in silk scrolls. Confucian scholars wore silk robes during rites of passage. Brides were adorned in silk dresses, embroidered with gold thread, as part of the wedding ceremony. Even the dead were wrapped in silk shrouds, a final honor to carry them into the afterlife. Within the imperial court, silk became a language of power and elegance. Officials of different rank were assigned silk garments of specific color and design, creating a visual hierarchy wherever they walked. The emperor alone could wear the dragon robe, woven with 5-clawed dragons and clouds, representing his divine connection between heaven and earth. Rolls of fine silk were sent as tribute to neighboring kingdoms or gifted to loyal generals and advisors. The Tang dynasty in particular saw silk flourish as both an art and an industry. Under their rule, sericulture expanded in scale, and new weaving techniques were developed. In cities like Chang'an and Luoyang, entire districts were devoted to silk. Dyers, spinners, weavers, tailors, all working in harmony to produce cloth that would eventually find its way into the wardrobes of nobility or the cargo of caravans bound westward. Foreign merchants who arrived in these cities were often overwhelmed not only by the richness of the silk itself, but by the atmosphere in which it was created. The gentle clatter of looms, the scent of boiled cocoons, the hush of concentration in workshops, where children were trained by watching in silence. And though the secrets of silk eventually began to leak beyond China's borders, the essence of Chinese silk, the craftsmanship, the patience, the grace, remained something singular. The production of silk was not industrial, it was personal. Each strand carried the memory of a season, of a family's labor, of hands that knew their role, not just as makers of cloth, but as guardians of something beautiful. In this way, silk was more than fabric. It was a form of time made visible, 1,000 years of practice woven into a single robe. A tradition as fragile as thread, and yet astonishingly strong, even as the silk itself journeyed across deserts, mountains, and seas, wrapped in bundles, hidden in wagons, exchanged for spices and gemstones and rare animals. The practice of producing it at home remained deeply rooted in the quiet countryside of China, where the lives of peasants, artisans, and nobles all intertwined with the thread of the silkworm. Though foreign merchants and emissaries marveled at the smooth elegance of Chinese silk, what they could not see was the network of thousands of hands behind each shimmering piece, hands that worked not for fame or trade, but for tradition, for survival, and for the dignity of doing something slowly, well, and with care. In rural households, the silkworms were raised seasonally, and entire family routines adjusted to accommodate their brief but intensive life cycle. Rooms were emptied and cleaned in preparation for the trays of worms. Children gathered mulberry leaves daily in the early morning, their hands scratched from the branches, their baskets carefully balanced as they returned home to feed the silent, ever-eating caterpillars. The atmosphere during these weeks was one of focused quiet, almost sacred, as the entire household aligned its energy around the small, fragile creatures that spun golden threads in perfect stillness. The presence of silkworms in a home altered its rhythm entirely. Conversations became hushed, steps softened, firewood chosen carefully to avoid smoke that might disturb the worms. Once the cocoons were spun and harvested, the same quiet reverence continued through the boiling, the reeling, the dyeing. Women sat in shaded corners, unraveling cocoons with practiced grace, their eyes scanning the fine, nearly invisible filaments with the ease of generations. Dye vats bubbled in courtyards, filled with roots, bark, and flowers steeped in old rainwater and heated over slow flames. Each batch of silk absorbed color in its own way, and no two bolts ever looked quite the same. The loom, too, became a focal point not just of labor, but of rhythm. The steady tap of wood on wood, the whir of shuttles, and the soft tension of thread created a kind of music that marked the hours as clearly as any clock. In larger towns, weaving became a communal effort. Groups of women sitting together under bamboo roofs, weaving stories into their cloth just as surely as they wove patterns. There were regional differences in style and design. In Sichuan, the silk was often gauzy and light, ideal for warm weather. In Suzhou, embroidery reached such exquisite heights that entire scenes, birds in flight, rivers winding through mountains, figures in traditional robes, could be painted with needle and thread. Suzhou silk became known as among the finest in the empire, and its embroiderers held in high regard. But whether the silk was destined for a palace or a village temple, the process remained rooted in the same patience and precision. And while silk itself was worn most often by the elite, it was also deeply symbolic for common people, even those who could not afford to wear it. A ribbon of silk might be tied around a newborn's wrist as a blessing. A square of old, worn silk might be saved for years, folded into a family's altar, or stitched into the hem of a wedding garment. It became an object of memory, of continuity, of care. Silk also played a role in diplomacy. As far back as the Han Dynasty, it was used as tribute to pacify northern tribes, to honor foreign ambassadors, and to cement political alliances. Rolls of silk were carried on the backs of horses, stacked in carts, and packed onto ships, traveling as far as India, Persia, and the Roman Empire. Along the way, they passed through many hands: traders, smugglers, translators, caravan leaders, all of whom knew that this fabric, light as a feather and soft as water, was as valuable as gold. In return, goods from other worlds arrived in China: wool, glass, horses, musical instruments, spices, and stories. But still, the knowledge of how to make silk remained hidden. It was not until centuries later, through a mixture of espionage and migration, that the secrets of sericulture began to spread. Even then, the heart of silk, the slow, mindful, deeply human process of its making, remained something uniquely Chinese, woven into the culture with the same care as a sacred scroll. And so, through the centuries, as dynasties changed, as roads grew busier, and as empires reached out across land and sea, the story of silk never really ended. It simply continued, quietly, strand by strand, a gentle art passed down, not in fanfare, but in silence, in the soft brushing of mulberry leaves, in the steady turning of a cocoon, in the flicker of a dye flame, and in the hands of someone who had learned to listen not to the noise of the world, but to the rhythm of a thread. As the quiet centuries moved forward, the world beyond China slowly awakened to the mystery of silk, not only to its beauty, but to its enduring presence, to the softness that wrapped emperors and the brilliance that flickered across embroidered robes beneath flickering lantern light, while Chinese weavers and sericulturists continued their work with the same slow care as always. Unaware of how deeply the rest of the world longed to understand their art, the demand for silk continued to grow beyond the borders of the empire, carried in whispered legends and worn by those who could afford its near-mythical expense. In the West, people spoke of silk as if it came from paradise, not from the quiet labor of a woman reeling thread in a village courtyard or a child gathering mulberry leaves in the early light. Roman aristocrats wore it with pride, often unaware of the hands that had fed the worms, spun the threads, or dyed the cloth. The route silk took from China into the wider world became one of the most significant networks of exchange in human history, what we now call the Silk Road. But for the people of China, especially those in rural areas far from court and caravan, the making of silk remained a deeply domestic practice. Generations continued to raise silkworms not for foreign trade, but for festival garments, temple offerings, dowry bundles, and family pride. Silk was part of life, part of memory, part of home. Women passed down not only techniques but preferences, which leaves to pick for the hungriest caterpillars, which color combinations made for the most joyful wedding robes, how to recognize the faint rustle of a cocoon ready for reeling. The process was long, but no part was rushed. A month of feeding, then days of spinning, followed by hours of reeling, boiling, dyeing, drying, and weaving, each stage requiring its own rhythm, its own silence, its own attention to signs invisible to anyone who had not lived it before. Meanwhile, in the imperial cities, the state recognized the importance of silk, not just as clothing or decoration, but as a tool of diplomacy, economy, and power. State-run silk workshops were established, regulated by officials who oversaw quotas and inspected quality. These factories, located in cities like Chang'an, Luoyang, and Hangzhou, were large but not loud. The same quiet focus could be found there. Workers bent over frames, their fingers moving like water, their lives ordered around the sound of the loom. In these state-controlled facilities, special robes were made for officials of various rank, for religious ceremonies, and for export. Sometimes, the very finest bolts were sent abroad as gifts, bundled in lacquered cases, sealed with red wax, and carried with scrolls bearing imperial messages of friendship, tribute, or alliance. Though the outside world had begun to learn bits and pieces of sericulture, the essence of Chinese silk remained unmatched, not only for the technical excellence of the fiber itself, but for the patience and poetry embedded in its making. In China, silk was not a product. It was a practice. It was not just what one wore, but what one remembered. Even in rural villages, a grandmother might keep a silk handkerchief folded in a wooden box, not to use, but to hold, to recall a wedding day, a long-lost sibling, or the touch of her mother's hand. These fragments of silk were not discarded when worn or faded. They were stitched into quilts, sewn into children's garments, or placed on ancestral altars. Silk was memory made tangible. Even its texture was evocative, smooth but strong, light but lasting. Unlike coarse fabrics, it invited the fingertips to linger, and unlike gold or jade, it could be passed between generations not with formality, but with tenderness. When a bride left her family to join her husband's household, she took with her silk not only for beauty, but for connection, to carry the warmth and scent of her childhood home into a new life. And when a child was born, silk was often the first cloth to touch its skin. In the quiet cycle of life, birth, marriage, death, silk was always present, not loudly, but like a thread holding the fabric of time together. So while merchants bartered and empires negotiated, while ships set sail and caravans vanished into deserts, the heart of silk remained far from all of that. In the shade of mulberry trees, in the steady patience of a woman's hands, in the hum of a spindle turning beneath a paper lantern as the evening breeze drifted in. Silk for China was never simply a treasure, it was an act of devotion, and in every strand, the past was remembered, the present made meaningful, and the future quietly prepared for, one thread at a time. In the hush of rural China, as the sun set behind the hills and cast long shadows over terraced fields, the process of silk production remained, as it had for centuries, a quiet ritual of diligence, memory, and generational knowledge. Even as the rest of the world advanced into new technologies and industrial methods, the families who lived close to the land held on to their time-tested ways, feeding silkworms by hand, checking the softness of the leaves, trimming the mulberry trees before the rains came too strong, and gathering the cocoons with reverent hands when the time was right. Each silkworm, so small and silent, was treated as both a fragile creature and a sacred source of transformation. Its cocoon, though light enough to float on air, held within it a thread so long and delicate that only practiced hands could tease it free without breaking it. And these hands belonged most often to women, whose movements were as precise as they were gentle, They did not need to measure or calculate. They listened to the tension in the thread. They watched how it floated in water. They could tell, by feel alone, if a cocoon was too early, too late, or just right. In this world, intuition mattered more than invention. Tools were simple: bamboo trays, clay pots, wooden reels, foot-powered looms, but they were used with such familiarity that their owners could almost move blindfolded. Silk was not a thing to produce in haste. It was a relationship between people and nature, between present labor and ancestral wisdom. In the great cities, silk was worn with elegance and admired from afar. But in the villages, it was something closer, something cherished, preserved, and never wasted. A scrap of old silk might be sewn into the lining of a winter coat to keep in warmth. A length of faded cloth might be stitched into a family quilt, becoming one square in a patchwork of memory. Even the silk threads that broke or frayed during weaving were gathered and repurposed, twisted into embroidery floss, or saved in jars for mending precious garments. And each piece, no matter how small, was treated with care, not because it was valuable in coin, but because it had taken time, real time, living time to make. That sense of time was what defined silk more than anything else. It was not fast, not loud, not convenient. It grew from the patience of the mulberry tree, the stillness of the cocoon, the quiet of the loom. It moved through hands that worked without complaint and eyes that measured without rulers. It flowed from dye pots stirred slowly over flame and from songs hummed softly, while threads were wound. There was a rhythm to it, a slow and sacred tempo that resisted the rush of the outside world. It took weeks to raise the worms, days to boil and unwind the threads, and many more to dye, dry, stretch, weave, and finish the cloth. A single bolt of silk was the culmination of an entire season's care. And that care was visible, not in the perfection of the fabric, but in the softness of its texture, the evenness of its weave, the way it draped and caught light without effort. As dynasties changed and new rulers rose to power, each with their own tastes and preferences, silk remained a constant. Emperors might change the color of official robes, might introduce new embroidery styles or court fashions, but the fabric itself, the quiet silk born from fields and fingers, remained essentially unchanged. It was worn by concubines in gilded palaces and by monks in mountain monasteries. It hung in the halls of nobility and was wrapped around infants in tiny rural homes. It was offered to the gods, stitched into banners, painted into scrolls, and sealed into tombs as tokens of love, wealth, and respect. And through it all, the people who made it remained mostly unseen. Their names were rarely recorded, their work rarely praised in public. But their legacy was stitched into every robe, every sash, every scroll. They were the quiet architects of a tradition that spanned centuries, whose every thread whispered not only of beauty, but of devotion. And even now, as machines hum in modern factories and silk flows from automatic spools, the soul of Chinese silk still lives in the memory of those patient hands, in the rustle of leaves on a mulberry tree, and in the quiet satisfaction of a loom's soft rhythm echoing at dusk. As the centuries wore on and dynasties gave way to new rulers, the place of silk within Chinese life evolved. Yet its essence remained, no longer simply a domestic art practiced in village courtyards or passed down from mother to daughter. Silk gradually became entwined with the structures of empire, economy, and international diplomacy. During the Tang Dynasty, often regarded as one of China's golden ages, silk production reached new levels of refinement and organization. The imperial court's appetite for luxury grew, and with it came an increasing demand for not just silk garments, but also silk wall hangings, scrolls, religious banners, and ceremonial offerings. Artisans in cities like Chang'an and Luoyang were selected by guilds or summoned by the court to work in regulated workshops, sometimes secluded inside palace compounds. These artisans were trained not only in weaving, but in complex embroidery techniques, dye science, and design principles. Patterns were no longer simple repetitions, but elaborate symbolic motifs: dragons for power, phoenixes for virtue, peonies for prosperity, each carefully chosen depending on who would wear the garment and for what occasion. These designs were first painted onto parchment or silk samples by court artists before being interpreted into thread by embroidery masters. Even the colors were tightly controlled. The imperial yellow, for instance, was reserved for the emperor alone, and any unauthorized use could lead to severe punishment. Dyes were refined from a growing library of sources: indigo, safflower, pomegranate rind, gardenia pods, and prepared using increasingly precise methods involving temperature, steeping time, and combinations of mordants. These colors were not merely decorative. They conveyed status, virtue, mourning, or joy, all within the drape of a sleeve or the lining of a robe. And while these developments marked a more centralized and ceremonial evolution of silk, the original practices in rural China continued, often unchanged. In small towns, women still raised silkworms in wooden trays, boiled cocoons in clay pots, and wove bolts of simple silk on family looms. The contrast between palace silk and village silk widened, yet both were rooted in the same cycle of earth and time. This dual existence, of silk as both sacred and ordinary, reflected the larger nature of Chinese society, where the imperial and the local were not opposites, but mirror images, coexisting across space and time. As the Song dynasty followed, innovation in trade once again reshaped the silk story. The invention of more sophisticated looms, including the draw loom, allowed for intricate patterns to be woven directly into the fabric rather than embroidered on top. This advancement not only sped up production, but enabled a visual richness that was previously only possible through time-consuming hand embroidery. Silk fabrics from this period often featured scenes from literature, nature, and folklore, making each piece both a textile and a visual narrative. Meanwhile, maritime trade expanded, and silk became one of China's most valuable exports to distant lands, not just via camel caravans through Central Asia, but also aboard ships that sailed to Southeast Asia, India, and eventually the Islamic world and East Africa. In exchange, Chinese merchants brought home spices, gems, ivory, and foreign ideas. Ports like Quanzhou buzzed with activity, where bolts of silk were measured, taxed, sealed, and sent into the waiting hands of foreign traders. Yet despite this expansion, the production of silk never lost its domestic intimacy. In households that couldn't afford palace finery, women still made everyday silk, plainer, yes, but no less meaningful. A bolt of white silk dyed with homemade indigo could become a wedding robe. A dyed scrap stitched with golden thread might be given as a newborn's blessing. Even the act of spinning silk became a meditative routine, accompanied by storytelling, lullabies, or quiet conversation. Tools passed down through generations, reels polished by years of touch, baskets woven by hand, pots seasoned by fire, became family heirlooms in their own right. In this way, silk remained more than a commodity. It was a rhythm, a quiet hum across centuries, a link between the fields and the halls of power, between the sacred and the simple. And even as the world grew louder, more mechanical, more hurried, somewhere, in the still shadows of a mulberry grove, a pair of hands was still unwinding a cocoon, just as they had 1,000 years before, not for profit, not for empire, but because the thread itself was a story worth continuing. As the dynastic eras continued their slow procession through time, the Ming dynasty brought with it yet another chapter in the long and intricate tale of silk. By now, silk had become not only a cornerstone of the domestic economy, but a symbol of continuity, refinement, and Chinese identity itself. During the early Ming period, the government reasserted tighter control over many aspects of silk production, organizing guilds and workshops with great care, standardizing quality, and enforcing rules about who could wear what kinds of silk, in what colors, and with what motifs. Imperial robes were created through a deeply hierarchical process, involving hundreds of workers, from designers who sketched celestial dragons and swirling clouds, to dyers who stirred vast vats of indigo and cinnabar, to weavers who spent months on a single ceremonial robe destined for the emperor or one of his court. These robes were rich in symbolism: 9 dragons to represent cosmic power, cranes for longevity, waves for Earth's boundaries, mountains for stability. The very way a pattern flowed across the back of a robe or along the sleeves told a silent story about rank, authority, and harmony with the heavens. But far from these palaces, in quiet villages spread across the vast countryside, silk still whispered a different kind of tale. Here, a woman might dye silk using bark she had gathered herself, weaving it into a gift for her daughter's wedding or a shroud for her mother's passing. A family might spend an entire winter raising silkworms not for the market, but for the sake of tradition and self-sufficiency. The silk they produced would not be sold in distant ports or worn by nobility, but it carried just as much meaning. There were rituals around it, planting new mulberry trees during the spring festival, blessing the first cocoon of the season, saving the brightest piece of silk for the ancestral altar. For these people, silk was memory made tangible, history passed through the fingers, something that bound the present to the past like thread drawn from a spindle. In regions such as Suzhou and Hangzhou, famed for their long histories of silk craftsmanship, private workshops began to flourish alongside state institutions. These family-run ateliers often specialized in particular styles of brocade, patterned gauze, or embroidery. Techniques were guarded closely, passed from parent to child, never written down. One family might be known for the way their silk shimmered in the light like water, another for their unique use of gold thread, so fine it could barely be seen by the naked eye. These artisans worked not for glory, but for mastery, for the joy of touching something truly well made, for the quiet pride in creating beauty with their hands. Meanwhile, trade with the outside world continued to evolve. Foreign merchants from as far away as Portugal and the Ottoman Empire sought out Chinese silk, sometimes exchanging silver, sometimes spices, sometimes fine glass or carved ivory. But no matter how far Chinese silk traveled, the core of its making remained deeply local, deeply human. Even as ships grew faster and markets grew larger, the essence of silk was still found in the silkworm's cocoon, in the calloused fingers of a village woman unwinding its hidden treasure. It is easy, in a modern world of mass production, to forget what such labor meant: the patience, the observation, the blood, the hours spent watching for the right moment to reel, to dye, to weave. The way time itself slowed in the presence of silk, not because the people were slow, but because the process demanded something else entirely: attention, reverence, stillness. In this way, silk was more than material. It became a way of seeing the world, a philosophy of slowness in a world that increasingly rushed towards the future, a belief that beauty was not only found in what was fast or new, but in what was tended to carefully, quietly, and with love. As the Ming dynasty eventually faded and new powers rose, silk remained. Through wars, famines, reforms, and revolutions, it endured, sometimes hidden, sometimes transformed, but never fully lost. It wrapped itself around the rituals of life and death, around statecraft and poetry, around the daily lives of people who, though they may have never touched a crown, understood the quiet dignity of creating something by hand. And even now, when we hold a piece of silk, when we feel its softness glide across our skin, we are touching not just a fabric, but 1,000 years of human patience, ingenuity, and grace. A thread spun by a worm, yes, but also by time itself. As China entered the Qing dynasty, the final imperial chapter before the age of republics and revolutions, silk continued to hold its place not just as a commodity, but as a cultural thread woven through every layer of society. Under the Qing emperors, especially Kangxi and Qianlong, silk production reached new levels of organization and ceremonial importance. Imperial textile workshops, known as the Jiangning and Suzhou weaving offices, were staffed by highly trained artisans who operated under strict quality controls and court supervision. These imperial looms produced textiles not only for clothing, but for palace furnishings, wall hangings, religious banners, and diplomatic gifts. Every bolt of silk sent to court was first inspected by officials, weighed, measured, and compared to previous standards. No color could deviate from the prescribed hues. No thread could break or fray. Perfection was the goal, not for vanity, but for the symbolism it carried: order, harmony, and the emperor's connection to heaven. Meanwhile, silk became an integral part of diplomacy. Foreign envoys were often received with exquisite gifts, and silk ranked high among them. Robes embroidered with golden dragons, scrolls bordered with silk brocade, and parasols wrapped in cloud-patterned silk all left deep impressions on visitors from Europe, the Middle East, and beyond. These artifacts returned home as prized curiosities, sparking admiration and sometimes envy. European monarchs marveled at the delicacy of Chinese silk and often sought ways to replicate it at home. Yet, despite many attempts, few could match the refinement of the original. And so, the Silk Road, both overland and maritime, continued to hum with quiet activity even as the world changed. At the same time, silk remained deeply rooted in Chinese family life. In homes from Guangdong to Hebei, silk was part of rituals: weddings, funerals, ancestral offerings, festivals. A bride's dowry might include bolts of silk dyed in red and gold, each with motifs meant to bless her new life. Funeral processions might feature white silk sashes as symbols of mourning. New Year celebrations brought out silk garments reserved for special occasions, worn proudly by children and elders alike. In the countryside, women continued to pass down the art of sericulture with the same slow patience that had defined it for generations. Though the tools evolved, metal pots replaced clay, dyed yarns became more accessible, the essential rhythms remained unchanged. The feeding of silkworms, the collection of mulberry leaves, the unwinding of cocoons, and the weaving of cloth still followed the cadence of the seasons. This connection to time, to nature, and to community gave silk its deeper meaning. For even as railroads, telegrams, and newspapers began to knit the modern world together, the process of silk making remained a world apart, almost timeless. What had once been the cutting edge of luxury was now a quiet resistance to the speed of the modern age. But change was coming. By the late 19th century, foreign merchants, missionaries, and industrialists began to take greater interest in Chinese silk, not just as an art form, but as an exportable product. Steamships replaced caravans, modern dyeing techniques began to blend with traditional methods. Some workshops adopted mechanical looms, increasing output at the expense of the intimate craftsmanship that had defined silk for centuries. Cities like Shanghai and Guangzhou became hubs of silk trade, where brokers negotiated bulk orders and factories shipped ton after ton of raw silk to Western markets. Yet even in the face of modernization, many Chinese families held on to their traditional ways. They did not reject the new, but they did not forget the old. There remained, in quiet corners of the countryside, women who dyed silk in iron pots, who sat by oil lamps winding thread by hand, who hummed songs passed down from grandmothers while their looms clicked softly into the night. Their work may not have reached Paris or New York, but it reached something deeper: the hearts of their communities, the soul of a culture that had always valued patience, continuity, and quiet beauty. And perhaps that is where the real story of silk lives, not in museums or ledgers, not in inventories or export numbers, but in the daily acts of care that went into every inch of thread. In the decision to replant a mulberry grove instead of selling the land. In the pride taken in a robe that would never leave the village, but would be worn at a family gathering. In the way a mother taught her daughter not just how to weave, but how to wait, how to feel with her hands, how to listen for the silk. These are not stories told in textbooks, but they are no less real. They form the quiet heartbeat beneath the great dynastic chronicles and the trade records. And even as the modern world continues to spin ever faster, somewhere in China, the silk still whispers. As the 20th century dawned and China stood at the threshold of immense political and social transformation, the ancient tradition of silk found itself at a crossroads. For thousands of years, silk had been a symbol of imperial authority, household continuity, and cultural refinement. Now, it faced a rapidly changing world shaped by industrialization, foreign influence, revolution, and shifting identities. In the early 1900s, as the Qing dynasty began to crumble under both internal corruption and external pressure, the structure that had long supported imperial silk production began to dissolve. Court workshops closed or drastically reduced their output. The grand ceremonial robes with embroidered dragons and phoenixes faded from everyday use as the monarchy weakened and eventually fell. With the establishment of the Republic of China in 1912, there was a conscious effort to redefine national identity, and part of this redefinition involved reassessing the role of traditional arts like silk weaving. While some viewed it as a relic of the past, others saw in it a connection to something enduring, a quiet but powerful symbol of cultural resilience. At the same time, global demand for silk was rising. In Europe and America, silk had become synonymous with luxury. It adorned evening gowns, scarves, handkerchiefs, and lingerie. Fashion houses in Paris and Milan competed to showcase the softest, most lustrous fabrics. This international hunger for silk spurred many Chinese entrepreneurs to modernize their production methods. In cities like Shanghai and Hangzhou, mechanized silk mills sprang up alongside traditional workshops. These factories utilized imported looms and chemical dyes, producing vast quantities of uniform silk for export. While this allowed China to maintain its place in the global silk market, it also signaled a shift. The process that had once involved slow, deliberate handiwork now became faster, louder, and more impersonal. But not all regions embraced this transition equally. In the countryside, particularly in provinces like Sichuan, Jiangsu, and Hunan, traditional silk practices endured. Families continued to raise silkworms in wooden trays stacked in shaded rooms. Elderly women still boiled cocoons in iron pots and spun thread by hand. They passed their techniques to younger generations, not for profit, but for the preservation of something sacred. For them, silk remained a ritual, a legacy, and a form of quiet resistance against the tide of modernity. Meanwhile, efforts to document and protect traditional sericulture began to emerge. Scholars, both Chinese and foreign, traveled to rural areas to study ancient weaving methods, dye recipes, and loom structures. Ethnographers recorded oral histories from silk artisans, many of whom had never written down their knowledge. Museums began collecting looms, silk garments, and tools, hoping to preserve them before they disappeared completely. In the 1930s and 1940s, amid the turbulence of war and occupation, silk production slowed. Many workshops were abandoned. Trade routes were disrupted. Fields of mulberry trees were neglected as families fled violence or conscription. And yet, even in these years of hardship, silk did not vanish. Some families carried their silkworm eggs with them as they migrated, planting new mulberry trees in unfamiliar soil, starting the process again in quieter corners of the country. In this way, silk became a symbol of perseverance, a quiet thread running through the chaos. After the founding of the People's Republic of China in 1949, the new government recognized the economic value of silk and worked to restore and regulate its production. State-run cooperatives were established. Farmers were encouraged to plant mulberry trees. Technical schools began teaching weaving and dyeing techniques, blending tradition with science. Silk became one of China's major exports once again, bringing in foreign currency and helping to rebuild the economy. But alongside this revival came new tensions. How much of the old process should be preserved? Could mass production coexist with tradition? And what did it mean to make something beautiful in a society focused on collective utility? These questions lingered in the background, often unspoken, as looms clicked on and bolts of silk moved across new borders. In spite of these tensions, some artisans continued their quiet work, not in large factories, but in home workshops and village cooperatives. They chose slowness, they chose the imperfections of hand-spun thread over the uniformity of machines. Their silk may not have traveled as far, but it spoke more deeply. It spoke of lineage, of stillness, of a country that had changed 1,000 times but still knew how to raise a silkworm, how to boil a cocoon, how to coax beauty from the humblest thread. And perhaps, in the end, that is what silk had always been. Not merely a fabric, but a memory woven into form, a way for time to speak softly across generations. In the modern age, where digital threads move faster than silk ever could, the story of Chinese silk continues, not as a relic, but as a quiet presence woven into both memory and economy. The 21st century has brought extraordinary changes to China, with bustling metropolises, high-speed trains, and cutting-edge technology reshaping the landscape. Yet nestled between glass towers and ancient temples, the delicate art of silk remains. Today, Chinese silk production exists in two worlds. One is industrial, streamlined, and massive. In cities like Suzhou, Hangzhou, and Nanchang, factories hum with the steady rhythm of automated looms. These facilities export tons of silk yearly to fashion houses, textile markets, and international retailers. Silk scarves, pillowcases, wedding dresses, and luxury bedding flow from assembly lines, each piece a product of efficiency and scale. These modern factories use advanced machinery, computer-assisted dyeing, and global logistics networks. Quality is still paramount, but the intimacy of the process, the hand-tying of threads, the slow shifting of heddles, has largely been replaced by speed. In these places, silk is an industry, but in other corners of China, often overlooked, a second world of silk remains. In small villages in Yunnan, Zhejiang, or Guangxi, families still raise silkworms the traditional way. They handpick mulberry leaves at dawn. They check each cocoon for the right color and firmness. They use looms passed down for generations, sometimes patched together with twine, or smoothed by years of use. These artisans are not in a hurry. For them, silk is not just a livelihood, but a form of storytelling, a thread that connects their present to ancestors they never met. Their work is supported, in part, by a growing movement to preserve intangible cultural heritage. In recent decades, the Chinese government and UNESCO have worked together to recognize traditional silk making as a cultural treasure. Artisans have been invited to teach in universities, hold exhibitions, and participate in documentaries that quietly illuminate their craft. Silk, once whispered through the fingers of imperial concubines or offered to foreign dignitaries, is now used to tell stories to new audiences, tourists, students, and even children who may have grown up surrounded by smartphones but are curious about their roots. Some workshops have become living museums. Visitors can walk past open windows and watch a woman thread a shuttle through warp and weft, her hands moving with meditative grace. In quiet rooms, silk paintings stretch across bamboo frames, their colors still drawn from natural dyes: indigo, safflower, gardenia. Old men reel silk thread from simmering cocoons, the steam rising gently like memory. Others guide schoolchildren through the mulberry fields, letting them feed a silkworm from their own palms, watching as life moves slowly in a world that rarely does. There is, too, a global dimension. As interest in sustainable fashion grows, silk has found new admirers among those seeking natural, biodegradable, and ethically produced fabrics. Small brands collaborate with rural Chinese artisans, telling stories of slow fashion and heritage through the garments they design. These silks may not be perfect, the threads may be slightly uneven, the colors may shift with the light, but therein lies their beauty. They carry the mark of human hands. They carry time. And as this appreciation grows, a quiet hope begins to form, that this tradition, nearly lost in the roar of progress, may not only survive, but gently thrive. For even in a world of instant gratification, there is something soothing about waiting, about watching, about weaving, about honoring the rhythm of a silkworm and the patience of those who tend to it. As this story draws to a close, perhaps we can take one final moment to reflect, not just on the history of silk in China, but on what it represents. A cocoon spun from care, a process built on stillness, a fabric that outlasted empires not because of might, but because of meaning. Silk was never just for emperors. It was for anyone who understood the value of patience, the beauty of quiet work, the strength of tradition carried gently forward. And in this soft, continuous thread, we find not only the memory of a people, but a whisper of something timeless. Thank you for listening all the way to the end of the story. Now, let us begin the next chapter in our Boring History for Sleep series. Tonight's journey takes us to the heart of early education and philosophy, the history of ancient Indian universities. Long before the towering stone campuses of Oxford or the quiet courtyards of Harvard, in lands where monsoons whispered through banyan trees and sacred rivers wound across fertile plains, India nurtured one of humanity's earliest dreams. Centers of learning so profound that seekers journeyed hundreds of miles on foot just to sit beneath a teacher's shadow. These ancient universities, known by names like Takshashila, Nalanda, and Vikramashila, were not merely schools or temples. They were sprawling centers of thought, discussion, reflection, and deep intellectual engagement, where knowledge flowed as freely as the Ganges. Let us begin, then, with Takshashila, often regarded as the oldest known university in the world. Located in what is now Pakistan, near the ancient Grand Trunk Road, Takshashila began drawing students as early as the 5th century BCE, though some accounts suggest it existed even earlier. It was never enclosed by stone walls, nor was it confined to a single building. Rather, it existed as a collective of learned teachers, or acharyas, who lived and taught in homes or small halls scattered throughout the city. A student would seek out a teacher in their chosen subject, ask for permission to learn, and study in an intimate, often lifelong relationship. Subjects ranged from Vedic scripture to grammar, from logic to astronomy, from surgery to statecraft. One could learn how to compose poetry in Sanskrit, or how to treat wounds using medicinal herbs and ancient surgical techniques. It is said that Chanakya, the legendary advisor to Emperor Chandragupta Maurya, both studied and later taught at Takshashila. Foreigners too made the long journey, Greeks, Persians, and Central Asians passed through its gates, not for conquest, but for knowledge. And when they returned home, they carried not just scrolls, but ideas that would ripple outward, influencing other civilizations. Unlike modern universities, there were no formal diplomas. Completion was marked not by a certificate, but by the teacher's blessing. The end of study was not a finish line, but the beginning of wisdom's lifelong path. As centuries passed, another great beacon of learning arose further east, Nalanda. Nestled in what is now Bihar, India, Nalanda began its rise around the 5th century CE and quickly became a jewel of Buddhist scholarship. Its campus was vast, stretching across multiple compounds with red brick temples, lecture halls, dormitories, and libraries filled with palm leaf manuscripts. It is believed that at its peak, Nalanda housed over 10,000 students and 2,000 teachers. These weren't passive listeners. They were scholars engaged in vibrant debates, sometimes lasting for days. Lessons were oral, built on questioning, reflection, and respectful argument. A visiting Chinese monk named Xuanzang, who spent years at Nalanda in the 7th century, described it as a place where the sound of discussion never ceased, even deep into the night. The curriculum was broad, Buddhist philosophy, of course, but also grammar, mathematics, medicine, logic, and metaphysics. The students came from across Asia, from Tibet, Korea, China, Indonesia, and Sri Lanka. They lived in simple quarters, wore modest robes, and dedicated themselves entirely to learning. Nalanda was supported by generous endowments from kings and merchants, but its true wealth was the minds it cultivated. Its libraries, with names like Ratnasagara, Ocean of Jewels, and Ratnodadi, Sea of Gems, held thousands of volumes, many handwritten by monks. Stories tell of monks who memorized entire texts and copied them carefully by lamplight, even during monsoon storms. These books weren't locked away, they were shared, discussed, and passed on. Teachers at Nalanda were not mere lecturers. They were revered as guides, sometimes even as spiritual mentors. The bond between guru and student was considered sacred. It was said that to serve a teacher with sincerity was to serve knowledge itself. This spirit created not just scholars, but thinkers, individuals who contributed to philosophy, medicine, linguistics, and ethics across generations. But perhaps what made these ancient universities most remarkable was not just the knowledge they transmitted, but the atmosphere they created. There was no rush, no grade pressure, no competition for marks. Learning was slow, meditative, and deeply personal. The rhythm of the day followed the sun. Morning lectures gave way to afternoon meditation. Students read under trees, discussed in stone courtyards, and watched the stars as part of their lessons. And as night fell, the air itself seemed to hum with questions yet to be answered. As the sun rose softly over the red-bricked compounds of Nalanda, the quiet hum of learning returned once more to the stone pathways. Monks emerged from their dormitories, robes wrapped against the early chill, some clutching scrolls, others walking slowly, silently repeating verses committed to memory. The day began not with bells or alarms, but with the natural rhythm of breath, of waking thought, of quiet steps toward understanding. At Nalanda, the daily life of a student or monk was structured not around strict rules, but around disciplined contemplation. Each day was a balance of learning and living, study and service. Mornings might begin with recitation of sacred texts, the syllables whispered in chorus beneath ancient trees. Then students would gather in shaded halls, where teachers held court not as lecturers, but as discussants. Questions were encouraged. Doubt was not weakness, it was the doorway to deeper inquiry. Lessons were often shaped by dialectics, a form of debate where each participant took a side and carefully examined every argument, not to win, but to clarify and sharpen understanding. In this way, knowledge was not simply absorbed. It was tested, reshaped, made personal. There was no single correct answer, only a deeper insight reached through shared effort. One might spend weeks unraveling the meaning of a single passage, diving into layered interpretations, comparing commentaries, and listening to how others understood the same words. Outside the lecture halls, students studied beneath banyan trees or sat along the stone railings of the courtyards, discussing texts, drawing geometric patterns in the dust, or sketching diagrams of the human body as part of their medical training. The sciences at Nalanda were not neglected. Ayurveda, the ancient Indian system of medicine, was taught in detail. Students learned about herbs, diagnosis, surgical methods, and holistic wellness. Mathematics, too, was a vital subject. Concepts of zero, decimal notation, and algebra found fertile ground here, influencing scholars far beyond India's borders in later centuries. Astronomy was taught using copper instruments and detailed star charts, and students mapped celestial movements with a precision that stunned later visitors. Architecture, engineering, and urban planning were also part of the curriculum, especially as Buddhist monasteries spread and required thoughtful, sustainable design. Language study was core to every discipline. Sanskrit remained the academic and liturgical language, but students also learned Pali, Prakrit, and even foreign tongues brought by travelers from China or Tibet. Grammar was not dry memorization. It was considered a doorway to clarity of thought and purity of speech. Panini's grammar rules, composed centuries earlier, were still revered, analyzed, and applied. The library complex was the beating heart of Nalanda. Its massive buildings housed thousands of manuscripts, some illuminated with gold ink, others modest and weathered, but all treated with reverence. Monks took great care to preserve these palm leaf books, often copying them by hand, one letter at a time, with brushes made of reed and ink brewed from natural resins. Fires were carefully guarded against, and in times of danger, monks hid or evacuated the most important volumes to protect them. These texts covered Buddhist sutras, medical treatises, philosophical dialogues, poetic compositions, and ancient histories. It is said that even foreign travelers, upon reaching Nalanda, wept with awe at the sheer volume of thought collected within its walls. Meals were shared communally, simple but nourishing, rice, lentils, and vegetables prepared by students as part of their daily discipline. Even meal times were used for reflection, silence observed not as a rule, but as a gift. In the afternoons, some students engaged in physical activity, gardening, cleaning, or maintaining the campus grounds, not merely as chores, but as practice and mindfulness. Others would assist their teachers, prepare ink, or help younger students with their studies. Evenings brought slower rhythms. The fading sun cast long shadows across the courtyards as lamps were lit, their flicker reflecting on red sandstone. Some sat in silent meditation. Others gathered to hear visiting teachers from distant lands speak about their customs, their gods, and their languages. Nalanda welcomed ideas without fear, trusting that wisdom could hold space for difference. And so, in the soft dark, beneath stars that once guided ancient ships and desert wanderers, learning continued, not as noise or pressure, but as a slow, enduring light. A light carried in words, in memory, in breath. One might say that Nalanda was not only a university, it was a way of life, a rhythm of seeking, of sharing, of serving the pursuit of truth. And in this rhythm, over centuries, it inspired generations to ask better questions, to listen more deeply, and to carry the flame of knowledge with humility. As Nalanda flourished across centuries, it began to attract not only the most brilliant minds of India, but also scholars from distant lands who had heard whispers of a place where learning was sacred and knowledge knew no borders. Among the most famous of these visitors was the Chinese monk Xuanzang, who arrived in the early 7th century after a long and perilous journey across the Silk Road and the high passes of the Himalayas. He had heard of Nalanda in Buddhist texts and legends, and when he finally reached its gates, what he found surpassed even his most hopeful imagination. Xuanzang spent over a decade at Nalanda, immersing himself in the vast curriculum and contributing his own insights. His detailed accounts offer a rare glimpse into the inner life of this university at its height. He described tall towers filled with manuscripts, cloisters where monks debated into the night, and lush gardens where silence and thought grew together. He noted how the rules of discipline were observed, not through fear, but through shared purpose. The campus was protected not by walls, but by the reverence it inspired. Even kings and generals hesitated before disturbing its peace. Students came from across Asia, from Sri Lanka and Java, from Korea and Tibet, each bringing their own traditions, texts, and perspectives. At Nalanda, these cultural streams met and mingled. The university became a crossroads of global thought, centuries before the term globalism even existed. Teachers at Nalanda held open lectures and private discussions. There was no single doctrine, no rigid orthodoxy. Debates between different Buddhist schools were common. Theravada, Mahayana, and Vajrayana all had voices. But there was also room for Hindu scholars, Jain philosophers, and students interested in secular sciences. This inclusive spirit was rooted in a deep confidence that truth, when pursued sincerely, could withstand scrutiny and even contradiction. Knowledge, they believed, grew not from silence but from respectful dialogue. Over time, Nalanda's influence spread outward. Its graduates became teachers, advisors, physicians, and poets across the subcontinent and beyond. Some helped establish new centers of learning. Others worked in royal courts, bringing with them a refined understanding of law, ethics, and governance. The legacy of Nalanda was not just in the books it preserved, but in the minds it shaped. Each student who passed through its gates carried forward not just facts or formulas, but a philosophy of lifelong inquiry. Further east, other universities began to rise, inspired in part by Nalanda's example. Vikramashila, established in the 8th century by King Dharmapala, grew into another great Buddhist seat of learning. Situated along the banks of the Ganges, Vikramashila was more remote, but no less ambitious. Its focus was particularly strong on Vajrayana Buddhism, and it became a center for tantric studies, meditation, and spiritual discipline. Like Nalanda, it had its own libraries, dormitories, and lecture halls. Teachers and students lived side by side, sharing not just meals, but the quiet practice of contemplation. Subjects at Vikramashila included logic, grammar, metaphysics, ritual practice, and ethical philosophy. The university trained hundreds of monks and lay scholars, many of whom traveled to Tibet, helping spread Buddhist thought and monastic traditions across the Himalayas. Indeed, Vikramashila played a crucial role in the transmission of Buddhism into Tibet, particularly during the reign of Tibetan king Trisong Detsen, whose invitation of Indian scholars reshaped Tibetan religious history. Other institutions also flourished during this period: Somapura in Bengal, Odantapuri near Bihar Sharif, and Vallabhi in western India. Each had its unique focus, architectural style, and cultural contribution, but all shared a reverence for education as a sacred calling. Vallabhi, for instance, was known for its emphasis on political science, law, and administration, training civil servants and legal experts who served kingdoms across western India. Somapura, with its grand temple complex, was both a center of worship and learning, integrating art, music, and ritual into its educational model. These institutions did not compete, rather they complemented one another, creating a network of learning that spanned the subcontinent. Students often traveled from one university to another, gathering different teachings and perspectives along the way. Teachers sometimes taught at multiple centers throughout their careers, spreading knowledge and building bridges between distant regions. This ecosystem of learning thrived for centuries, supported by kings, merchants, and common people alike. It reflected a cultural value that placed the highest honor not on wealth or conquest, but on wisdom. The donations that built libraries and fed students were considered acts of spiritual merit. Temples and monasteries often partnered with universities, not to control them, but to support their mission. In this way, education in ancient India was not separated from daily life. It was its guiding thread. And so, as the monsoon clouds passed across the fields and the seasons changed, the quiet work of teaching and learning continued. One candle lit another, one teacher guided a student, and in that patient exchange, a civilization sustained its soul. While the ancient Indian universities thrived for centuries, sustaining minds and nurturing thoughtful inquiry, their survival was never guaranteed. These institutions were not protected by armies or fortresses. They depended instead on a delicate balance of political stability, cultural reverence, and economic support. For as long as rulers valued knowledge and the people respected the monastic way of life, the universities prospered. But time, as always, introduced change, gradual at first, then sudden and irreversible. One of the early tremors came in the form of shifting political landscapes. Dynasties that had once generously supported learning began to fall, or were replaced by rulers with different priorities. As kingdoms fragmented and power centers shifted, so too did the flow of patronage. Some universities adapted, others dwindled quietly. Yet it was not internal decay alone that shook these foundations. It was the arrival of foreign invasions, particularly from Central Asia, that brought with them violence, destruction, and a deep misunderstanding of what these learning centers represented. The most devastating blow and the one most remembered in historical accounts, was the destruction of Nalanda in the 12th century. The attacker was a Turkic military general named Bakhtiar Khilji, who during his campaign into northern India came upon Nalanda with little knowledge of what it was. To him, it was not a university, but a temple compound. The story, as told by later chroniclers, is that when Khilji asked what these towering buildings were, filled with strange symbols and quiet monks, he was told they were a place of learning. He dismissed it with contempt, believing only his faith carried truth, and that all other writings were heretical, and so he ordered the complex to be burned. The great libraries of Nalanda, filled with tens of thousands of manuscripts painstakingly copied over generations, were set aflame. It is said the fires burned for months. The smoke carried not only ash, but the memory of centuries. Students and teachers were slaughtered. Those who escaped fled into forests or across the Himalayas, carrying with them only what they could hide in their robes or remember in their minds. The destruction was not just physical, it was symbolic. A world built on reflection and discourse was silenced by the sword. Vikramashila and other centers met similar fates in the following years. The wave of invasions that swept through the Gangetic Plains targeted monasteries and universities not for their political threat, but because they represented a cultural system foreign to the conquerors. To the invaders, these institutions seemed irrelevant or even dangerous. The result was catastrophic, not only for Indian intellectual history, but for global knowledge. Many of the texts lost during these attacks were never recovered. Some had existed only in oral form, passed from teacher to student, and vanished with their guardians. Others were burned without ever having been translated or shared with the world. It is difficult to measure such loss. We do not know what ideas disappeared in those flames, what early theories of science, what philosophical insights, what medicinal recipes, what histories of people now forgotten. The silence that followed was long. For centuries afterward, India did not see universities of comparable scale or influence. The spirit of inquiry remained. It lived on in smaller ashrams, in village schools, and among wandering monks, but the great centers were gone. Even when new rulers arrived, some of whom respected learning, the infrastructure had crumbled, manuscripts had scattered, teachers had fled or been killed, and the memory of those golden centuries dimmed into legend, but not all was lost. Echoes of Nalanda and Vikramashila found their way into Tibet, China, and Southeast Asia. The monks who had escaped brought with them scrolls and teachings. In Tibet, monastic universities such as Samye and Ganden blossomed, built in part on Indian models. The philosophical schools of Tibetan Buddhism preserved texts that had once lived in the Indian plains. In Southeast Asia, inscriptions and local histories remember visiting scholars and the spread of Buddhist thought. Even today, some of the scriptures used in East Asian monasteries trace their roots directly to translations made at Nalanda. In this way, the flame was never entirely extinguished. It simply moved. It traveled along new paths, settled in new hearts, and continued to light the darkness of ignorance wherever it could. And as modern India began to rediscover its past during the colonial period, scholars and archaeologists returned to the ruins of these universities. They found buried foundations, fragments of manuscripts, broken statues, and charred libraries. From the dust, they pieced together the story of a civilization that had once placed the life of the mind above all else. The ruins became symbols, not just of loss, but of resilience. A reminder that ideas, though fragile, have a strange durability. They can be forgotten for centuries, yet bloom again when conditions allow. In the centuries that followed the fall of Nalanda and the other great Indian universities, the landscape of learning in the subcontinent underwent a slow, uneven transformation. The silence that followed was not total, but it was noticeable. What had once been a wide network of intellectual sanctuaries, where language, science, ethics, and metaphysics danced together, was now scattered into fragments, sustained in pockets by smaller communities, oral traditions, and monks who refused to let the memory of learning disappear entirely. Yet even in this quieter age, the idea of learning never truly vanished. In villages and temples, in ashrams nestled in the forest, and even in homes, the transmission of knowledge continued, sometimes whispered between generations, sometimes carved into palm leaves and hidden in clay jars. The Gurukul system, in which students lived with a teacher and learned through close guidance, remained a vital thread in the fabric of Indian education. These were not universities in the architectural sense, but they embodied a similar devotion to disciplined learning, moral reflection, and the pursuit of truth. Students in these settings memorized scriptures, studied grammar, discussed dharma, and trained in the classical arts. They learned through repetition, through lived experience, and through patient questioning. These spaces kept alive the essence of ancient learning, though often far from the grandeur and reach of Nalanda. Meanwhile, in other parts of the world, scholars who had encountered the legacy of India's ancient universities began to reflect on their significance. In the Islamic Golden Age, many translated and studied Indian mathematical, astronomical, and medical texts. Some of these translations had originally traveled from India to Persia and then into Arabic, influencing scholars from Baghdad to Cordoba. The concept of zero, the decimal system, and methods in algebra all traveled this path, eventually entering the intellectual bloodstream of Europe during the Renaissance. Thus, ideas born under Indian skies found new life in distant lands, shaping thought systems far beyond their origin. It is remarkable to consider that long after the buildings of Nalanda were reduced to ash, its intellectual imprint remained in motion, alive in formulas, ideas, and practices that scholars centuries later would unknowingly build upon. Back in India, the memory of these ancient institutions lay dormant, buried in earth and partially erased by time. It wasn't until the 19th and early 20th centuries, under colonial rule, that historians and archaeologists began to uncover the truth. British officials, intrigued by ancient ruins and texts, started excavations. What they found surprised even them. Foundations of massive libraries, sculptures that depicted teachers and students, coins and inscriptions that pointed to international connections. These discoveries sparked a renewed interest in India's academic past, both among Indian nationalists seeking pride in pre-colonial heritage and among global scholars attempting to map the evolution of learning across civilizations. Nalanda in particular became a symbol, a kind of lost utopia of knowledge, where the pursuit of wisdom had once been humanity's highest calling. Artists painted it, poets wrote of it, and educators dreamed of reviving its spirit in modern institutions. This cultural memory inspired the foundation of new universities in the 20th century that sought to honor that legacy. In independent India, places like Banaras Hindu University and Nalanda University, the Modern Revival Project, were born with a vision that echoed the values of their ancient predecessors. These institutions emphasized interdisciplinary learning, global dialogue, and the integration of ancient wisdom with modern inquiry. Though their physical forms differed from the sprawling red brick complexes of old, the dream was the same: to cultivate minds, foster conversation, and preserve the flame of knowledge. Today, as we stand in a digital age filled with information yet often lacking in reflection, the story of India's ancient universities offers a quiet reminder. Learning is not merely about storing facts or acquiring skills. It is about shaping character, deepening understanding, and learning how to ask better questions. It is about listening, truly listening to others, to nature, to the past, and to ourselves. And in that sense, the ruins of Nalanda and the legacy of its sister institutions are not just historical artifacts. They are mirrors. They reflect what is possible when a society believes deeply in the power of the mind and the dignity of the teacher-student relationship. They remind us that libraries can be temples, that silence can be fertile ground for thought, and that knowledge once kindled can travel across centuries even when its buildings fall. As the wind brushes gently across the old stones of Nalanda, as grass grows between its broken paths, the spirit of inquiry still lingers there, not as noise, but as a hush, waiting to be heard again by those who seek not just to know, but to understand. As the modern world continues to evolve at breathtaking speed, it becomes increasingly important to pause and remember the quieter chapters of human history, those where knowledge grew not through conquest or machinery, but through patient exchange between minds. The story of India's ancient universities, especially places like Nalanda, Takshashila, Vikramashila, and Vallabhi, stands as one of these chapters, a moment in history when the pursuit of wisdom was considered an end in itself. These centers of learning were not designed to produce profit or compete for prestige. They emerged from a different value system, one in which the highest form of wealth was insight and the greatest achievement was inner clarity. Teachers were revered not for their status, but for their discipline, humility, and dedication to truth. Students were not judged solely by speed or scores, but by their perseverance, their curiosity, and their ethical character. This educational philosophy, rooted in the ancient Indian worldview, saw learning as both a personal and communal journey. It was personal because it required deep inner work, self-examination, and mental discipline. And it was communal because the path of knowledge was never walked alone. Dialogues, mentorship, shared reading, group meditation, and philosophical debates were all part of the learning experience. Even meals and daily chores were infused with quiet teachings. Education was not something that happened only in the classroom. It was a way of life. One of the defining features of these universities was their openness to multiple perspectives. In Nalanda, for example, students were encouraged to question the teachings they received, to explore other belief systems, and to engage in respectful debate. This pluralism was not just tolerated, it was seen as essential. Truth in this view was too vast to be owned by any one tradition. It required many voices, many approaches, and many generations to even begin to glimpse. That is why the curriculum at ancient Indian universities was so broad. It included Buddhist and Hindu philosophy, Jain ethics, grammar, logic, astronomy, mathematics, medicine, art, and even political science. The inclusion of practical sciences alongside metaphysics showed a deep respect for the balance between the spiritual and the material, between inner realization and external knowledge. Medical texts like the Karaka Samhita and the Sushruta Samhita were studied and refined. These works offered detailed observations on human anatomy, diagnosis, and treatment, long before modern medicine formalized these subjects. Students in these universities did not simply memorize, they experimented, observed, and practiced. Similarly, mathematical principles were explored not just as numerical tricks, but as insights into the nature of order, pattern, and structure in the universe. In astronomy, teachers mapped planetary movements and eclipses, linking cosmic rhythms with agricultural cycles and ritual calendars. These efforts were not always perfect, but they reflected a profound integration of observation, intuition, and theory. Even arts were honored as essential components of education. Music, poetry, sculpture, and architecture were seen not as luxuries, but as expressions of deeper truth. To sculpt a form, to sing a verse, or to paint a deity was not merely an act of beauty. It was a form of meditation, a way to align the mind and heart. Teachers in these disciplines were often monks or householders with years of silent practice behind them, and their teachings were passed down slowly, respectfully, with emphasis on patience over speed. Perhaps one of the most overlooked yet important aspects of these ancient universities was the way they created communities of care. Monks, students, and villagers lived close together, often supporting one another. The food was prepared collectively, and no one went hungry. Libraries were open to all who respected their quiet. Festivals were celebrated with simplicity, and even animals were treated with kindness. This atmosphere of harmony made these centers not just schools, but sanctuaries, places where learning could flourish without fear. In a world where modern education is often measured by employment outcomes, standardized tests, and digital metrics, this older vision offers something refreshingly human. It reminds us that the true goal of education is not just information, but transformation. Not just answers, but better questions. Not just skills, but wisdom. In reviving this legacy, even partially, we can begin to imagine schools and universities that once again place character at the center of the curriculum, that honor silence as much as speech, that allows students time to reflect, to be still, to listen inwardly before they act outwardly. In doing so, we not only pay tribute to the ancient Indian universities that once lit the world with their wisdom, but we also light a path forward for a more thoughtful, compassionate, and enduring form of education. And so, as we close this chapter of the story, let us remember that learning, when done with sincerity and humility, leaves echoes that travel farther than we can ever measure. As we continue this quiet journey through the legacy of ancient Indian universities, it is important to turn our gaze outward and observe how these institutions interacted with the wider world. For although they were rooted deeply in the spiritual and cultural soil of the Indian subcontinent, Their influence did not stop at its borders. On the contrary, these centers of learning were global in vision, reaching across mountains, deserts, and seas to shape ideas far beyond their immediate surroundings. Nalanda, Takshashila, and other universities became magnets for seekers from distant lands, places like China, Tibet, Korea, Indonesia, Sri Lanka, and even Persia. These students did not come merely to learn. They came to immerse themselves in a tradition that treated knowledge not as a possession, but as a path. They arrived after long, dangerous journeys, braving monsoons and bandits, guided by little more than word of mouth and the promise of wisdom. When they finally reached the gates of these institutions, they were often greeted not with fanfare, but with simplicity, offered a place to rest, food to eat, and a seat among fellow learners. One of the most famous among them was Xuanzang, a 7th century Chinese monk whose detailed records provide one of the clearest windows into life at Nalanda. He spent years at the university studying logic, Sanskrit, and Mahayana philosophy under some of the greatest minds of his time. He described a place where thousands of monks lived and studied together, where daily debates sharpened understanding, and where libraries were filled with countless texts meticulously preserved and catalogued. Xuanzang later returned to China with over 600 manuscripts, which he translated and shared, forever transforming East Asian Buddhism. Another traveler, Yijing, followed in his footsteps a century later. He too left vivid accounts of the rituals, study habits, and community life he witnessed. These records are more than travel logs. They are love letters to a civilization of learning, written by those who had seen its beauty firsthand. The openness of Indian universities to foreign students was not an accident. It was an extension of their core philosophy. Truth they believed belonged to no nation, no caste, no language. It was universal. If someone sought it sincerely, they were welcome. This attitude helped spread Indian thought across Asia, influencing everything from temple architecture to ethical codes, from literary forms to systems of meditation. In Southeast Asia, inscriptions and artistic motifs show clear signs of Indian academic influence. In Java, Sumatra, and Cambodia, we find traces of texts that once circulated through Nalanda. The concept of a residential university, a place where learning is not separated from living, echoes in these regions as well. Even in regions not primarily Buddhist, such as parts of the Islamic world, Indian contributions to medicine, astronomy, and mathematics were respected. Arab scholars translated Indian works into Arabic and Persian, integrating them into the great intellectual centers of Baghdad and Cairo. The Indian numerals, including the concept of zero, were eventually adopted into the global system we use today. These ideas, born in the quiet monasteries of India, traveled farther than their creators could have imagined. Yet what is perhaps most moving about this cultural exchange is how silent and organic it was. There were no armies spreading this influence, no conquests forcing it upon others. Instead, it flowed naturally, like a river, drawn by the gravity of wisdom. It passed from one thoughtful hand to another, carried by students, teachers, and translators, preserved not by power but by reverence. And so the ancient Indian universities, while physically anchored in one region, became part of a much larger story, a global story of shared ideas, mutual curiosity, and respectful learning. In a time when walls and divisions seem ever more prominent, the memory of these open gates and shared spaces offers a different model, one of intellectual hospitality, where diversity is not a threat, but a gift. The students of Nalanda and Takshashila did not all think alike. They came from different lands, spoke different languages, practiced different faiths, but they sat side by side, read from the same scrolls, and asked questions that still resonate in classrooms today. What is the nature of reality? What is the purpose of life? How can we live ethically in a complex world? These questions, timeless and universal, are perhaps the greatest inheritance of the ancient universities. And in honoring them, we do more than preserve history. We participate in it. Each time we choose reflection over reaction, dialogue over division, and depth over distraction, we continue the work they began. Let us carry that spirit forward, softly, patiently, like a candle passed through the ages. As we move deeper into the legacy of ancient Indian universities, it becomes essential to explore not only what they taught or how they taught, but the philosophy that underpinned their very existence. the subtle yet profound worldview that gave meaning to the act of learning itself. These were not institutions built merely to impart skills or issue certifications. They were sanctuaries of contemplation, shaped by the belief that knowledge, when pursued with sincerity, could be a path to liberation. The Vedic idea of vidya, or true knowledge, was never about accumulation. It was about realization. To learn was to uncover what had always been there, waiting quietly behind the distractions of daily life. This principle guided everything, from the way students interacted with their teachers to the rituals that marked the beginning of a study session. Before a lesson, it was common for students to sit in silence, sometimes with their eyes closed, not to memorize facts, but to center their minds, to prepare their inner landscape for the seeds of wisdom. Learning was not noisy or rushed. It was slow, reverent, and deeply intentional. The teacher, or guru, was not simply an expert in a subject, but a guide through the complexities of life itself. In the best traditions, a guru was one who had walked the path, who taught not from authority, but from experience. He, or in some rare cases she, knew when to speak and when to remain silent, when to correct, and when to let the lesson emerge from the student's own insight. The relationship was intimate and transformative. It was not uncommon for students to live with their teachers for years, assisting with household tasks, learning not only from lectures but from daily observation, how the teacher moved, how they responded to difficulty, how they held themselves in the presence of uncertainty. In this way, education became less about answers and more about presence. Libraries too reflected this sacred attitude. They were not simply rooms filled with scrolls or palm leaf manuscripts. They were treated as living spaces, often housed within temple complexes or monastic quarters. Each text was preserved with meticulous care, copied by hand, wrapped in cloth, and stored in a way that protected it from time and the elements. Many of these manuscripts were written in Sanskrit, Pali, or Prakrit, in scripts that have now faded from common use. Yet the reverence with which they were treated speaks to the value placed on intellectual inheritance. Knowledge was a kind of sacred trust, something one received humbly and passed on with devotion. These libraries were often divided into sections, organized not alphabetically but thematically, sections on logic, grammar, metaphysics, ritual practice, medicine, astronomy, and ethics. Each area was curated by monks or scholars with deep familiarity in their respective domains. Students would be guided through these texts slowly, often repeating the same passage over and over until it was internalized. Memorization was not considered rote, but meditative. The process of recitation was a way to train the mind to hold complexity without rushing to resolve it. The sounds, rhythms, and cadences of ancient language were believed to hold transformative power, not just in meaning but in vibration. As such, oral transmission continued alongside written texts, ensuring that learning remained embodied and relational. The ethical foundation of these institutions was equally important. Students were expected to uphold brahmacharya, a disciplined way of living marked by simplicity, honesty, and respect for all beings. There was little tolerance for arrogance or competition. Instead, learners were taught to cultivate shraddha, a kind of quiet faith, not blind belief, but a deep trust in the process of inquiry. Debates and discussions were common, even encouraged, but they were governed by clear principles. Listen fully, speak without anger, challenge ideas, but never insult the person behind them. In this way, the intellectual life was also a moral life. The goal was not to win arguments, but to refine understanding. And understanding was always seen as incomplete, provisional, awaiting further light. This humility did not weaken the rigor of study. It gave it depth. For in accepting the limits of one's own mind, a student opened the door to wisdom. Even when students graduated, though the concept of graduation was less formal than in modern universities, they did not simply leave with a certificate. They often went on to become teachers themselves, or healers, or scribes, or spiritual guides, carrying with them not just information but a way of being, kapa. They were living expressions of the institutions that had shaped them, calm, thoughtful, and quietly powerful, and through them the spirit of Nalanda, Takshashila, and the many lesser-known centers of learning continued to ripple outward, not in grand declarations, but in small, steady acts of clarity and compassion. As we continue our quiet walk through the memory of ancient Indian universities, our attention now turns toward the architecture of these sacred spaces, structures not merely designed for shelter, but shaped intentionally to reflect the very philosophy of learning they housed. The design of universities like Nalanda, Vikramashila, and others was never accidental. Every courtyard, corridor, shrine, and residential block was part of a larger spiritual geometry. These were not cold institutions of stone and calculation. They were warm, breathing environments that echoed the rhythm of contemplation. Let us imagine gently the layout of Nalanda. At its peak, the campus spanned over 30 acres and included multiple temples, lecture halls, dormitories, meditation areas, and storied libraries. Tall brick walls encircled the complex, not to isolate but to create a quiet barrier from the outside world. Within these walls were red sandstone walkways, connecting gardens with open spaces where students would walk slowly, reciting verses or discussing lessons in hushed tones. The main monasteries, known as Mahaviharas, each had a central courtyard surrounded by small cells where students lived. These rooms were modest, with only enough space for a mat, a small shelf, and perhaps a clay lamp. Yet for many, they were the first personal spaces dedicated solely to thought and growth. Life within these walls followed a gentle rhythm, waking before dawn, bathing in the communal wells, chanting or meditating as the sun rose, and then moving to lectures or discussions. Food was prepared in shared kitchens and eaten in silence or soft conversation. The entire day flowed like a river, not rushed, not stagnant, but guided by a quiet current of discipline. Lecture halls were built with acoustics in mind, stone walls carefully shaped so that even a soft-spoken teacher could be heard by dozens of students. There were no microphones, of course, and no whiteboards. Learning happened through voice, gesture, repetition, and attentive listening. At times, these halls would host large philosophical debates, with students from different traditions presenting arguments and counter-arguments. These events were not spectacles of ego, but opportunities for refinement. Participants bowed to one another before speaking, and even the act of disagreement was carried out with grace. The libraries, too, deserve special mention. Nalanda housed what was known as Dharmaganja, a vast collection of texts divided into three main buildings: Ratnasagara, Ocean of Jewels; Ratnodadi, Sea of Jewels; and Ratnaranjaka, Jewel-adorned. Together, these structures held hundreds of thousands of manuscripts on bamboo or palm leaves, carefully coated with natural oils to protect them from insects. Some accounts say these buildings stood several stories tall, with ladders connecting shelves that reached toward the ceiling. Monks known as Granthi served as librarians, trained not only in organization but in understanding the philosophical content of the texts. They could guide students to specific sutras or commentaries, suggest cross-references, and even interpret difficult passages. To sit within these libraries was not just to read, but to enter a different atmosphere, one charged with the silence of generations who had come seeking understanding. It's worth noting how these physical designs influenced the mental and emotional state of students. The simplicity of the rooms, the harmony of the gardens, the quiet of the corridors, all of these contributed to a sense of interior spaciousness. There was no clutter, no distraction, and very little ornamentation. Even the temples within the campuses, though sacred, were austere, symbolic of the truth that spiritual clarity arises not from excess, but from restraint. The entire environment was an education in itself. It taught attentiveness without saying a word. It taught balance through symmetry. It taught humility through its very silence. And perhaps most beautifully, it made room for the unknown, for the questions that had no immediate answer, for the mysteries that could not be solved with logic alone. In this way, the architecture of these ancient universities was not separate from their teachings. It was part of the curriculum. Just as students studied grammar and logic, they also absorbed the lessons of space, rhythm, light, and simplicity. These buildings were texts carved in brick, open to those who knew how to look. And so, even as we speak of them now, centuries after many have crumbled, their wisdom lingers. Their foundations may be covered by earth, their walls worn by time, but the design, the intention behind it, remains alive in the way we remember, the way we imagine, and the way we continue to dream of learning that is both quiet and profound. As our long and quiet journey through the legacy of ancient Indian universities draws to a close, we are invited to reflect not just on their history, but on their enduring relevance. These were not merely old institutions buried beneath time. They were living ecosystems of thought and spirit, designed to shape not only what a person knew, but who they became. Their ruins may be silent today, but the principles they stood for still whisper softly through the corridors of modern education, even if we do not always hear them. And in revisiting their story, we're reminded that the idea of a university, of a place dedicated to truth, to inner discipline, to respectful dialogue, and to collective wisdom, is not a relic of the past, but a vision for the future. Perhaps the greatest tragedy in the tale of these universities is not their eventual decline, but how little we speak of them. Most global histories of education begin in ancient Greece or the Enlightenment era in Europe, rarely pausing to acknowledge that in 5th century Bihar or 3rd century Punjab or the hills of Bengal, scholars were already debating ethics, medicine, linguistics, astronomy, and logic in formalized institutions. By the time European universities like Bologna and Oxford were founded, Nalanda had already been flourishing for hundreds of years. And yet, for reasons both political and colonial, this legacy was marginalized, pushed into the background of textbooks, its achievements reduced to footnotes or forgotten altogether. This absence in the modern consciousness is not accidental. During the periods of foreign invasion and later colonization, many physical structures were destroyed, manuscripts burned, and the continuity of these intellectual traditions was disrupted. Nalanda, for example, was sacked in the 12th century by invaders who saw no value in its quiet halls or peaceful scholars. Monks were slain, libraries set aflame, and the knowledge preserved for centuries turned to ash within days. What was lost cannot be fully measured. But what survived, through oral tradition, through diaspora, through the persistent memory of seekers, is equally powerful. In some parts of India and Asia, small monastic universities continued, passing down fragments of this wisdom in hidden corners, quiet mountain paths, and modest village temples. The spirit lived on in people, not in stone. Today, efforts have been made to revive these legacies. Nalanda University has been re-established in modern Bihar, symbolically close to its ancient site, aiming to rekindle the cross-cultural academic dialogue that once defined its soul. While no revival can truly replicate the sacred atmosphere of the original, the gesture is meaningful. It honors what came before, and it signals a desire to reclaim a history that still holds relevance. But more than rebuilding physical campuses, what we truly need is to rebuild the ethos, to reimagine education not as a race for grades or credentials, but as a lifelong path of refinement and awareness. The ancient universities taught through slowness, silence, and subtlety. They reminded students that understanding cannot be rushed, that listening is a form of learning, and that true wisdom arises not in the noise of ego, but in the stillness of reflection. Imagine for a moment what our classrooms today would look like if shaped by these values. Imagine a space where teachers were revered not for their status, but for their depth of insight, where students approached learning with humility rather than anxiety, where libraries were sanctuaries, not study factories, where questions were welcomed without the pressure for immediate answers. This is not a fantasy. It is a choice, a direction we can move toward if we listen to the quiet lessons left behind. These ancient institutions may have disappeared from maps, but they remain embedded in the human longing for meaning. And that longing is alive. When we pause to think deeply, when we seek knowledge for its own sake, when we treat others' views with respect even when we disagree, we are honoring that legacy. We are, in some quiet way, continuing their work. And so, as we bring this story to a close, let it not be an ending, but an invitation. A reminder that the pursuit of knowledge is never finished. That even in the darkest times, a single idea, held with care and shared with love, can illuminate generations. The ancient Indian universities lit such torches. Let us carry them forward slowly, gently, one thoughtful step at a time. Thank you for listening to the story. Now let us gently begin the next chapter in our series of Boring History for Sleep, the secret societies of Renaissance Europe. In the quiet corners of Renaissance Europe, beneath the gilded domes of Florence, the echoing cathedrals of Paris, and the candlelit libraries of Prague, there stirred whispers of meetings held in silence, oaths spoken in shadow, and ancient knowledge exchanged in careful code. The Renaissance, so often celebrated for its visible brilliance, its soaring art, its rebirth of science, its flourishing of humanistic thought. also bore within it a more secretive current. It was a time not only of grand discovery, but of hidden belief, of private brotherhoods who sought meaning behind the veil of appearance, and of societies that gathered not for spectacle, but for stillness, for sacred knowledge they believed could not be shared with the unprepared. These secret societies, often cloaked in mystery and misinterpretation, emerged during a period when Europe stood delicately balanced between the fading certainties of medieval tradition and the trembling dawn of modern inquiry. To truly understand these groups, one must first set aside the thrilling tales of conspiracy and dark power that have colored their reputations in later centuries, and instead move slowly, respectfully, into the cultural and intellectual context in which they were born. The Renaissance was, at its heart, a revival of classical philosophy, of ancient languages, of the idea that human beings were capable not only of devotion, but of understanding. And with that revival came a hunger for knowledge that went beyond what the church sanctioned, what the universities taught, or what the guilds controlled. In this environment, secret societies were not necessarily sinister. They were often scholarly, spiritual, or philosophical in nature. They offered an alternative space for dialogue, away from the rigid orthodoxy of public discourse. Many of their members were thinkers, artists, and scientists who longed to explore questions considered too dangerous or too obscure to raise in conventional forums. Some of these societies claimed ancient roots, tracing their symbolic lineage back to the Pythagoreans of Greece, the mystery cults of Egypt, or the builders of Solomon's temple. Whether these connections were historical or mythical was, in many cases, less important than the sense of continuity they provided. Symbols mattered more than facts. Rituals mattered more than records. A secret handshake, a coded diagram, a veiled allegory. These were tools not of deception, but of reverence. They marked the passage from superficial knowing to deeper seeing. Among the most discussed secret societies of the Renaissance were the Rosicrucians, who emerged in early 17th century Germany with the publication of mysterious manifestos, promising a universal reformation of mankind. Though their roots were debated, their influence spread quickly. They spoke in the language of alchemy, not to turn lead into gold, but to transform the soul. They embraced symbols like the rose and the cross, not as religious dogma, but as metaphors for beauty and suffering, for growth through sacrifice. Their texts were dense with allegory, blending Christian mysticism with Hermetic philosophy, astrology with ethics, and always pointing toward an inner illumination that could not be taught, only awakened. While the Rosicrucians were perhaps the most articulate, they were not alone. Other groups operated quietly, such as the early precursors to what would become Freemasonry, or informal circles of Neoplatonist scholars in Florence who gathered under the patronage of the Medici family. These gatherings often revolved around the study of texts considered esoteric or even forbidden, works by Plato, Plotinus, Zoroaster, or the newly recovered Corpus Hermeticum. They read slowly, translated carefully, and believed that behind every myth or metaphor lay a hidden truth meant only for those who sought with humility. And it is this humility that often marked the difference between genuine secret societies and mere clubs or cults. True initiates did not parade their knowledge. They guarded it, not out of arrogance, but out of respect. They believed that wisdom was not to be shouted, but whispered, that the most powerful ideas were not always the most visible, and that the human soul, like a seed, could only bloom in silence. In this way, the secret societies of Renaissance Europe were not so much underground powers as they were quiet sanctuaries. Sanctuaries for those disillusioned by dogma, for those inspired by ancient insight, and for those who felt that truth, real truth, had to be approached not with certainty, but with wonder. As we continue this slow unfolding, we will walk deeper into their symbols, their rituals, their members, and their legacy. But for now, let us simply rest in the knowledge that even in the brightest ages of history, there were always those who sought the light behind the light, the meaning beneath the surface, and the sacred in the silence. To better understand the secret societies of Renaissance Europe, we must look beyond the shadowy allure and consider the cultural and philosophical conditions that made such organizations not only possible but necessary. During the 15th and 16th centuries, Europe was a continent in flux. The old medieval world, with its rigid hierarchies, religious dominance, and limited access to knowledge, was gradually giving way to a new landscape shaped by trade, science, humanist thought, and the slow erosion of unquestioned authority. Printing presses began to circulate forbidden texts. Travelers returned from distant lands with unfamiliar ideas, and cities became hubs of intellectual energy. Yet, for all its promise, this era was still dangerous for freethinkers. The Inquisition, still active, held the power to condemn those who strayed from church doctrine. Universities, while more open than in centuries past, were often bound by orthodoxy and tradition. And political leaders, eager to maintain control, viewed any unapproved form of association or knowledge with suspicion. In this context, secret societies functioned not as conspiracies, but as refuges. They offered protected spaces where minds could question, where ideas could be explored, and where the pursuit of truth was not punished but encouraged. It is important to note that not all secret societies were the same. Some were primarily mystical or spiritual, others leaned more toward the scientific or philosophical. Some were rooted in ancient symbolism, while others were born out of the unique pressures of Renaissance life. Among the more spiritual groups, many drew from Hermeticism, a body of philosophical and religious beliefs attributed to Hermes Trismegistus, a mythical figure said to be a synthesis of the Egyptian god Thoth and the Greek Hermes. The Hermetic texts emphasize the interconnectedness of all things, the divine nature of the human being, and the possibility of spiritual ascent through knowledge. This vision resonated with many Renaissance thinkers, especially those who found the institutional church too restrictive or too focused on external rituals. In Florence, the Platonic Academy, an informal circle of scholars and artists inspired by the ancient Greek philosopher Plato, was one such group. Though not strictly a secret society, it operated in a way that mirrored many of their characteristics: private meetings, the study of esoteric texts, and the belief that hidden truths could be discovered through contemplation and discussion. Supported by Cosimo de' Medici, the Academy helped revive Neoplatonism, which emphasized the soul's journey toward unity with the divine. These ideas, though wrapped in ancient language, felt urgent and alive to those who studied them. Meanwhile, in the realm of more structured societies, the roots of modern Freemasonry began to take hold. Though the exact origins of Freemasonry are debated, there is evidence that stonemason guilds in Scotland and England began to accept non-working members during the Renaissance. Men who were not craftsmen, but who were drawn to the symbolic and philosophical meanings embedded in the builders' traditions. These speculative masons helped transform the guilds into spaces of allegory, ritual, and moral reflection. Early Freemasonic texts reveal a deep interest in virtue, symbolism, and the architecture not just of buildings, but of the self. Members were taught to build their character as one would build a temple, stone by stone, guided by moral geometry. Another intriguing example is the Alumbrados of Spain, a mystical movement that emphasized inner illumination and personal communion with God, bypassing the need for clerical intermediaries. Though not secret in the same sense as others, they operated discreetly due to the threat of persecution. Many of their teachings resembled those of other societies: the belief in a hidden divine presence within the individual, the importance of inward transformation, and the rejection of purely external religious forms. As Renaissance Europe expanded its intellectual boundaries, so too did the diversity of secret and semi-secret groups. Some focused on astrology and the occult, others on chemistry and the early forms of what would become science. Alchemists, for instance, were not merely trying to create gold, but were exploring the hidden properties of matter, believing that the transformation of metals mirrored the transformation of the human soul. Their laboratories were both physical and spiritual spaces, filled with strange instruments, bubbling flasks, and manuscripts written in symbols, but also with silence, prayer, and discipline. To the outsider, these groups may have appeared strange or even threatening, but within their circles, there was a profound sense of purpose: to seek, to preserve, and to protect knowledge that was seen as sacred, not to be diluted by public misunderstanding or corrupted by political interest. The members of these societies often pledged secrecy, not to deceive the world, but to shield their inner journey from ridicule or repression. It is this quiet dignity, this commitment to invisible work, that makes the secret societies of the Renaissance so compelling, not because of what they hid, but because of what they sought. As the Renaissance continued to unfold, the influence of secret societies began to extend beyond the intellectual and spiritual realms into the subtle corridors of power and politics. While these groups were rarely overtly political in their stated aims, their emphasis on free thought, esoteric knowledge, and personal enlightenment often brought them into indirect tension with the prevailing structures of authority. Monarchies, the church, and established academic institutions viewed such organizations with increasing suspicion, particularly as their symbols, rituals, and philosophies began to quietly infiltrate the cultural fabric of Europe. In cities such as Venice, Paris, and Nuremberg, whispered rumors of hidden brotherhoods meeting in candlelit basements or remote woodland clearings sparked both fear and fascination among the population. It is important, however, not to confuse the imaginative fears of the public with the actual activities of these societies. The vast majority were not concerned with conspiracies or revolution, but with the inward transformation of the self and the disciplined pursuit of wisdom. Yet even this quiet mission could be interpreted as subversive in a world where obedience and conformity were often equated with virtue. One key example of this growing influence can be seen in the role that secret societies played in the transmission of ideas that would eventually contribute to the Enlightenment. Although the Enlightenment would not fully emerge until the late 17th and 18th centuries, many of its foundational concepts, reason, tolerance, the questioning of dogma, and the belief in universal human dignity, were already quietly circulating within these earlier Renaissance networks. Members of these groups copied and distributed manuscripts that were banned or discouraged in official circles, discussed radical reinterpretations of classical texts, and experimented with forms of governance and community that prioritized equality, merit, and inner virtue over birthright or external piety. In some cases, these ideas were encoded within elaborate allegories or hidden in artistic symbols, not to obscure them entirely, but to protect them from misinterpretation and to ensure that only those willing to approach with patience and humility could grasp their meaning. The architecture of secret societies often mirrored this philosophy. Entry into such a group was rarely straightforward. It typically involved a process of initiation designed to test the candidate's commitment, character, and readiness. These initiations varied greatly from group to group, but most included symbolic rituals, challenges of interpretation, and the transmission of sacred symbols or mottos. The purpose was not to impress or intimidate, but to mark a psychological threshold, to invite the initiate into a space where ordinary categories were suspended, and deeper levels of perception could be cultivated. Many of the symbols employed in these rituals were drawn from ancient traditions, blending Egyptian, Greek, and Jewish iconography into a syncretic spiritual language. The compass and square, the all-seeing eye, the labyrinth, the rose, the mirror each held multiple layers of meaning, depending on the context and the society. To an outsider, these symbols might appear cryptic or ornamental, but to those within, they served as keys to inner reflection and ethical refinement. In this way, a society's teachings were often not handed down in lectures or dogma, but unfolded gradually through symbols, meditation, and discussion. The act of deciphering a symbol became itself a spiritual exercise, requiring patience, imagination, and honesty. Moreover, these societies often placed great emphasis on the moral development of their members. Knowledge alone was not considered sufficient. It had to be integrated into one's behavior and relationships. A true initiate was expected to cultivate virtues such as temperance, humility, integrity, and compassion. Meetings were not just occasions for the exchange of ideas, but opportunities for mutual support, ethical accountability, and communal silence. In an era where public life was dominated by spectacle, hierarchy, and control, the inward-facing nature of these societies offered a rare space for authenticity and introspection. It is easy, from a modern perspective, to romanticize these groups or to project onto them grand conspiracies. But their real significance lies not in any secret power they wielded, but in the quiet spaces they preserved, for wonder, for seeking, and for the disciplined unfolding of the self. They were places where individuals could ask, without fear, the deeper questions. What is the nature of truth? How does one live in alignment with it? And what does it mean to be truly awake in a world so often content with illusion? These questions, though ancient, found fresh urgency in the Renaissance, and it was within the stillness of these hidden gatherings that many first began to answer them. As the 16th century gave way to the 17th, the secret societies of Renaissance Europe found themselves facing a shifting world. The once thriving courts and academies of Italy, France, and the Low Countries were no longer isolated islands of thought, but increasingly connected through networks of correspondence, printing presses, and clandestine libraries. Though secrecy remained central to many of these groups, their influence subtly expanded beyond closed doors. Within the courts of enlightened monarchs and noble patrons, whispers of alchemical texts, hidden geometries, and mystical philosophies found receptive ears. These societies often attracted members not only from the ranks of philosophers and scholars, but also from artists, architects, physicians, and even high-ranking clergy. Men, and sometimes women, who felt constrained by the rigid dogmas of their public roles found in these circles the freedom to question, to speculate, and to seek meanings hidden beneath the surface of everyday life. The architecture of this hidden world was built not with stone, but with symbols, allegories, and a carefully maintained veil of discretion. In places like Prague, the court of Rudolf II became a magnet for alchemists, astrologers, and secret thinkers from across Europe. Rudolf, a Habsburg emperor with an insatiable curiosity for the esoteric, gathered a circle of intellectuals who blended mysticism, science, and the occult in ways that defied categorization. While some came seeking truth, others came in search of power, and this mingling of motivations began to shift the nature of secrecy itself. Some societies tightened their inner circles, instituting stricter degrees of initiation and more complex codes of silence. Others fractured under the weight of their own ambitions, as rivalries emerged and differing interpretations of ancient symbols led to division rather than unity. Yet still, the essence of the movement endured, a quiet defiance of narrow thinking, a reverence for the symbolic, and a belief that truth could not be dictated but must be discovered. This period also saw the growing popularity of Rosicrucianism, a movement that would further blur the lines between myth, society, and spiritual pursuit. The publication of the mysterious Fama Fraternitatis in 1614 introduced the story of Christian Rosenkreuz, a mythical figure who is said to have traveled the East, absorbed hidden wisdom, and returned to Europe to found a secret brotherhood devoted to healing, enlightenment, and the reform of society. The Rosicrucian manifestos that followed were part fiction, part philosophical treatise, and entirely revolutionary in tone. They called for a universal reformation of science, religion, and culture, one that would be guided not by dogma or hierarchy, but by wisdom, virtue, and the quiet labor of initiates working in secrecy. Though no concrete Rosicrucian order could be conclusively proven to exist at the time, the texts inspired countless thinkers, dreamers, and seekers to imagine a higher path, one that transcended sectarian conflict and emphasized inner illumination. For those already involved in secret societies, the Rosicrucian myth served as both validation and inspiration, reinforcing the idea that behind the visible world, a deeper harmony waited to be revealed. As printing spread, so too did symbols and signs associated with these societies. Architecture bore the marks of sacred geometry. Paintings and sculptures included hidden references to alchemical transformation, Platonic ideals, or cosmic principles. Books were published under pseudonyms, containing layered meanings, ciphers, and diagrams that invited contemplation more than mere reading. Even the humble playing card deck, through its suits and structure, was reinterpreted by some as a reflection of esoteric principles. The Renaissance fascination with harmony and order was echoed in these secret traditions, which viewed the cosmos not as chaotic, but as intelligible, structured, and symbolic. In their view, every element, be it a color, a number, a shape, or a note of music, had meaning, resonance, and purpose. By studying these elements, the initiate believed they could come closer to understanding the divine architecture of the universe. This was not a science in the modern sense, but a kind of sacred science, one that saw no separation between the spiritual and the material, between thought and form. Secrecy, then, was not merely about hiding from authorities or maintaining exclusivity. It was about preserving the sanctity of knowledge, guarding it from those who might misuse, misunderstand, or reduce it to something merely mechanical. The initiate's journey was not just about learning facts, but about undergoing a transformation of perception. To see the world symbolically was to see it anew, to recognize patterns where others saw randomness, to perceive depth where others saw surface, and to trust that beneath the noise of history and politics, a quieter music played. And it was in the stillness of their gatherings, in dim rooms, candlelit halls, or silent gardens, that members of these societies listened for that music, tracing its patterns not just in the stars or the scriptures, but in their own hearts and minds. As secret societies matured into the later phases of the Renaissance and tiptoed toward the Age of Enlightenment, their character evolved yet again. No longer confined to isolated gatherings of mystics or cloistered scholars, many of these organizations began developing more formalized structures, degrees of membership, and a broader social presence. Among the most notable of these developments was the rise of speculative Freemasonry, a movement that, while rooted in earlier traditions of stonemasons' guilds and symbolic initiatory practices, began taking on a new identity during the late 17th century. Unlike their medieval predecessors, the speculative Masons were not builders in stone, but thinkers and seekers of metaphorical architecture, those who believed that the principles of geometry, harmony, and order could also apply to the moral and spiritual construction of the self. Lodges began to appear across Britain and continental Europe, often gathering in taverns, salons, and hired rooms, where initiates would recite allegorical plays, conduct rituals, and engage in philosophical discussion under a veil of confidentiality. The Freemasons adopted many symbols from earlier esoteric traditions: the square and compass, the blazing star, the pillars of Solomon's temple, not merely as decorative emblems, but as tools for reflection and moral instruction. Each symbol was designed to remind the initiate of an internal principle: fairness, balance, humility, or resilience. Their use of ritual and allegory created a unique blend of fraternity, introspection, and symbolism that appealed not only to intellectuals, but also to craftsmen, merchants, and even nobles. Unlike many earlier secret societies that remained small and inward-looking, the Freemasons encouraged a quiet but growing public presence. They believed that personal enlightenment could lead to a better society, and many members were involved in civic projects, charity, and educational efforts. Some lodges even included members of different religions or social classes, a radical notion in an age still dominated by hierarchy and exclusion. The ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity, long incubated in the lodge's symbolic language, would eventually resonate beyond the walls of these gatherings and echo into revolutionary movements that sought to reshape Europe itself. But the journey was far from simple. As these societies became more visible and widespread, they also became targets for suspicion, myth-making, and political intrigue. Some governments began to fear their secrecy, interpreting their private meetings as potential sites of sedition or rebellion. The Catholic Church, in particular, expressed concern that such organizations promoted moral relativism or undermined ecclesiastical authority. In 1738, Pope Clement XII issued the papal bull In Eminenti Apostolatus, which condemned Freemasonry and forbade Catholics from joining Masonic lodges under threat of excommunication. Despite this, or perhaps because of it, interest in these societies only grew. People were drawn not only to their symbols and rituals, but to the idea of belonging to something deeper than surface society, of stepping outside the noise of daily life and engaging in a kind of philosophical theater where one's actions, beliefs, and values could be examined and refined. In the lodges and salons of Europe, members discussed not only architecture and ethics, but emerging ideas about government, science, and human rights. Some saw themselves as heirs to the ancient mystery schools of Egypt or Greece, while others simply appreciated the fellowship and mental stimulation that these groups provided. The fact that many Masons and similar initiates went on to play roles in shaping political revolutions and constitutional reforms is not necessarily proof of conspiracy, but rather an indication that these societies nurtured independent thinking at a time when conformity was still the norm. Of course, not all secret societies of the period were as constructive or idealistic. Some devolved into self-serving cliques, veiled elitism, or petty rivalries cloaked in mystery. As with any human institution, noble principles could be diluted by ego, ambition, or fear. But the enduring appeal of the societies that did remain true to their deeper mission lay in their ability to provide meaning through metaphor, purpose through ritual, and insight through silence. Members were not told what to believe, but invited to explore belief itself, to confront the mystery of existence not with certainty, but with reverence. In a time of changing maps, rising empires, and shifting dogmas, these societies offered a quiet resistance to chaos, a place where symbols spoke louder than declarations, where initiation was a beginning rather than an end, and where the path to understanding led not through answers, but through better questions. Their influence would continue to ripple outward, subtly shaping the intellectual currents of Europe and offering future generations a model of how to think freely, live ethically, and search patiently for truth in a world full of noise. As the influence of Renaissance-era secret societies flowed steadily into the Age of Enlightenment, their symbolic frameworks and ideals found fertile ground in a continent increasingly hungry for reform and meaning. The late 17th and early 18th centuries brought about seismic shifts in philosophy, science, and political thought, and many of these movements had roots that stretched back to the quiet gatherings of initiates, thinkers, and dreamers from earlier generations. Secret societies became more than just safe havens for those seeking esoteric wisdom. They evolved into incubators of civic consciousness, ethics, and a new model of what society could be. It was during this time that the cross-pollination of ideas between Masonic lodges, scholarly circles, and political movements began to quietly shape public life in profound ways. In coffeehouses and candlelit lodges across Europe, men who had once gathered in secret to contemplate alchemical symbols or sacred geometry were now discussing civil liberties, constitutional governance, and the rights of the individual. But even in these modernized dialogues, the ancient language of symbols remained. The compass still guided reflection. The square still stood for moral rectitude. And the temple, not of stone but of the human spirit, remained the ultimate metaphor for personal and collective improvement. What is remarkable is how these ideas, once confined to secret chambers and whispered discussions, began to permeate society at large. Freemasonry, in particular, became a sort of bridge between the mystical and the rational, offering a space where Enlightenment ideals and symbolic traditions could coexist. Many Enlightenment thinkers, Voltaire, Goethe, Franklin, and others, found in these societies a structure that supported open thought while still honoring ritual and tradition. And so, in a time when religion and monarchy still held tight grips on power, secret societies presented a model of organization that was both hierarchical and egalitarian, sacred and civic. They offered a quiet training ground for leadership, based not on birth or decree, but on reflection, discourse, and moral clarity. Yet this increasing visibility came with challenges. The secrecy that had once been a necessity for protection now began to draw suspicion. Rumors swirled in both Europe and its colonies about shadowy cabals manipulating politics behind the scenes. The line between myth and truth grew blurrier as popular imaginations filled in the gaps with tales of conspiracies, rituals, and hidden agendas. Some of these fears were unfounded, born from misunderstanding and superstition. Others were rooted in the reality that secret societies did wield influence, not always in coordinated or nefarious ways, but often through the networks of relationships, trust, and shared ideals that they fostered. In a society shaped by privilege, the idea of a brotherhood that transcended class and creed was inherently subversive. Even more troubling to the ruling powers was the notion that truth could be found outside official institutions, discovered not through obedience but through inquiry, not through revelation but through reason. Still, the societies endured, adapting to their changing circumstances. Some embraced a more public role, holding charitable events, publishing philosophical works, and sponsoring educational initiatives. Others retreated further into the shadows, choosing to preserve their mysteries rather than risk dilution. A few fractured or faded altogether, casualties of internal disagreements or external pressures. But even as some doors closed, others opened. In America, newly emerging lodges carried these traditions across the Atlantic, where they would help shape the moral and civic consciousness of a young republic. In the salons of Paris, women began to engage more directly with Enlightenment ideals, prompting the formation of circles, some secret, some not, that included female thinkers and advocates. Meanwhile, in the expanding cities of Europe, lodges offered artisans, tradesmen, and professionals a space to gather not only for fellowship, but for self-improvement and shared purpose. The lessons taught through ritual and symbol, lessons about integrity, patience, humility, and the pursuit of wisdom, remained quietly transformative, influencing generations in ways that could not always be measured but were deeply felt. Though wrapped in mystery, the goal of many of these societies was surprisingly simple: to make better individuals who would, in turn, make a better world. In a time of growing noise, they offered stillness. In a world of divisions, they offered unity. And in an era hungry for answers, they offered the courage to ask deeper questions. It is in this context that secret societies must be understood, not as puppet masters of history, but as subtle shapers of thought, quiet carriers of tradition, and humble cultivators of the human spirit's potential for reflection and reform. As the 18th century unfolded and Enlightenment thought flourished, the influence of secret societies continued to evolve, quietly threading through the tapestry of European intellectual, cultural, and even revolutionary life. Though many of these societies still cloak themselves in symbolism and selective membership, their ideas were becoming less insular and more openly integrated into public discourse. One of the most intriguing aspects of this period was how these societies, once hidden in shadows, began to play indirect roles in the movements that sought to dismantle old orders and imagine new ones. Nowhere was this more evident than in the quiet presence of secret society members among early advocates for democratic reform, scientific progress, and human rights. The Masonic lodges in particular, spread across Britain, France, Germany, and later the Americas, had become more than philosophical retreats. They were now quiet engines of social connection, intellectual experimentation, and, in some cases, political influence. Though there is no evidence of a grand, coordinated conspiracy, the reality is simpler and more human. Individuals who met in candlelit lodges to discuss moral allegories also happened to be lawyers, printers, philosophers, and tradesmen. And when the great questions of their time demanded action, questions about liberty, monarchy, the church, and the rights of man, they were already prepared with a framework for conversation, cooperation, and ethical thought. The ritual spaces had become rehearsal halls for responsibility. In France, several prominent figures associated with the early phases of the revolution had Masonic ties. They were not driven by orders from behind closed doors, but by ideals honed in years of quiet reflection on virtue, justice, and fraternity. These were not new inventions, but values long cultivated in the symbolic rituals of the lodges, now given new urgency in the streets of Paris. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, American founding fathers such as George Washington and Benjamin Franklin were also members of Masonic lodges, finding in their fraternal communities a source of shared language and trust as they shaped the foundations of a new republic. These connections gave rise to rumors, myths, and accusations that still echo today, casting the societies as puppet masters of world events. But the truth is both more ordinary and more meaningful. Rather than shadowy control, these societies fostered something quieter, a habit of thoughtful citizenship, a willingness to examine one's duty, and a belief that the world could be made better not by force, but by example. Still, the growing visibility of these societies brought renewed tension. Governments, especially those rooted in monarchy or dogma, began to fear the influence of private groups that operated beyond their control. In response, some rulers banned Masonic lodges or subjected them to surveillance, worried that their teachings might inspire rebellion or moral relativism. In Austria, Emperor Joseph II, an Enlightenment-minded ruler himself, demanded strict regulation of the lodges, fearing their unchecked growth. In Spain and Portugal, inquisitions monitored suspected members for heresy. And in France, as the revolution gave way to fear and bloodshed, membership in secret societies became both politically dangerous and socially divisive. Yet even under threat, the lodges persisted. Their members adapted, some went underground, others rebranded, and many simply continued their discussions more quietly. The essence of their gatherings remained consistent: symbolic ritual paired with moral exploration, fellowship bound by mutual respect, and a search for clarity in a rapidly changing world. In this way, the societies mirrored the contradictions of the age, at once private and public, ancient and modern, conservative in form, yet progressive in intent. As Europe edged toward the 19th century, new forms of secret society began to emerge, inspired less by ancient mystery and more by political urgency. Groups like the Carbonari in Italy, who sought national unification and constitutional reform, borrowed symbols, initiation rituals, and codes from older societies, but used them in service of more overtly revolutionary goals. While not Masonic in origin, they they reflected how the model of secret brotherhood could be adapted to the shifting needs of history. And so, the legacy of Renaissance secret societies stretched onward, not as fixed institutions, but as evolving traditions. Though the Renaissance had long passed, its quiet vision of learning, ethical inquiry, and self-betterment remained active in these communities. They may have whispered their lessons in closed rooms, but their echoes could be heard far beyond. In the philosophical salons, the founding documents of nations, the dreams of artists and scientists, and the moral frameworks of countless individuals who had once sat beneath the symbols of the compass, the square, and the star. Even as new societies formed and older ones faded or transformed, the heartbeat remained the same, a quiet, steady rhythm of minds gathering in silence, seeking something greater than themselves. As the 18th century gradually gave way to the complexities of the 19th, the concept and role of secret societies began to shift once again, this time shaped by the turbulence of revolution, the rise of nationalism, and the spread of industrialization across Europe. While the Renaissance had birthed secret societies grounded in intellectual curiosity, symbolism, and moral introspection, the centuries that followed had transformed these groups into broader networks with diverse purposes, some philosophical, some political, some even utopian in their aspirations. In this quieter age of candlelight and ink-stained hands, the lodges, circles, and brotherhoods persisted, not with grand displays of influence, but through quiet continuity, offering structure and solace in times of both chaos and change. The 1800s were marked by profound upheaval. Old empires began to crumble. New nations emerged from the shadows of foreign rule. Movements for reform, education, and liberty rippled across borders, often stirring tensions between conservative regimes and the voices calling for change. And amid these waves, secret societies found renewed relevance. In Italy, for instance, as the fragmented peninsula sought unity, a group known as the Carbonari, literally charcoal burners, took shape. While not direct descendants of Masonic lodges, they borrowed rituals, structures, and symbols from the older traditions, embedding their operations in layers of secrecy. Their goals, however, were sharply political: the expulsion of foreign rulers, the establishment of constitutional government, and the realization of a united Italian state. These societies operated in whispers, their communications often encoded, their meetings held in remote countryside houses or hidden chambers above taverns. The Carbonari became symbols of resistance, and though their actual numbers and impact varied, they set a precedent that would be followed by many other nationalist groups across the continent. Meanwhile, in Germany and Eastern Europe, intellectual circles gathered under similar auspices, not always in opposition to the state, but often as parallel spaces where reformist thought could breathe. These gatherings were often composed of educators, lawyers, printers, and minor nobility, those with just enough access to power to be frustrated by its limitations. Within these quiet circles, discussions ranged from educational reform to legal modernization, from the preservation of local languages and cultures to questions of civic responsibility. The tools of these societies were not weapons but words. Journals, essays, and public speeches, many of them published anonymously or under symbolic pseudonyms, helped to nurture ideas that would, over time, become the bedrock of civic and national identities. In some places, secret societies leaned further into the esoteric once more. With industrialization rapidly transforming cities into bustling engines of labor and noise, a countercurrent emerged, a yearning for deeper meaning, for mystery, for some reminder of the spiritual dimensions of life. New groups formed, reviving alchemical language, hermetic traditions, and ancient metaphors. These were not always tied to political goals, but rather to personal exploration and mystical insight. In France, England, and even America, a wave of Rosicrucian and theosophical groups appeared, organizations that traced imagined lineages to Egyptian priests, Persian sages, or Atlantean seers. Whether their claims were factually grounded mattered little to their members. What these societies offered was a space to wonder, to reflect, and to believe in something beyond the visible mechanisms of daily life. Even within Freemasonry itself, branches began to emerge, some emphasizing ritual and mysticism, others focusing on rational ethics and public service. Grand lodges took on different characters depending on the country, reflecting the cultures in which they were rooted. In England, Freemasonry leaned toward charitable works and civic virtue. In France, it carried more overtly philosophical and even anti-clerical tones. In America, it became a widespread and mostly apolitical social institution, though its language and symbols remained a quiet thread of shared meaning across generations. Still, despite this evolution, the core remained remarkably consistent. The compass and square, the all-seeing eye, the ladder, the temple, all continued to adorn the walls of lodge rooms across continents. Initiation rituals, though modified by time and place, still marked a symbolic death and rebirth, calling the initiate to examine themselves, their values, and their place in the world. There was, in these rituals, a sense of timelessness, a feeling that one was stepping into a tradition older than any single government or creed, older perhaps than memory itself. As railroads connected distant lands, as telegraphs carried messages faster than horses ever could, and as steamships crossed oceans once deemed vast and unknowable, secret societies offered something different: stillness. A chance to sit in quiet reflection, to light a single candle and consider the meaning behind the flicker, to recite an oath, not to a monarch or machine, but to one's own conscience. These were places where silence still held power, and where history was not just studied but embodied. Even as the world modernized, the societies reminded their members, and by extension, the society around them, that wisdom often comes not from noise, but from listening. As the 19th century moved into its later decades, secret societies across Europe entered yet another phase of quiet transformation. While their earlier forms had emerged in times of intellectual birth and political tension, these later variations found themselves coexisting with the slow march of bureaucracy, industrial standardization, and institutionalized religion. Yet the need for intimate, symbolic, and structured spaces of reflection remained. In fact, it may have grown stronger in the face of rising urban noise, mechanized labor, and the increasing anonymity of modern life. And so the lodges, circles, and hidden societies endured, not in defiance of modernity, but almost as a parallel current, offering a refuge from it. In places like Vienna, Prague, and Budapest, the late 1800s saw a renewed interest in esoteric thought and metaphysical exploration. The cafes and salons of these cities buzzed with discussion, not only about politics and philosophy, but about ancient wisdom, lost languages, and spiritual symbols. Intellectuals, poets, mathematicians, and mystics all shared tables and ideas, often crossing paths with members of societies that preserved traditions stretching back hundreds of years. Among these, the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, founded in England but with influence across the continent, offered an elaborate system of magical study, spiritual progression, and symbolic ritual. Though more arcane in form than the Masonic lodges, the Golden Dawn attracted some of the era's most creative and unconventional minds, including writers, artists, and early psychologists. Its structure reflected an attempt to systematize personal growth through layers of initiation, study, and inner transformation. Behind the curtain of ritual, however, one found the familiar aims: self-knowledge, ethical discipline, and a sense of connection to something larger and timeless. At the same time, in France, the Martinist order gained quiet prominence. With roots in Christian mysticism and Rosicrucian thought, it emphasized the inward journey, a return to divine wisdom through the gradual purification of thought and action. Members did not seek political influence, but rather spiritual depth. Their symbols were rich with numerology and geometry, their teachings wrapped in allegory, and their ceremonies filled with silence and light. These groups, though small and often misunderstood, provided sanctuary for individuals disillusioned with rigid institutions or the rapid pace of mechanized life. They reminded people that beneath the surface of factories, telegrams, and newspapers, there still existed a world of meaning, one that did not shout, but whispered. As the century turned, secret societies also found new expressions in social reform movements. In some quarters, the rituals and structures were adapted not only to explore the soul, but to address injustice. Temperance groups, early labor unions, and women's suffrage societies began to incorporate elements of fraternal organization, pledges, rituals, and symbolic unity, not as imitation, but as inspiration. These public societies retained echoes of their secret predecessors, a belief in shared purpose, moral improvement, and quiet strength. For women especially, many of whom had been excluded from traditional male lodges, the emergence of parallel societies allowed them to build their own communities of learning and support. In England and the United States, the Order of the Eastern Star opened Masonic-style ritual spaces to both men and women, offering a shared framework for reflection and charity. Though not radical in appearance, the very existence of these spaces challenged the assumption that spiritual and philosophical exploration belonged solely to a privileged few. Meanwhile, in continental Europe, intellectual circles continued to operate discreetly under various names, some formally organized, others simply long-running gatherings in private homes or rented rooms above bookshops. They discussed astronomy, moral theory, historical cycles, and the ethical use of power. Often, the participants were ordinary people, school teachers, merchants, retired officers, or minor civil servants, who gathered not to escape the world, but to understand it more fully. The lodges and orders they joined gave structure to that effort. Oaths that reminded them to be honest, rituals that slowed their thoughts, symbols that invited contemplation. Even as science advanced and cities grew, the longing for ritual did not vanish. Instead, it adapted. The compass and square were now printed on stationery. The temple room became a quiet back office. The sacred text sat beside newspapers and notebooks. And yet the inner work, the gentle turning inward, remained unchanged. At night, when the street lamps flickered and the city finally quieted, a small group might still gather in silence, light a single candle, and begin a familiar ritual. They did not do this out of superstition or nostalgia, but because something in the rhythm of these ancient practices offered peace. In a world moving ever faster, they had chosen to move slowly, carefully, meaningfully. And that perhaps was their greatest secret. Not hidden knowledge or coded conspiracies, but the quiet discipline of listening, of reflecting, of being still. In the end, their legacy was not in revolutions or power, but in this enduring act, sitting together in the glow of shared intention, reminding one another that beneath the surface of history, symbols endure. As the 20th century unfolded, marked by 2 global wars, rapid technological advancement, and unprecedented political upheaval, the world seemed to outgrow the quiet enclaves of secrecy that had once flourished in candlelit chambers and echoing stone halls. Mass communication, expanding literacy, and the rise of democratic institutions gave people new forms to share ideas and organize communities. The whisper of a secret ritual was replaced by the clamor of newspapers, radios, and eventually the flickering light of television screens. And yet, even as the outside world changed, many of the oldest secret societies persisted, not as relics, but as quiet continuities. They remained hidden in plain sight, adapting, transforming, and surviving in the shadows of progress. Freemasonry, perhaps the most well-known of these groups, entered the new century with a complex legacy. In some regions, it thrived openly, operating as a social fraternity devoted to ethics, philanthropy, and personal development. In others, especially under authoritarian regimes, it was outlawed, forced underground, or vilified as a threat to national unity. Despite these pressures, its lodges endured, sometimes shrinking in number, but not in spirit. What had begun centuries earlier as a community of stonemasons and speculative philosophers had become a symbol of resilience, of quiet commitment to values often ignored by the noisy world beyond their temple doors. Meanwhile, smaller societies with more esoteric aims also continued to exist, though their membership dwindled and their rituals grew more symbolic than mystical. For those who remained, the practice was not about ancient power or lost knowledge, but about preservation, of meaning, of tradition, of stillness. In a century defined by speed and spectacle, the act of gathering in silence, of donning a robe, of lighting a candle in deliberate rhythm, these became small acts of resistance against the chaos of modernity. In literature and film, secret societies took on new life. They were imagined as shadowy conspiracies controlling world events, or as guardians of ancient truths hidden behind locked doors. These portrayals, while often exaggerated, spoke to a deeper longing, an intuition that perhaps the world had grown too transparent, too noisy, too rushed. In that longing, people sensed that something important had been lost, the value of mystery. But in truth, the most enduring secret societies were never about control. They were about discipline, about shaping one's character through slow, deliberate reflection, about learning to think symbolically, to interpret the world not only through facts and figures, but through metaphors, allegories, and timeless archetypes. These societies taught that the real temple was not made of stone, but built inside the self, that the highest initiation was not into power, but into patience. As the century wore on, global networks of information made it easier than ever to expose, mock, or dismiss secret societies. Their symbols became the subject of internet forums and coffee shop theories. Their rituals were published in books. Their members, often ordinary people with ordinary lives, became curious footnotes in the digital age. But behind the veil of speculation, their quiet work continued. Lodges still opened with solemnity, candles were still lit, oaths were still spoken, not because they held magic, but because they reminded those present of something deeper, the importance of intention. In the 21st century, as screens glow through the night and algorithms dictate attention, the relevance of these secret traditions might seem to fade. And yet, their essence lives on in every moment of deliberate slowness, in every pause taken to reflect rather than react. In this way, their spirit is not confined to lodges or robes, but exists wherever people choose to listen instead of speak, to wonder instead of assume, to build inner meaning instead of chase outer approval. Perhaps the greatest misconception about secret societies is the belief that they are meant to hide something from the world. But maybe their true purpose was to help people uncover something within themselves. A gentler rhythm, a quiet strength, a life lived with attention and care. And so, as we close this long and gentle journey through the secret societies of Renaissance Europe and beyond, we return to the same space we began. In a quiet room, lit by soft light, surrounded not by power or mystery, but by the humbling weight of time. Time that has carried these stories forward, not in shouts, but in whispers, in symbols drawn on paper, in candles lit with intention, in minds quietly opened by the rituals of reflection. And maybe, somewhere tonight, in a small town or a hidden corner of a city, someone is stepping into a lodge for the first time, nervous, curious, wondering what it all means. And perhaps as the doors close and the silence begins, they'll feel the same thing initiates have felt for centuries. Not fear, but calm. Not secrecy, but stillness. And in that stillness, the beginning of a journey not through hidden corridors, but inward, toward clarity, toward understanding, toward the steady, patient light that secret societies, at their best, have always tried to preserve. Thank you for listening to the story. Now, let us quietly begin the next chapter in our series of boring history for sleep, the lost art of ancient Roman concrete. In the heart of the ancient world, long before the rise of steel and glass skylines, the Romans built with a different kind of magic, one not born of myth, but of mortar. As you settle in and let the hum of modern distractions fall away, imagine standing at the edge of the Mediterranean, where weathered seawalls still rise quietly against the surf, their edges softened by time but not broken. These are not recent constructions. They have faced the ocean for nearly 2,000 years. And yet, unlike modern concrete that crumbles within decades, these Roman structures endure. The secret lies not only in stone and sand, but in a recipe largely forgotten, an ancient formula for concrete that modern science has only recently begun to understand. Roman concrete, known as opus caementitium, was more than just a building material. It was a symbol of Rome's ambition, its durability, and its uncanny ability to blend practical engineering with deep observation of the natural world. While most people today think of concrete as a dull mixture of cement, water, and gravel, the Romans developed something far more complex, and paradoxically, far simpler. Their version did not rely on Portland cement, the ingredient modern builders use, but instead on a volcanic ash found in regions near the Bay of Naples. Called pozzolana, this fine, powdery substance had unique chemical properties. When mixed with lime and seawater, it created a slow-setting but extraordinarily strong binder, one that continued to grow stronger with age, especially in the presence of water. For the Romans, this discovery was transformative. It allowed them to build harbors where none had been possible before. It enabled aqueducts, domes, and massive public baths. It gave shape to cities and frontiers, to temples and roads that still echo underfoot today. And yet, despite its success, the exact knowledge of how Roman concrete worked began to fade as the empire declined. Over time, builders turned to other materials. Trade routes shifted, texts were lost, and eventually the recipe disappeared, leaving behind only the results, still standing, mysterious and unmoved. The story of Roman concrete is, in many ways, a story of patience. Unlike modern materials, which are engineered for speed and uniformity, Roman concrete was slow. It did not rush to cure. Structures made with it were often built in layers, left to rest, shaped by hand. The Romans understood that durability was not born from haste, but from observation, experimentation, and respect for the materials themselves. In fact, their writings, especially those of the engineer Vitruvius, hint at a philosophical view of construction, where each stone, each mixture, carried with it a sense of purpose. When Vitruvius wrote his 10 books on architecture, he offered not just technical guidance, but reflections on harmony, proportion, and the role of nature in shaping human craft. For Roman builders, architecture was not just a profession. It was a dialogue between human intention and the earth's quiet wisdom. Roman concrete was an extension of that thinking. It responded to time, to moisture, to pressure, in ways that made it seem almost alive. Recent scientific analysis has revealed that the secret may lie in a process called autogenous healing, where cracks that form in the concrete are slowly filled in as minerals in the mix continue to react over decades, even centuries. In this way, Roman structures were not simply strong, they were self-sustaining. They aged gracefully, mending their own wounds, embracing imperfection rather than resisting it. The most famous example, perhaps, is the Pantheon in Rome. Completed during the reign of Hadrian around 126 AD, its massive concrete dome remains the largest unreinforced dome in the world. No steel, no internal supports, just carefully layered concrete, gradually lightened as it rises, with volcanic ash, pumice, and lime working together in silent strength. Visitors today still walk beneath it in awe, unaware that the material above their heads is not only ancient, but still quietly reacting, still strengthening with time. And so, the first chapter of our exploration into Roman concrete ends not with a bang or a dramatic collapse, but with a whisper, the whisper of a forgotten recipe, the echo of volcanic ash meeting salt water, and the patient craft of hands that built not for speed, but for centuries. As we continue, we'll explore more of how the Romans used this mixture, how it shaped their cities, and why it faded from memory, only to return slowly in the curiosity of modern scientists trying to decode what the past has long held in plain sight. As we continue our gentle journey through the world of Roman concrete, let us drift further into the day-to-day reality of Roman builders and the quiet genius behind their creations. Picture a construction site along the Tiber River, not far from where the bustling heart of Rome pulses with traders, soldiers, and citizens. But here, at the edge of the city, a crew of laborers works in silence, mixing volcanic ash, slaked lime, and river stones with practiced hands. There are no cement trucks or steel cranes, only wooden scaffolds, rope pulleys, and the steady rhythm of manual labor. What they are building may look modest to the modern eye, but beneath the surface lies an innovation that will outlast empires. The process begins with pozzolana, the fine gray ash that Roman engineers prized above all other ingredients. Named after the town of Pozzuoli near Naples, this ash came from the eruptions of long slumbering volcanoes, like Mount Vesuvius and the Phlegraean Fields. What made pozzolana so special was its ability to react chemically with lime and water, forming a dense matrix that resisted cracking, especially when exposed to seawater. Unlike modern cement, which weakens when soaked for too long, Roman concrete actually thrived in the presence of moisture. This property allowed Roman engineers to build not just on land, but into the sea itself. In harbors like Cosa and Portus, they poured their concrete into wooden forms submerged underwater, relying on the natural hydraulic reaction between the materials to harden even below the waves. It is here, in these quiet ports, now visited more by historians than by ships, that we see the depth of Roman understanding, not just of chemistry, but of nature itself. The Romans observed how certain stones reacted over time, how the sea could be tamed not through force, but through cooperation. They learned not to fight the elements, but to build with them. In this way, Roman concrete was not merely strong, it was wise. The use of pozzolanic ash gave their structures a kind of resilience that modern engineers are only beginning to replicate. Modern concrete, composed largely of Portland cement, tends to degrade when exposed to salt water. Rebar rusts, cracks form, and entire bridges and buildings must be rebuilt after a few decades. By contrast, Roman harbor structures still stand, not untouched by time, but gracefully aged. Some scientists have discovered that crystals formed inside the ancient concrete, specifically a rare mineral called aluminous tobermorite, may be responsible for this durability. These crystals appear to grow over time, reinforcing the internal structure of the concrete long after it has set. In other words, Roman concrete was not just a material, it was a living system, one that strengthened itself in response to stress. This property has fascinated researchers for years, prompting extensive studies into ancient samples collected from Roman ruins. In laboratories across the world, scientists have carefully sliced cores from Roman seawalls, analyzing them under electron microscopes, trying to reverse engineer what the Romans achieved with little more than natural observation, experience, and trial. The results have not only revealed the surprising complexity of Roman concrete, but also raised important questions about our own practices. Why, with all our knowledge, do we still build structures with such short lifespans? Why do we favor speed over sustainability, uniformity over adaptation? The Romans, without knowing the term carbon footprint, nevertheless built in ways that left a smaller environmental impact. Their concrete required less fuel to produce than modern cement, and their buildings required fewer repairs. In our rush to build taller and faster, have we forgotten the virtues of patience, observation, and respect for natural materials? Roman builders were not mystics. They did not claim divine secrets. Instead, they paid close attention. They watched how ash hardened in wet caves, how lime reacted under different temperatures, how seawater altered the properties of stone. They noted the behavior of materials over years and decades, then applied that knowledge deliberately. Their engineering was empirical and slow, but it worked, and it endured. In temples, aqueducts, amphitheaters, and fortresses, we see the fingerprints of a civilization that took the long view. In the next part, we'll explore how Roman concrete shaped the expansion of the empire, not just through military might, but through infrastructure that held cities together, delivered water, and stood as quiet testaments to the enduring power of thoughtful construction. But for now, let us rest in the knowledge that sometimes the strongest structures are those built not for glory or speed, but for silence, time, and the gentle strength of nature itself. As we continue our quiet journey through the legacy of ancient Roman concrete, let us now shift our attention from the harbor walls and coastal foundations to the living cities that rose inland, where the same mixture of lime, pozzolana, and stone served not just the needs of defense and durability, but also comfort, cleanliness, and civic pride. Walk slowly with your mind's eye through the streets of ancient Pompeii before its tragic burial under volcanic ash. The roads are paved with large basalt stones, worn smooth by centuries of foot traffic and chariot wheels. On either side, buildings rise modestly but sturdily, constructed with a mix of brick-faced concrete and local stone. In the distance, the hum of the Forum beckons. But you pause at something easily overlooked. A small structure at the corner, rounded and plain. It is a water basin fed by one of the many aqueducts that once brought fresh water into every corner of Roman urban life. The aqueducts, those marvels of gentle gradient and graceful arches, were perhaps the most eloquent use of Roman concrete. Constructed across valleys and rolling hills, they carried water from distant springs and mountains down into the heart of cities. These massive structures, many of which still stand, required not only planning but unwavering strength. Concrete provided both. Its flexibility allowed for custom shapes and fine adjustments to terrain, and its durability meant that the channels could withstand decades of flowing water without erosion or collapse. Rome's famous Aqua Claudia, for instance, completed in the 1st century AD, spanned over 60 kilometers and included towering arcades of concrete-clad stone that survived long after the empire itself receded into memory. And beneath the cities, hidden from the view of tourists and even most citizens, ran another network, Sewer systems, the most famous of which was the Cloaca Maxima. This massive underground drain, originally a natural stream, was gradually shaped and contained with concrete, brick, and stone to serve as one of the world's earliest large-scale urban sanitation systems. It quietly carried away waste, runoff, and floodwaters from the Roman Forum and surrounding districts. The use of concrete in such subterranean applications is particularly telling. It had to be not only strong, but resistant to moisture, pressure, and time. The fact that these systems functioned for centuries, some parts even reused by modern Rome, is a quiet tribute to the invisible strength of Roman concrete. Above ground, concrete also shaped Rome's most iconic public spaces. The Great Roman Baths, or thermae, were feats of architectural ambition, blending leisure, hygiene, and engineering. Structures like the Baths of Caracalla and the Baths of Diocletian employed vast quantities of concrete to support their massive vaulted ceilings, underground heating systems, and complex water channels. These were not mere places to bathe. They were social hubs, adorned with marble, mosaics, and sculpture, but made possible only by the humble, gray substance poured beneath it all. The Romans understood that concrete did not need to be seen to be appreciated. It was the skeleton of the empire's most celebrated spaces, quietly holding beauty and function together. Beyond civic architecture, Roman concrete made its mark in more personal ways. Villas throughout the countryside and on the outskirts of cities were built with the same principles. Foundations, walls, and vaulted storage rooms were shaped with the same care as larger monuments. Even burial sites, mausoleums, and columbaria relied on concrete to preserve memory and honor ancestors. For Roman citizens, concrete was part of daily life, even if few ever pondered its complexity. And as the empire expanded, the recipe traveled with the legions. Forts along the Rhine, outposts in North Africa, bridges in Britain, all bore the signature of Roman engineering. Each structure, no matter how remote, carried a bit of the same volcanic dust, the same lime, the same quiet intention to last. Yet despite its omnipresence, the understanding of how concrete worked was never fully codified. Much of the knowledge passed through practice and apprenticeship. Craftsmen knew the correct ratios by feel. They watched the way a mixture thickened in the sun, how it reacted with different aggregates. Some of this was recorded in manuals, like Vitruvius's De Architectura, but much was embedded in the rhythms of construction itself, intuitive, adaptive, local. And so, while the material spread across the empire, it also evolved, shaped by geography, by the availability of ingredients, by need. In some regions, builders substituted different kinds of volcanic ash or adjusted the lime content. In others, concrete was reinforced with chunks of broken pottery, brick, or recycled materials. The result was not uniformity, but resilience. Roman concrete was not a single formula, but a philosophy, one that valued observation, responsiveness, and working with nature rather than imposing upon it. As we prepare to explore the reasons this art was eventually lost, let us hold this moment of quiet admiration for a civilization that, without modern machines or chemical laboratories, built a world that lasted far beyond its own lifetime, not with speed or spectacle, but with patience, ash, and stone. Now, as we ease into the quieter corners of this tale, let us ask the question that lingers like dust in the cracks of old stone. How could such a remarkable invention, so widely used, so enduring in its physical form, be forgotten? How did a recipe that held together empires slip silently into obscurity for over a millennium? The decline of Roman concrete is not the story of a single catastrophic loss, but rather a slow unraveling, a quiet dimming of knowledge that mirrored the broader transformations of the late Roman world. As the Western Roman Empire began to weaken under the weight of economic pressures, invasions, political instability, and internal decay, the systems that supported technological knowledge, particularly infrastructure, written records, and education, began to deteriorate. Skilled builders moved on, died, or lost patronage. Quarries closed. Trade routes faltered. The flow of pozzolana from central Italy slowed, then halted. And in its place came the local materials of necessity. Less volcanic ash, more crushed brick, more guesswork. The great bathhouses no longer hummed with activity. Aqueducts fell into disrepair, sometimes deliberately destroyed by enemies or repurposed for local needs. the forums, once the throbbing heart of civic life, grew quiet and overgrown. And with them, the knowledge of how these spaces had been built began to fade. By the early medieval period, in many parts of Europe, building with concrete had nearly vanished. Stone masonry with mortar, timber, and brick became the dominant method. Not because it was superior, but because it was simpler, more immediate, and did not require materials or expertise that were now scarce. What little was written about Roman concrete was often misinterpreted, and the practical, sensory experience of mixing, pouring, and curing the substance slipped into memory. In the East, the Byzantine Empire maintained some traditions of Roman engineering, but even there, the original formula and techniques were increasingly replaced by other methods suited to the needs and resources of the time. It wasn't just an ingredient that was lost, it was a worldview. Roman builders had approached construction as a balance between human effort and natural chemistry. They understood that certain materials needed time, that heat, water, air, and pressure all played roles not only in the making of concrete, but in its aging, its endurance. The shift toward newer materials, while practical, lacked this depth of harmony. And so, while cathedrals and castles rose in the Middle Ages, magnificent in their own right, they were built atop the forgotten wisdom of quieter, earlier innovations. Ironically, many medieval structures reused Roman concrete blocks, scavenged from ruins, unaware that the very material they dismantled held a key to long-lasting strength. And so centuries passed. Europe entered the Renaissance, rediscovering ancient texts, art, and mathematics. But still, the secrets of Roman concrete remained largely buried, not because they were hidden, but because they were misunderstood. The age of industrialization brought new materials: Portland cement, steel, glass, and asphalt, each offering speed, uniformity, and scalability. Concrete returned, yes, but in a different form. The gray mix used to pave roads and raise skyscrapers today is not the same as what once held together the Pantheon or the aqueducts. It dries faster, sets harder, but does not last longer. It is optimized for the needs of a fast-moving, profit-driven world, not for the patience of empire. And with it came a different relationship with time. Modern construction thinks in decades. The Romans thought in centuries. One built for turnover, the other for legacy. Today, as engineers and scientists analyze ancient Roman structures with lasers, X-rays, and scanning electron microscopes, they find themselves not just amazed by what the Romans did, but how little we truly knew about it. What emerges from their studies is a sense of humility, that despite all our advancements, we are still learning from a civilization that trusted the slow strength of stone, ash, and intention. That somewhere in the echoing vaults of Roman architecture lies a quiet lesson, not just in material science, but in philosophy. To build well, one must not only calculate, but observe. One must not only innovate, but remember. Perhaps the loss of Roman concrete was not a failure, but a pause. A waiting period, during which the world circled back toward a deeper respect for nature, chemistry, and longevity, and now, with climate concerns and aging infrastructure, demanding better solutions, that ancient wisdom stirs again. Not in ruins, but in laboratories, design studios, and the minds of those who seek to build with both modern insight and ancient patience. In the final part of our story, we will follow how modern science is attempting to revive the techniques of Roman concrete, not just to emulate the past, but to answer the pressing needs of the future, quietly, humbly, and with the same reverence for time that once defined the builders of empire. As the 21st century presses onward, engineers and scientists across the globe are rediscovering what the Romans seemed to know so instinctively, that the future of resilient infrastructure may lie not only in technological novelty, but in a deeper understanding of the past. In this final leg of our journey, we turn our attention to the modern efforts to decode and, perhaps more ambitiously, to revive the ancient craft of Roman concrete. It begins in laboratories, quiet, sterile spaces far removed from the dusty quarries of antiquity. Here, under electron microscopes and X-ray diffraction machines, samples of ancient Roman concrete are examined with near-reverent care. Tiny fragments from seawalls, collapsed aqueducts, and unearthed cisterns are sliced, scanned, and mapped. Researchers study the crystalline patterns of the minerals formed inside these ancient materials, an internal architecture that, though invisible to the naked eye, holds the secret to why this concrete has survived so long. They find evidence of a process that seems self-healing. When seawater enters the porous structure of Roman marine concrete, it doesn't destroy it. Instead, it interacts with the materials inside, forming new crystals of aluminous tobermarite and philipsite, minerals that strengthen the concrete over time. In contrast, modern concrete, when exposed to similar conditions, begins to decay. It erodes, it crumbles, it fails. Roman concrete, by contrast, grows stronger. That discovery alone has inspired not only scientific admiration, but also practical ambition. The implications are vast. Coastal cities battling rising sea levels, bridges constantly exposed to salt spray, and dams aging beyond their expected lifespans could all benefit from a material that resists water not by repelling it, but by integrating it into a self-reinforcing chemical cycle. But reproducing Roman concrete is not as simple as copying a recipe. The challenge lies not only in sourcing the right ingredients, such as specific types of volcanic ash from regions like Pozzuoli in Italy, but in recreating the conditions under which the Romans mixed, heated, and cured their concrete. Some of these processes are still speculative. Did the Romans bake their lime at higher temperatures than we do? Did they add ingredients in a specific sequence to promote certain chemical reactions? Even now, the answers are emerging slowly, like ruins beneath layers of earth. Institutions like MIT, Berkeley, and the University of Utah have led groundbreaking studies on ancient concrete. Their findings are now informing projects not just in academia, but in construction and public works. In 2021, a Roman-inspired concrete mixture was used to restore a pier in San Francisco. In other locations, researchers are experimenting with volcanic ash alternatives that mimic the behavior of pozzolana using local resources. The goal is not simply to recreate Roman concrete for historical appreciation, but to apply its principles to modern needs. A growing movement within sustainable architecture is beginning to question the lifespan of modern materials. If buildings today are designed to last 50 years, what would it take to build one that lasts 500? Not for nostalgia, but for responsibility, for minimizing waste, reducing carbon footprints, and honoring the energy embedded in every structure. Roman concrete, in this context, becomes more than a material. It becomes a model. Its durability is not just physical, but philosophical. It reflects a culture that understood time differently, where building was not a transaction but a legacy, where structures were meant to outlive the builder, the client, even the city. In a world increasingly preoccupied with speed, the Roman approach feels almost radical, but there is something calming in it too, something that speaks to a quieter rhythm, a more enduring pace. Scientists now speak of time-tested design in ways that echo ancient practices. The idea that the materials we use should age gracefully, not aggressively, that they should weather rather than wither. And in this pursuit, we find ourselves not just looking backward, but reconnecting with a truth we once knew. That durability is not a feature, it is a philosophy, a way of aligning our intentions with the natural world. As you rest tonight, let this thought linger gently in your mind, that somewhere beneath the waves, along the ruins of a Roman harbor, a block of ancient concrete still holds firm, not because it was made quickly, but because it was made wisely, not because it resisted the elements, but because it worked with them. And perhaps in its quiet endurance, it offers a whisper of guidance to those still building in the dark. As we continue to explore the legacy of Roman concrete, it's important to step back and examine the broader environment in which this material existed. Not just the formula, but the cultural and architectural canvas upon which it was used. Roman concrete was never just poured for the sake of building. It was shaped into structures that reflected the Roman way of life, their understanding of space, power, and permanence. Concrete allowed Romans to redefine architecture, not merely expanding upward, as earlier civilizations had done with stone, but also outward, into curves, domes, and vast open interiors that were previously impossible. Take, for instance, the grandeur of the Pantheon. Completed under Emperor Hadrian around 126 AD, it remains one of the most remarkable examples of Roman engineering, and at its heart is a material few tourists marvel at: concrete. The dome of the Pantheon spans an astonishing 43 meters in diameter. For over a millennium, it was the largest unreinforced concrete dome in the world, a title it still holds in certain aspects. But this architectural feat wasn't achieved with brute strength. It was the result of sophisticated material design. Roman builders mixed lighter aggregates like pumice into the upper sections of the dome to reduce the weight bearing down on the lower structure. The walls beneath the dome were made thicker and included hollow chambers to reduce mass while maintaining support. The oculus at the top, a round opening nearly 9 meters wide, was not merely symbolic. It was functional, an elegant solution to reduce the amount of concrete needed at the most structurally sensitive point. Light poured through it by day, illuminating the otherwise shadowy interior, while rain that entered was harmlessly absorbed into a subtly sloped floor that drained water away. The Pantheon's lasting power is a testament not just to Roman material science, but to a mindset that approached design holistically. They didn't just build with concrete, they thought with it. They understood how it aged, how it bore loads, how it interacted with the environment. They designed not only for the eye, but for time. Elsewhere in the empire, concrete was used in ways more practical, but no less impressive. Aqueducts stretched for miles, delivering clean water from distant springs to bustling cities. Bridges spanned valleys, carrying roads that connected the furthest corners of the empire. The Romans even used concrete in private homes, where barrel vaults replaced timber ceilings to reduce fire risk and extend building longevity. In coastal towns, breakwaters and seawalls emerged from the depths, molded by hand and set underwater, their shapes resisting erosion while allowing waves to pass with reduced force. Each use reflected a quiet mastery, a deep understanding of material, site, and purpose. And yet, it was never flashy. Roman concrete was rarely visible. It was almost always clad in stone or brick, hidden beneath surfaces meant to impress. Unlike marble, it wasn't admired. Unlike gold, it wasn't celebrated. It was valued not for how it looked, but for what it did. That subtlety speaks volumes about Roman priorities. Their cities were built to function, to endure, to serve. Form followed function, and function followed understanding. That principle, embedded in the very fabric of their construction, is what made their works last. Today, we often marvel at the remains of Roman architecture, the Colosseum, the aqueducts, the enduring ports and piers. But we forget that behind each of those is concrete. Concrete, which quietly bore the weight of an empire. Concrete, which endured earthquakes, fires, floods, and time itself. Concrete, which never asked for praise. Its greatness lay in its silence. It didn't dazzle, it endured. And now, centuries later, we are only beginning to truly appreciate the genius behind that simplicity. As you lie still, letting your thoughts soften and drift, imagine the workers of ancient Rome, kneeling by a mixing pit, stirring lime and ash with wooden paddles. Picture the slow pour of the mixture into a wooden mold, the creaking of scaffolds, the murmurs of Latin carried on the breeze. No one at the time could have known that what they were building would still be standing 2,000 years later. But perhaps that was never the point. They built not for eternity, but for stability, for strength, for service. And in doing so, they created a legacy that speaks to us even now, in stone, in ruins, in dust, and in the quiet endurance of a material they never claimed to invent, but somehow perfected. As we approach the final layers of our exploration into Roman concrete, one cannot help but marvel at the complex yet understated wisdom that went into the Romans' approach to engineering. Their buildings stood not merely because of what they were made from, but because of how their makers perceived the relationship between humans, materials, and time. In this part, we take a quiet step into the philosophy that underpinned Roman construction, a mindset that prioritized harmony with the environment, resilience over perfection, and utility above ornament. When modern builders speak of sustainability, they often refer to the reduction of waste or emissions. But the Romans, without the language of carbon footprints or climate goals, nonetheless practiced something akin to environmental responsibility. The lime used in Roman concrete, for instance, required lower temperatures to produce than the Portland cement of today, meaning less fuel and less release of carbon dioxide. They sourced their materials locally: volcanic ash from the Campanian region, stones from nearby quarries, sand from riverbeds. This wasn't virtue signaling. It was practical, it was efficient. But it also meant that each structure was a kind of fingerprint of its region, an organic extension of its landscape. And yet there was more. Roman engineers thought in centuries. A bridge, a bathhouse, a grain storage facility. These were not temporary solutions but permanent ones, designed to endure, maintained not with patchwork fixes but with reverence. Inscriptions on surviving aqueducts speak of officials tasked with overseeing repairs, not because things fell apart quickly, but because the Romans expected longevity and took stewardship seriously. There is something deeply human about that, an idea that when we build, we owe something to those who will use it after us, that the worth of a material lies not in its immediate impact, but in its enduring utility. Roman concrete, in this way, becomes almost ethical, not merely a mixture of ingredients, but a manifestation of care. Today, when modern infrastructure begins to fail within a few decades, when highways crack, dams leak, and buildings collapse, it forces us to question whether speed and scale have come at the cost of wisdom. The Romans didn't build fast, they built deliberately. They understood that time itself was a partner in construction. Concrete wasn't rushed to cure, it was allowed to set, to mature. And in that slowness, strength grew. This is perhaps best seen in their marine structures. Along the Tyrrhenian coast, remains of ancient harbors still rise from the surf. Wave after wave has struck them for 2,000 years, and still they hold. Their secret lies not only in the use of pozzolanic ash, but in the chemistry it triggered. When seawater seeped in, it interacted with the volcanic components, forming new minerals that filled cracks and reinforced bonds. The sea, rather than being a destroyer, became a contributor. Nature wasn't the enemy, it was the ally. This harmonious approach feels foreign to modern concrete, which must be sealed, coated, reinforced, and guarded against moisture. But Roman concrete thrived in wet conditions. It welcomed the water, and that philosophical shift, from resistance to cooperation, may be what sets ancient material science apart from ours. As researchers in our time attempt to replicate Roman formulas, they realize that knowledge alone is not enough. You can mimic the ratios, you can simulate the temperatures, but to truly revive Roman concrete, you must revive Roman thinking, a mindset that sees durability not just as strength, but as serenity, as balance, as patience. The Romans never rushed to conquer nature. They sought instead to build within it, to make materials that would age with grace rather than decay with time. This principle may be why we can still walk among their ruins, still study their ports and domes, still marvel at walls that have withstood generations of wind, rain, and sun. And tonight, as you rest, perhaps there is comfort in knowing that even in a world of rapid change and disposable goods, there once was a civilization that built not for applause, but for permanence. That in the quiet endurance of ancient concrete, there lies a whisper of something deeper, an ancient reminder that what we build reflects who we are, and how long we hope our work will speak after we're gone. As we continue to reflect on the endurance of Roman concrete, it's important to consider not only the structures it created, but the hands that shaped it. The craftsmen, laborers, and engineers whose silent contributions laid the foundations of an empire. These were not anonymous ghosts of history. They were skilled artisans who understood that they were part of something far greater than themselves. Unlike the famed sculptors of marble or the celebrated painters of frescoes, the men who mixed and poured concrete rarely had their names recorded, but their work spoke across centuries, in vaults that still arch over ruined basilicas, in harbors that still cradle boats, in roads that, though cracked, remain discernible paths through modern fields. The tools were simple: wooden frames, metal scrapers, handheld hammers, and stone mixers. The methods were methodical. Lime was slaked, ashes sifted, water added slowly to achieve the right consistency. Aggregates were sorted and washed. Each step required patience, precision, and the kind of tactile intuition that comes only with years of practice. And then, when the mixture was ready, it was poured into formwork. Wooden molds held in place by stakes and braces. Layer by layer, the walls of temples and baths took shape. The work was labor-intensive, but it was also intelligent. Builders adjusted their techniques to local conditions: more pumice in seismically active areas, more pozzolana near the coast, different ratios for roads versus domes. Roman concrete wasn't a universal recipe. It was a flexible language, shaped by region, purpose, and experience. And in that adaptability lies much of its brilliance. In many ways, Roman concrete was an invisible art. It lay beneath the surface, hidden behind marble facades or beneath mosaic floors. Visitors to the baths of Caracalla might admire the statues, the columns, the grandeur of the vaulted ceilings, but few would notice the material that held it all together. And yet, without that material, without concrete, none of it would have stood. The Romans understood this well. They celebrated their engineers, even as they disguised their techniques. Inscriptions across the empire honored the ingenuity of architects like Vitruvius, whose writings would later guide Renaissance thinkers and modern architects alike. But for the most part, the magic of Roman concrete remained unspoken. Its success was measured not in words, but in longevity. Over time, as the Western Roman Empire began to fade, so too did the widespread knowledge of concrete. In the centuries that followed, the art of building with pozzolanic ash and lime slowly slipped into obscurity. Medieval builders favored stone and timber. Concrete, without the same cultural continuity, was misunderstood. By the time the Renaissance blossomed, architects admired Roman ruins, but struggled to recreate the materials. They could replicate the arches, imitate the forms, but not the formula. And so, the knowledge remained hidden in the very walls it created. It wasn't until the 18th and 19th centuries that researchers began to rediscover the properties of Roman concrete. Scientists chipped away at ruins, studied samples under microscopes, and slowly unraveled the mineralogical secrets that gave the material its strength. They found that over time, Roman concrete actually became stronger, not weaker, as crystalline structures formed inside the hardened mass, reinforcing its bonds. It was a living material, in a sense, capable of evolving, of healing. In a modern world where cracks and corrosion signal decay, this idea that concrete could self-repair was revolutionary. And yet the Romans had done it 2,000 years before. As you drift further into rest, think of the quiet dignity of this forgotten art, a material that never asked for recognition, but carried the empire upon its back. A recipe passed down not in books, but through the calloused hands of workers who knew instinctively how to mix strength with time. There's a lesson in that, a kind of humility we can still learn from. In building not for glory, but for endurance. In measuring success not by how loud something shines, but by how long it lasts. Roman concrete may have been lost to history, but it was never gone. It lived on in ruins, in fragments, in whispers. And perhaps, as modern builders look once more to the past, it will rise again, not as an exact replica, but as a philosophy. One that reminds us that the truest strength is often quiet, unassuming, and deeply rooted in patience. While much attention has been given to the monumental structures of Rome, the Colosseum, the Pantheon, the aqueducts, there remains another, less glamorous but no less significant legacy of Roman concrete: its role in infrastructure. Roads, sewers, walls, bridges, these were the arteries and veins of the empire, and many of them were built, reinforced, or supported by concrete. It was in these quiet places, where no tourists gathered and no poets sang praises, that the true strength of Roman engineering quietly endured. Roman roads, for example, were marvels of layered construction. Beneath the carefully placed paving stones lay successive strata of sand, crushed rock, and finally a base of concrete mixed with volcanic materials. This ensured not only a flat and durable surface, but also one that could drain water efficiently and resist frost damage. The Via Appia, still visible today, stands as a testament to this method. Stretching for hundreds of miles, much of it remains walkable not because of luck or preservation, but because of the careful combination of materials beneath it. Materials that included pozzolana-bound concrete, layered with an engineer's eye for drainage and durability. Similarly, the vast network of sewers in Roman cities like Rome and Pompeii demonstrated the empire's understanding of civil planning. The Cloaca Maxima, one of the oldest and largest sewer systems, was partially built with concrete and still channels water more than 2,000 years after its construction. This wasn't accidental. Roman engineers designed with maintenance and longevity in mind, embedding curved channels, overflow reservoirs, and reinforced linings, many of which used concrete, to manage the flow of stormwater and waste. In fortifications and defensive walls, concrete allowed for quick construction without sacrificing strength. Watchtowers, barracks, and city gates could be erected with local aggregates mixed with lime and ash, saving time and reducing reliance on precisely cut stone. In some provinces, where resources were limited and skilled masons were rare, concrete allowed Roman authority to be stamped quickly and firmly onto the landscape. It meant roads could be extended, borders protected, and settlements anchored in a physical permanence that stone alone could not achieve. But concrete wasn't just practical, it was symbolic. It represented Roman control over nature, their ability to tame earth and fire into forms that suited their purposes. Rivers were redirected, hills were tunneled, harbors were carved into jagged coastlines with concrete poured into wooden cofferdams. The fact that this could be done with such consistency across such a vast empire spoke to an institutionalized knowledge-sharing system. Military engineers, architects, and builders who carried with them not only tools, but training. Manuals were likely circulated, standard measurements used. But still, the formula, the heart of the concrete itself, remained flexible, adjusted for the local materials at hand. This adaptability was crucial. Unlike modern concrete, which relies heavily on Portland cement with strict chemical compositions, Roman concrete was a living formula. It shifted, breathed, and responded to its environment. Builders in Gaul worked with different stones than those in Judea. North African cities used desert sands and coastal ash, while Britain's wet climate demanded different layering and curing times. Roman engineers understood that strength came not from rigidity, but from intelligent compromise. That knowledge allowed them to cross mountains, bridge valleys, and extend a civilization that, for centuries, held the known world together. Today, when archaeologists study these roads and sewers, they find more than just ancient paths. They find systems of thought, of planning, of priorities. The Romans knew that daily life, trade, sanitation, movement, defense, depended on what lay beneath the surface, and so they built not just for splendor, but for utility. Roman concrete, in these humble applications, becomes all the more impressive, not because it astonishes with scale or beauty, but because it simply refuses to fail. It holds, it stays, it waits, and in that stillness, it teaches that what is unseen can be just as vital as what dazzles the eye. That quiet work, done well and with care, can echo louder through time than grand gestures. And as you rest deeper now, perhaps your thoughts might linger for a moment on a forgotten sewer line beneath an ancient city, or a footpath that once carried sandals and chariots and still does today. These were not monuments, but they were dependable, enduring, built not for glory, but for the long road ahead. As the centuries passed and Rome's political grip began to loosen, so too did its technological dominance. With the fall of the Western Roman Empire in the 5th century, the continuity of knowledge suffered. Roads still stood, aqueducts still carried water, and harbors still cradled ships. But the deeper understanding of how these things were made began to fade. Craftsmen copied shapes, mimicked proportions, but the secret chemistry, the heart of Roman concrete, slipped quietly into obscurity. In many parts of Europe, construction reverted to techniques dependent on cut stone and weaker mortars. The knowledge of how to mix volcanic ash with lime to create a self-healing concrete was no longer widespread, and over time was forgotten altogether. The very thing that made Roman concrete so durable, its unique recipe, was left out of newer buildings. And as empires rose and fell, as Gothic cathedrals soared and Renaissance cities flourished, the world built grander, but not necessarily stronger. Meanwhile, the ancient Roman concrete endured. The Pantheon remained. So did seaside piers, city walls, and remote outposts. Their survival wasn't simply luck. It was a reminder of an era when long-term thinking governed construction. The Romans built for permanence, not for aesthetics alone. Their concrete was not just a material, it was a philosophy. In the quiet centuries that followed Rome's collapse, a curious shift occurred. Medieval builders, while skilled in stone and timber, often believed that the secrets of ancient structures were magical or divinely inspired. They saw the Pantheon and imagined giants or angels had raised it. The loss of technical manuals, coupled with the absence of centralized engineering institutions, made these achievements seem more mythical than mechanical. It wasn't until the Enlightenment and subsequent industrial age that interest in Roman construction was revived through archaeology and science. But even then, the full understanding of Roman concrete remained elusive. It wasn't until the late 20th and early 21st centuries that scientists began applying modern technology, scanning electron microscopes, chemical analysis, and modeling to unravel the mystery of why Roman concrete remained intact while modern equivalents crumbled. The breakthrough came with the realization that Roman concrete was not inert, but dynamic. Its volcanic ash, especially when combined with seawater, created new crystalline structures over time, specifically a mineral called aluminous tobermerate. This allowed cracks to self-seal and the matrix to grow stronger with age. It was, in a way, alive. And this discovery sparked a new wave of excitement. Engineers and materials scientists began to ask, could we learn from the past to build a more sustainable future? In a time when concrete production contributes significantly to carbon emissions, could Roman techniques offer a cleaner, longer-lasting alternative? Research institutions in Europe and the US began replicating Roman formulas. Experimental piers were poured with pozzolanic concrete. Bridges were tested with lime-based binders, and early results were promising, not only in durability, but in environmental impact. Slowly, the ancient material, once forgotten, was being reborn. Yet perhaps the most profound lesson is not chemical, but cultural. The Romans approached their world with a blend of practicality and reverence. They understood that buildings must serve, must last, must weather storms literal and metaphorical. Their concrete held more than stone. It held intent. It was not flashy, it was not fast, but it was faithful. And in today's world of fast turnover and planned obsolescence, there is something deeply calming in that. As you drift further into rest, imagine those ancient builders, mixing lime and ash under a Mediterranean sun, not hurried, not guessing, but following a wisdom passed from hand to hand. Their goal was not a quarterly profit, but a road that would carry generations, a wall that would outlive a dynasty, a harbor that would still cradle ships long after the empire's banners had fallen. That kind of thinking, the long, slow, steady kind, reminds us that greatness doesn't always shout. Sometimes it's the quietest things that last the longest. And so, the next time you walk past a crumbling concrete wall or see a bridge under repair, perhaps you'll think not only of steel and cement, but of the silent strength of Roman concrete, of how something ancient and seemingly dull could, in its own quiet way, hold the line for centuries. And as your breathing slows and your body sinks into rest, let this be a final whisper from a world long gone. Build well, build slow, and what you create might one day become a legend that refuses to fade. Thank you for listening all the way to the end of this story. Now, let us quietly begin the next chapter in our Boring History for Sleep series. Tonight's journey will take us through trade winds, teacups, and colonial ambitions. How tea influenced the British Empire. In the stillness of a foggy London morning, long before traffic lights or telegrams, a small steaming porcelain cup sat on the corner of a wooden desk. In that cup was tea, dark, delicate, and gently fragrant. It was more than a drink. It was a symbol. But few could have imagined, in those earliest sips, how deeply tea would shape the course of British history. This is the story of how a leaf from distant lands found its way into the very heart of an empire. It begins not in Britain, but far away, in the lush, mist-draped mountains of China, where tea had been consumed for centuries before Europeans even knew it existed. In Chinese dynasties long gone, tea was already a refined art, a spiritual ritual, a mark of sophistication. It was brewed with care, served in silence, and appreciated as one might appreciate poetry or a quiet stream. The word cha, or tea, traveled across languages, carried by merchants on the Silk Road, drifting westward like a subtle breeze. When Portuguese traders reached China in the 1500s, they encountered tea in the courtly cities of the Ming Dynasty. They tasted it, bought it, and brought it home. From there, it slowly trickled into European awareness. But it was the British who embraced it with a fervor that would one day transform economies and redraw maps. At first, tea was exotic, expensive, and rare. In 17th century London, a pound of tea might cost as much as a laborer earned in a month. It was sold in apothecaries as a medicinal tonic. It was consumed by nobles and poets, and spoken of with mystery. But then came the rise of the East India Company. With its charter granted by Queen Elizabeth I, this massive trading enterprise became the bridge between Britain and Asia. It brought silk, spices, and porcelain. But more than anything, it brought tea. As the company expanded its reach in Asia, particularly in ports like Canton, the flow of tea into Britain increased. By the late 1600s and early 1700s, tea was no longer a luxury for the elite. It began entering middle-class homes, carried in small canisters, stored under lock and key. The British palate, once devoted to ale and gin, now found a new comfort in warm infusions of Assam and Bohea. Tea changed routines. It created moments of pause. Morning tea, afternoon tea, high tea. These customs were not just about the drink, but about the rhythm of daily life. And as tea took root in British culture, its economic importance surged. It wasn't long before tea became a critical source of government revenue. Hefty taxes were placed on its import, creating a strange paradox. Tea was beloved, yet burdened. This led to smuggling, black markets, and secret cups poured behind drawn curtains. The thirst for tea outpaced the empire's coffers. The East India Company, facing a trade imbalance with China, it was sending silver out but getting little in return, began looking for alternatives. And here the story darkens. To correct the imbalance, the British began exporting Indian-grown opium to China, creating addiction where there had once been equilibrium. It was tea that sparked this chain, a craving that led to conflict. Tea's path through history was no longer soft and aromatic. It became sharp and geopolitical. Meanwhile, at home, tea became a social equalizer. In a modest cottage or a grand townhouse, tea might be served with quiet dignity. It invited conversation, it softened gatherings. Teapots became wedding gifts. Tea gardens became fashionable venues. The rituals around tea solidified British identity at a time when the empire was stretching across continents. Wherever the Union Jack flew, tea followed. From Caribbean plantations to Indian hillsides, from African ports to Australian settlements, the idea of being British became, in part, the idea of drinking tea. And so, as you lie back and listen, imagine a world slowly turning on tiny leaves, crates of tea swaying on wooden ships, porters unloading fragrant bundles in East London docks, chandlers sealing canisters with wax and pride. The simple act of brewing tea, once the province of emperors and sages, now sat quietly in millions of British hands, and as the steam curled upward from each cup, history unfolded, quietly, like tea leaves blooming in hot water. By the early 18th century, the image of Britain was slowly evolving into that of a tea-drinking nation. No longer confined to the courtly parlors of the aristocracy, tea had found its way into every corner of British society. It was in the drawing rooms of the gentry and the break rooms of merchants, in the country cottages of the working class, and the polished dining halls of the colonial elite. Tea became both a social lubricant and a quiet moment of ritual, something people could hold on to amidst the changing tides of industry, trade, and empire. At the center of this great transformation stood the East India Company, which had by then grown into one of the most powerful commercial entities the world had ever known. It was not merely a business, it was a shadow empire, wielding private armies, issuing its own currency, and governing vast territories. Much of its influence was built upon one delicate commodity, tea. The company's trade routes expanded rapidly, bringing more Chinese tea into British ports while setting up new plantations in regions where tea could be grown and controlled more directly, especially in India. Yet, long before the Indian tea industry matured, it was Chinese tea that dominated British tastes. The teas known as Bohea, Souchong, and Hyson were carried in fragrant chests from Canton to London, sailing on the swiftest clipper ships available. These voyages were slow and perilous, taking months to complete, and subject to storms, piracy, and political tension. Nevertheless, the cargo was precious, and at each dockside, tea brought profits, taxes, and delight. The government, keen to maximize its revenue, imposed taxes on tea that were at times staggeringly high, reaching over 100%. This led to a thriving underground economy. Smugglers brought in untaxed tea from the continent, often of lower quality, but at prices the average Briton could afford. In response, the government passed stricter laws and deployed patrol ships to stop the illicit trade, but the demand for tea continued to grow regardless of regulation. In homes across the country, tea had become a symbol of civility. Women, who were largely excluded from many public spaces, played a central role in the domestic tea ritual. The act of preparing and serving tea gave them a quiet form of social power. It was in the drawing room, over cups of warm infusion, that ideas were exchanged, courtships began, and communities strengthened. Teaspoons, saucers, sugar bowls, and porcelain cups each became a part of an elaborate cultural performance. The introduction of sugar from British colonies in the Caribbean only heightened this ritual, though it also tied tea consumption to darker chapters of empire, the slave trade and plantation economies. As the 18th century gave way to the 19th, the British Empire sought greater control over its tea supply. Reliance on Chinese imports left the country vulnerable to trade imbalances, and the opium for tea trade created tensions that eventually exploded into conflict. The Opium Wars, fought between Britain and China in the mid-1800s, were driven in large part by Britain's obsession with tea. It was no longer merely a drink, it was a geopolitical force. To break free from Chinese dependence, British botanists and entrepreneurs turned their attention to India, especially the northeastern region of Assam, where the climate and soil proved ideal for cultivating tea. With British management and Indian labor, often under harsh conditions, plantations were established. Over time, Indian-grown tea began to replace Chinese imports. This shift was monumental. The British were no longer just consumers of tea, they were now producers, exporters, and industrial stewards of the global tea trade. The story of tea had moved from silken caravans and ancient Chinese traditions to steam engines, colonial plantations, and global commerce. But even as the sources of tea changed, its role in British life remained curiously stable. From palace to pub, tea was a constant companion, present at celebrations and funerals, in war and peace, in solitude and society. The empire might rise and fall, but the kettle still boiled, and the cup was still poured. As tea continued to weave itself into the fabric of British identity, it began to shape more than just daily rituals and trade policies. It became a cornerstone of imperial branding. By the mid-19th century, the British public no longer thought of tea as a foreign delicacy. It had been adopted so thoroughly, domesticated so completely, that few questioned its roots in faraway lands or its ties to conquest and colonization. Instead, tea was seen as comforting, reliable, and peculiarly British. This perception was not accidental. It was crafted carefully through a blend of marketing, literature, and the slow rhythms of cultural repetition. In advertisements, tea was often portrayed as the beverage of good mothers, loyal wives, hard-working laborers, and honorable soldiers. It became a symbol of decency and endurance, a soft reward for a long day's toil, and a quiet balm in times of grief or uncertainty. The Victorian era, in particular, elevated tea drinking to a near-sacred status. Afternoon tea, with its elegant arrangement of finger sandwiches, scones, and delicate pastries, was less about nourishment and more about civility, control, and class distinction. Introduced by Anna, the Duchess of Bedford, this custom quickly spread through the upper and middle classes, becoming a daily anchor point between lunch and dinner. While the aristocracy enjoyed these refined rituals, the working classes found solace in a stronger, cheaper brew, often consumed with bread or simple biscuits. For them, tea was not just a comfort, it was a necessity. In factories and workshops, brief tea breaks allowed workers to rest their bodies and minds, if only for a few minutes. These moments helped to pace the grueling hours of industrial labor and added a thin layer of humanity to otherwise unforgiving environments. Meanwhile, in the vast reaches of the empire, tea was more than a drink. It was a tool of assimilation and control. British colonial administrators encouraged or enforced tea cultivation in regions such as India, Sri Lanka, then Ceylon, and later in parts of Africa. They brought with them not only tea plants and processing equipment, but also a framework of expectations and behavior. Local populations were introduced to British tea customs, often through schools, missions, and government institutions. The act of drinking tea became a subtle marker of loyalty, civility, and alignment with imperial norms. Tea gardens and plantations, while economically valuable, also served as cultural outposts. They were spaces where British customs, hierarchies, and labor systems were replicated and enforced. The people who worked these plantations, many of them poor, landless, and vulnerable, lived under strict regimes. Their lives were governed not just by the seasons and the harvest, but by the demands of global trade and distant markets. Yet these realities were rarely visible to consumers in Britain. For them, tea arrived neatly packed and perfumed, ready for pouring. The labor, the sweat, and the inequalities behind each cup remained hidden behind branding and ceremony. Over time, the British government began to take a more active role in managing the tea economy. This included research stations to improve crop yields, regulations on quality and weight, and the establishment of tea auctions in places like London and Calcutta. These auctions became global hubs, where tea prices were set, fortunes were made, and new blends were introduced. Names like Earl Grey and English Breakfast began to carry not just flavor profiles, but stories, real or imagined, of nobility, adventure, and discovery. Even the tea bag, invented in the early 20th century, marked a shift in how tea was consumed. It made brewing quicker and less messy, aligning perfectly with the changing pace of modern life. By this time, tea had not only influenced the economy and the empire, it had become embedded in the very language and rhythm of British life. People spoke of a storm in a teacup to describe overblown drama, or offered guests a nice cuppa as a form of welcome or consolation. These expressions reflected more than habits. They revealed a worldview, one in which stability, modest pleasure, and shared pause held value. As the British Empire faced challenges at home and abroad, tea remained a constant presence. Whether it was being served to wounded soldiers in war hospitals, poured in bomb shelters during the Blitz, or shared at kitchen tables during times of rationing, tea offered something no military conquest or colonial possession could guarantee: a sense of normalcy. The empire's fortunes would rise and fall, but the daily cup persisted, quietly connecting people to one another and to an imagined sense of order in an unpredictable world. As the British Empire entered the late 19th and early 20th centuries, tea continued to evolve, not just as a beverage, but as a symbol of identity, class, and power. With the expansion of the railways and steamships, tea could now travel faster than ever before, reaching markets that were once remote and inaccessible. These new transportation methods shortened delivery times and lowered costs, allowing tea to become even more accessible to the British working class. Grocers began offering new varieties and packaging, and competition among brands led to more colorful advertising and bolder claims. Some labels emphasized purity, others boasted of exotic origins, and still others relied on tradition, naming their blends after British nobility or historic events. In this competitive market, brands like Twinings, Lipton, and Brooke Bond emerged as household names, not only selling tea, but crafting the story around it. Their logos, jingles, and slogans shaped the cultural imagination, making tea more than a product. It became a lifestyle. Meanwhile, in the colonies where tea was grown, the dynamics of labor, land ownership, and exploitation deepened. In India, the British had developed vast tea estates in Assam and Darjeeling, areas known for their favorable climates and rich soils. However, the creation of these estates often involved the displacement of indigenous communities and the imposition of harsh labor regimes. Workers were brought in from distant regions, sometimes through coercive contracts, and they lived in basic housing provided by the estate owners. Their days were long, their wages low, and their opportunities for advancement nearly non-existent. Despite this, tea plantations were touted by colonial officials as models of economic development. They pointed to increased exports, job creation, and the civilizing effect of work. But beneath the surface, these plantations revealed the structural inequalities of empire, an economy built on extraction, dependency, and the quiet erasure of native practices and rights. In Ceylon, now Sri Lanka, a similar pattern unfolded. After a blight devastated the island's coffee crops in the late 1800s, British planters turned to tea. The transition was swift and decisive, and within a few decades, Ceylon tea became a prized commodity. Plantations spread across the hillsides, changing the landscape and drawing in thousands of Tamil laborers from southern India. These workers lived in barrack-style housing with limited access to healthcare or education. Generations were born and raised on the estates, their lives circumscribed by rows of tea bushes and the routines of picking, weighing, and processing. At the same time, tea drinking continued to spread across the empire and beyond. In Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, dominions of the British Crown, tea became a unifying thread, a way of signaling allegiance to British traditions even as these countries developed their own identities. tea shops, tea dances, and tea breaks were embedded into daily life, offering both comfort and continuity. In urban Britain, the rise of department stores and cafes offered new settings for tea consumption. Women, in particular, found tea rooms to be respectable spaces where they could socialize without male accompaniment. These spaces, often elegant and softly lit, represented a subtle form of independence. Here, women could discuss ideas, form clubs, or simply enjoy a quiet moment away from domestic responsibilities. Meanwhile, in the background, the machinery of the global tea trade churned on. Auctions in London set the prices that would ripple across continents. Warehouses stored vast quantities of leaves, waiting for ships to carry them east and west. And in the colonies, estate managers experimented with new planting techniques, fertilizers, and mechanization in hopes of increasing yields and profits. Even as the empire began to fray, pressured by independence movements, economic strain, and 2 world wars, tea remained a through line. It was present in the trenches, where soldiers received tea rations to boost morale. It was served in government offices, factories, and village halls. And in the post-war years, as Britain grappled with rationing and reconstruction, tea continued to offer a small but vital comfort. It is no exaggeration to say that tea shaped not only the empire's economy, but also its emotional life. The act of making tea, of boiling water, steeping leaves, and pouring with care, became a form of ritual. In times of joy, sorrow, fatigue, or celebration, tea was there, a modest gesture that spoke volumes. Even those who opposed British imperialism often adopted the habit of tea drinking, a curious reminder of how culture travels in both directions. The rise of Indian nationalism, for example, did not reject tea. Instead, it reimagined it. Indian-owned tea shops and stalls became centers of political discussion, places where revolution brewed alongside the beverage itself. Thus, tea became a quiet witness to the shifts of power, identity, and resistance. As the British Empire moved into the twilight of its global dominance, tea remained firmly embedded in the cultural DNA of both colonizer and colonized. The Second World War tested every thread of the imperial fabric, but tea proved resilient. On the front lines, British soldiers clung to their tea rations as a vital comfort, a symbol of normalcy amid chaos. In bomb shelters and ration queues back home, civilians prepared their cups with care, stretching limited supplies with quiet ingenuity. Even when sugar was scarce and milk hard to come by, the act of drinking tea preserved a sense of continuity, a ritual of resilience in the face of uncertainty. The government understood this too. Tea was one of the last commodities to be rationed and among the first to be restored after the war. It was not merely a beverage, it was morale. Tea breaks were institutionalized in factories and offices, not only as a practical pause in the workday, but as a recognition of the human need for pause, reflection, and community. In the post-war years, as the empire unraveled and new nations emerged from the colonial shadow, the global tea trade entered a new chapter. Former colonies like India and Sri Lanka asserted control over their tea industries, nationalizing estates, forming cooperatives, and developing branding strategies that emphasized their own histories and traditions. Indian teas like Darjeeling, Assam, and Nilgiri were no longer simply commodities exported for British benefit. They became expressions of local pride and economic independence. Yet even as political power shifted, the legacy of tea endured. In Britain, tea retained its central role in daily life. Afternoon tea, once the domain of the aristocracy, became a more accessible tradition, offered in hotels, cafes, and homes with equal ceremony. Television ads portrayed tea as the cure for every dilemma, from heartbreak to bad weather, reinforcing its emotional resonance. The image of the comforting cuppa, steaming, simple, and sincere, became an emblem of Britishness itself. Meanwhile, the global market evolved. New producers like Kenya and Malawi entered the scene, while technological advances allowed for greater mechanization and consistency. The invention of the tea bag, originally an American innovation, revolutionized how tea was consumed. No longer was it necessary to measure loose leaves or own a teapot. With a kettle and a mug, anyone could make tea in seconds. This convenience made tea more accessible, but it also altered the culture around it. The ritual, once deliberate and communal, risked becoming automatic and solitary. In many former colonies, the relationship with tea remained complex. While tea provided livelihoods and international recognition, it also evoked memories of colonial exploitation. Estate workers in parts of India and Africa continued to face poor conditions and low wages, highlighting persistent inequalities in the global supply chain. Fair trade movements emerged, seeking to address these imbalances, offering consumers a way to align their choices with ethical practices. Brands began to respond, adjusting their sourcing, storytelling, and packaging to appeal to a more conscious public. At the same time, tea culture began to diversify. In the West, herbal infusions, green teas, and specialty blends grew in popularity, expanding the definition of what tea could be. In Asia, long-established traditions, such as the Japanese tea ceremony, the Chinese gong fu method, and Tibetan butter tea, gained renewed global interest, celebrated for their artistry and mindfulness. In India, chai culture exploded beyond borders. Spiced with cardamom, ginger, and clove, and served sweet and strong, chai became not just a drink, but an experience. From roadside stalls in Mumbai to cafes in New York and London, chai symbolized a new cultural fusion, one that acknowledged both colonial past and contemporary creativity. Throughout this transformation, tea continued to perform its quiet role as a bridge. It connected people across time and space, across class and continent. It offered pause in a world that rarely stopped, comfort in moments of discomfort, and hospitality where words might fail. Tea never shouted, it never demanded attention, yet it remained, steady and present, a witness to empire, revolution, and the reshaping of global identity. Today, as one reaches for a cup of tea, whether in a mug at a desk, in a porcelain cup at an afternoon gathering, or from a thermos on a roadside journey, one participates in a history that spans centuries and continents. It is a history of trade and travel, of conflict and connection. And though much has changed, the essence of tea remains, a gentle companion to human lives, poured with care, sipped in silence, grounding us in a shared ritual, older than empires and stronger than borders. The story of tea is not just the story of leaves and water, but of people, millions of lives steeped in its quiet strength. As tea continued its quiet journey into the modern world, its significance shifted from colonial emblem to cultural cornerstone in both expected and unexpected places. In Britain, where the legacy of empire lingered in museums and street names, tea remained a daily ritual, familiar, comforting, and unchanged in its purpose. But elsewhere, particularly in the lands once colonized for their tea-growing potential, a new chapter was beginning. Nations like India and Sri Lanka, formerly shaped by British plantation economies, were now global exporters in their own right. They were not just producing tea, they were reclaiming it. Indian tea companies began to tell their own stories, emphasizing native heritage, biodiversity, and sustainable farming. Some celebrated the mountain mists of Darjeeling, the bold strength of Assam, or the floral brightness of Nilgiri, presenting these not as colonial spoils, but as national treasures. Sri Lankan producers followed suit, branding Ceylon tea as pure, ethical, and high quality, with vibrant imagery and direct-to-market messaging that bypassed old imperial channels. These efforts were part of a larger global trend, a shift toward transparency, traceability, and terroir, the sense of place that makes each tea unique. Consumers in Europe and North America, once content with supermarket brands, were now asking where their tea came from, who picked it, and how it was processed. This curiosity fueled the rise of specialty tea shops, online boutiques, and subscription services, each offering carefully sourced leaves, brewing advice, and stories steeped in origin. Meanwhile, tea was also finding new audiences in the wellness industry. Green tea, long popular in East Asia, gained global popularity for its antioxidant properties. Matcha, once the domain of Japanese monks and traditional ceremonies, became a symbol of health-conscious sophistication, whipped into lattes and smoothies from London to Los Angeles. Herbal blends featuring chamomile, peppermint, or rooibos entered mainstream conversation, associated with sleep, digestion, or calm. While these infusions technically weren't tea, they lacked the Camellia sinensis plant. They rode the wave of its gentle reputation. Amid this evolution, a quiet tension persisted. In many producing countries, the promise of a better global tea trade remained elusive. Estate workers in Assam and Kenya still reported long hours and meager pay. Seasonal fluctuations, climate change, and market instability placed pressure on small farmers, whose livelihoods depended on consistent yields and fair prices. Though fair trade and organic certification offered some relief, not all producers could afford the necessary infrastructure or fees. Governments, NGOs, and cooperatives stepped in with mixed success. In response, a growing movement emerged. Community-owned tea gardens. These grassroots projects allowed local workers to share in ownership, profits, and decision-making. They built schools, clinics, and clean water systems from tea earnings, slowly transforming plantations from sites of historical exploitation into centers of empowerment. At the same time, cultural narratives around tea were being re-examined. Scholars, writers, and artists began to ask deeper questions about tea's role in colonial history. What did it mean that so many British institutions were built on tea profits? How did the aesthetic of English refinement, symbolized by bone china and afternoon tea, mask the reality of indentured labor and land dispossession in Asia and Africa? These reflections didn't diminish the love of tea. They enriched it. They added depth, inviting drinkers to see tea not as a simple pleasure, but as a complex story in a cup. Some museums curated exhibits on tea and empire, while podcasts explored its journey from leaf to market. Literature and film picked up the theme too, showing tea as both a bridge and a boundary, a means of connection and a reminder of power. In contemporary Britain, this awareness gave rise to new rituals. Decolonized tea events invited communities to brew and share their ancestral traditions, whether it be Somali spiced cha, Caribbean bush tea, or Chinese pu'er. These gatherings emphasized plurality, rejecting the idea that tea belongs solely to any one class or nation. In cafes and kitchens alike, the kettle became a quiet call to explore, remember, and restore. For the diaspora, those whose families moved through the waves of migration shaped by empire, tea offered both comfort and identity. A cup of chai in a London flat connected someone to a grandmother in Kolkata. Rooibos in a Dutch kitchen evoked memories of South African landscapes, and across generations, stories were passed not just through words but through shared sips. How to steep just right, what sweets to serve, when to pause and pour. Thus, tea endured. It adapted without losing its essence. It absorbed new meanings while holding on to the old. In a world increasingly fast, fragmented, and digital, tea remained analog, present, and slow. Whether poured from a thermos on a park bench, brewed at a street stall, or infused in a delicate pot at home, tea invited stillness. It asked nothing but attention, warmth, and time. And in exchange, it gave a moment, a small ceremony of care, in which history, memory, and the everyday met in quiet harmony. As the 21st century unfolded, tea found itself navigating a world that was rapidly transforming. Globalization, technology, and shifting consumer values began to reshape the ancient beverage's place in both daily life and international trade. Yet, rather than fading into the background, tea continued to evolve, quietly but resiliently, adapting to modern trends while preserving its centuries-old identity as a symbol of comfort, connection, and contemplation. One of the most noticeable changes was the emergence of tea culture among younger generations in urban centers across the globe. In cities like London, New York, Tokyo, and Melbourne, tea was reimagined in contemporary settings. Boutique tea houses appeared, offering curated menus that treated tea with the reverence typically reserved for fine wine or craft coffee. Each leaf had a story, each infusion a specific temperature, steeping time, and sensory note. Customers were invited to slow down, to sip mindfully, to rediscover the ritual. Tea tasting events gained popularity, where participants explored differences between first flush Darjeeling and aged pu'er, between oolong from Taiwan and matcha from Kyoto. The quiet artistry of tea, once confined to distant hillsides and ancient traditions, was now center stage in cosmopolitan cafes and minimalist retail spaces. At the same time, social media platforms became unexpected allies in tea's quiet resurgence. Influencers posted aesthetic flat lays of tea trays, steeping tutorials, and peaceful morning routines featuring steaming cups by sunlit windows. Hashtags like #teatime, #chai lovers, and #mindful moments trended regularly, creating a global community of tea drinkers who shared not only what they brewed, but why they brewed it. Some sought calm amid chaos. Others used tea as part of a self-care routine, a break from notifications, deadlines, and the relentless pace of modern life. Brands took note. Companies old and new embraced storytelling in their marketing, emphasizing sustainability, fair labor, organic cultivation, and heritage. Packaging no longer just sold tea, it sold meaning. Boxes bore names like Tranquility, Awakening, or Roots, inviting consumers to connect emotionally with their purchase. Many highlighted the faces and stories of the farmers who grew the leaves, building a sense of intimacy and ethical responsibility. The line between commerce and consciousness blurred, and tea became both product and philosophy. Meanwhile, the health and wellness boom brought renewed scientific interest in tea's properties. Studies explored the potential benefits of polyphenols, catechins, and L-theanine. Articles in popular health magazines linked green tea with metabolism, black tea with heart health, and herbal blends with digestive balance or immune support. Though researchers often emphasized moderation and complexity, the public embraced these findings enthusiastically. Tea was not just a drink, it was a tool for longevity, balance, and vitality. And unlike trendier supplements or superfoods, it came with a history, a ritual, and a flavor that evoked peace. In the East, traditional tea practices also experienced a quiet revival. In China, tea masters taught gongfu cha to new generations, emphasizing precision and grace. In Japan, the centuries-old way of tea, chado, was practiced not as performance, but as philosophy, rooted in harmony, respect, purity, and tranquility. These ancient ceremonies found modern students, both local and international, who sought grounding in their precision and presence. The silence of a Japanese tea room, the stillness of pouring from a yixing teapot, these were antidotes to an overstimulated world. Across the Middle East and North Africa, tea continued to function as a gesture of hospitality and community. In Morocco, green tea with fresh mint and sugar was poured high into small glasses, each cascade forming bubbles that symbolized generosity. In Turkey, say was served in tulip-shaped glasses, sipped slowly with conversation. In Iran, black tea was sipped through sugar cubes held between the teeth. Each culture preserved its rhythm, its etiquette, its unspoken messages carried in the way tea was brewed and shared. And while these rituals had persisted for centuries, their significance deepened in a time where face-to-face interaction was increasingly rare. Even in the age of digital meetings and instant messaging, a shared cup of tea remained a pause, a point of human connection. In the domestic space, tea held firm. It was there in moments of solitude, reflection, and grief. People reached for tea after difficult phone calls, during sleepless nights, or when curled under a blanket watching rain. It accompanied books, journals, and quiet mornings. It was brought on trays to comfort the unwell, offered to guests as a small welcome, brewed as a form of wordless love. Despite the noise of the modern world, tea did not shout for relevance. It simply remained, offering what it always had: warmth, steadiness, and the quiet strength of tradition. In this persistence lay its power. Tea did not need to change the world. It only needed to meet it, cup by cup, and remind it to slow down. As we move further into the story of tea's influence, it is impossible to ignore its subtle but enduring presence in art, literature, and everyday expressions across cultures. In Victorian England, the tea table became a stage for manners, conversation, and observation, a symbol not only of domestic civility, but also of class aspiration. Writers like Jane Austen and Charles Dickens painted scenes of tea service not merely as background, but as pivotal moments of social exchange. A glance exchanged over a teacup, the deliberate clink of porcelain, or the slight pause before pouring for another person. Each was a gesture, a cue, a line in the ongoing play of human interaction. Illustrators and painters, too, found something quietly profound in the simple act of tea drinking. From delicate watercolors of women seated in floral-filled parlors to romanticized Orientalist depictions of tea gardens in faraway lands, artists captured not just the drink, but the feeling surrounding it: serenity, contemplation, even melancholy. In Chinese scroll paintings, scholars were often shown seated with a small kettle beside them, suggesting that study, poetry, and tea were inseparable. In Japan, the famed woodblock prints of the Edo period included domestic scenes where tea served as a silent companion to everyday life, and across the Islamic world, illuminated manuscripts and later photography would preserve moments of gathering, reflection, and ritual, all tied to tea. Even idioms and sayings have cemented tea's place in language. In English, one might describe something as not my cup of tea to indicate disinterest, or refer to reading the tea leaves as a metaphor for predicting the future. In Persian, offering someone a glass of tea remains a sign of warmth and hospitality, far beyond the literal. In Swahili-speaking regions, chai is as much a pause as it is a beverage. The universality of tea does not mean uniformity. Rather, it is precisely its flexibility that allowed it to embed itself so deeply. Tea can be formal or casual, sacred or mundane. It is a solitary comfort for some, a communal experience for others. It can be sweet or bitter, steaming or iced, delicate or robust. This adaptability gave tea a kind of cultural invisibility. It blended into whatever context it entered, until it became inseparable from that context. But while tea itself traveled effortlessly, the labor and economies behind it were often anything but tranquil. Modern supply chains for tea continue to reflect global inequalities. The lush plantations of Assam or Kenya may produce leaves for consumers thousands of miles away, who know little about the conditions in which those leaves were picked. Wages, working conditions, access to education for tea workers. These remain pressing issues even in the 21st century. In response, a growing movement for ethical tea sourcing has gained momentum. Certifications like Fair Trade, Rainforest Alliance, and organic labels aim to bring transparency and justice to a system long veiled in romantic notions of gardens and rituals. Documentaries, investigative journalism, and grassroots activism have shone light on areas once hidden, pushing companies and consumers to make choices that align not only with taste, but with conscience. Parallel to this ethical awakening has been a renaissance in the science of tea. Researchers continue to uncover complex chemical profiles in different varieties of tea, studying how everything from altitude to soil pH to oxidation affects flavor and nutrient content. New brewing technologies, from electric kettles with precise temperature settings to vacuum-sealed infusers, have made it easier for everyday drinkers to appreciate the nuance of their cup. Apps and digital platforms allow people to log their favorite teas, compare tasting notes, and even participate in virtual tea tastings with others around the globe. Thus, tea's role is no longer confined to heritage or nostalgia. It is also a site of innovation. Meanwhile, traditional medicine systems such as Ayurveda and traditional Chinese medicine maintain their respect for tea's medicinal qualities. Blends are recommended for balancing doshas or harmonizing qi. Ingredients like ginger, tulsi, chrysanthemum, or ginseng are steeped alongside tea leaves to create tonics for everything from digestion to mental clarity. These practices may be ancient, but they continue to shape modern wellness trends, influencing the shelves of health food stores and the menus of wellness cafes. Even governments have not remained immune to the enduring soft power of tea. In diplomatic circles, state visits and cultural exchanges sometimes include tea ceremonies. These rituals convey a message of peace, patience, and cultural pride. In 2019, when Japan's emperor hosted world leaders, the serving of matcha was not merely a beverage. It was a message of continuity and grace. In India, political leaders have used roadside chai stalls as symbols of connection with the common citizen. In Britain, references to tea often evoke a stoic, keep calm and carry on national spirit. And in China, tea diplomacy remains a subtle but strategic element of international engagement. Through all these layers, art, language, commerce, science, tradition, and diplomacy, tea continues to flow. Its journey has been long, quiet, and surprisingly powerful. It has weathered wars and revolutions, colonization and liberation, industrialization and digitization. It has adapted without losing its core, and as each new generation takes its first sip, the story of tea continues, not with a bang, but with a whisper of steam and a pause that invites peace. As the British Empire stretched its reach further across the globe during the 19th century, tea had already embedded itself so deeply into British identity that it was no longer simply a commodity. It had become a cultural necessity, a national habit so entrenched that its supply was considered a matter of economic and even political stability. In households across the United Kingdom, tea was consumed multiple times a day, regardless of class. The aristocracy served it in gilded china on polished silver trays, while factory workers sipped it from enamel mugs during brief moments of rest. But whether it was served in a drawing room or a break room, the emotional value remained remarkably consistent. Tea was comfort. It was routine. It was, as countless Britons would come to say, the solution to everything. From heartbreak to bad weather, from war bulletins to childbirth announcements, the kettle was always the first to be summoned. This powerful dependence began shaping imperial policy in increasingly strategic ways. The British East India Company, already a behemoth of trade, turned much of its focus towards securing and expanding the sources of tea, no longer wanting to rely solely on trade with China. After the success of the opium strategy in extracting more favorable trade terms from the Qing dynasty, Britain shifted toward full control of tea production within its own colonies. India, with its varied climate and vast terrain, became the new frontier. British botanists and agricultural agents began experimenting in regions like Darjeeling, Assam, and Nilgiri. The goal was not only to grow tea, but to grow British tea, strains and flavors that could rival or even surpass Chinese varieties. To do this, entire ecosystems were altered. Hillsides were cleared, forests were cut. Thousands of laborers, many from indigenous communities, were brought under harsh contracts to work on these plantations. They were paid little, worked long hours, and lived in housing provided and controlled by the tea estate owners. Social hierarchies hardened, and the rhythms of life for these workers began to revolve entirely around the harvest cycles of tea. The consequences of this shift were immense. Economically, tea estates became vital to the financial structures of British India. Export taxes and revenues from tea trade funded administrative costs, infrastructure, and military operations. Railroads were laid specifically to connect remote plantations to ports. Warehouses, packaging facilities, and shipping routes evolved to support what was now a transcontinental supply chain. Culturally, tea from India began to carry a mark of imperial pride. British citizens could now drink tea sourced from within the empire, tea that, in a way, symbolized the reach and power of British governance. Marketing campaigns in the UK highlighted the exotic origins of Indian tea, often accompanied by romanticized imagery of sun-drenched hills and noble laborers smiling among green leaves. The truth, of course, was more complex and far less picturesque. Colonial control of tea production didn't only shape British and Indian societies, it also had ripple effects across the globe. Other colonial powers, observing Britain's success, began to establish or expand their own plantations in Sri Lanka, then Ceylon, Africa, and Southeast Asia. In time, Ceylon tea would become a household name, known for its bold flavor and rich color, and Kenyan tea would enter the global stage as another vital player. These expansions meant that global tea prices became increasingly volatile. Surpluses led to price drops, while poor harvests or shipping disruptions could spark panics. Trade journals, financial newspapers, and government reports began tracking tea exports with the same intensity once reserved for gold or oil. Investors speculated on futures, merchants built fortunes, and still, at the center of it all, remained that quiet, familiar ritual, tea poured gently into a cup. Back in Britain, the accessibility of tea was changing social dynamics. Once a luxury item, tea was now available to nearly every household. Grocery shops stocked affordable loose-leaf blends, and even the poorest families found room in their budgets for tea and sugar. The daily tea break became institutionalized. In factories, workplaces, and schools, the mid-morning or afternoon tea was not only expected but protected. A small island of reprieve in an otherwise relentless day. Women especially found in tea a tool of social agency. The act of hosting tea gatherings gave them space to connect, organize, and exchange ideas. The suffrage movement, for example, often used tea events as discreet yet effective fundraising and planning sessions. Similarly, church groups, charitable organizations, and neighborhood associations held tea socials that blended hospitality with quiet activism. The humble beverage thus supported not only economic empires, but also emerging movements for social change. At the same time, health debates began to arise. Was tea addictive? Was it bad for digestion? Should children be allowed to drink it? Medical journals of the time offered conflicting views, some praising its calming effects, others warning of nervous disorders, supposedly linked to overconsumption. Temperance movements, which opposed alcohol, often advocated for tea as a wholesome alternative, especially in working-class communities. Advertisements reinforced this narrative, depicting strong, sober men and serene mothers enjoying their cups of tea while avoiding the dangers of the pub. All the while, technological innovations continued to shape tea consumption. The invention of the tea bag, for example, revolutionized convenience. Originally an accidental innovation, some merchants had begun sending samples in silk pouches. Consumers began dunking the whole bag rather than emptying its contents. Manufacturers noticed, adapted, and mass-produced the idea. The result was a new, faster way to brew tea, which soon became the default in many Western countries. Even the humble kettle evolved, from stovetop to electric, promising speed and efficiency with the press of a switch. Each change, however minor, contributed to a larger evolution of tea's place in society, not only as a drink, but as a reflection of industry, habit, and identity. By the early 20th century, tea had evolved beyond a beverage and into a symbol of British endurance. It was present in the trenches of the First World War, where soldiers brewed their rationed tea over makeshift fires, seeking brief moments of warmth and familiarity amidst the mud and horror. Tin mugs clinked in the cold, and tea, often bitter or weak, became a small comfort that reminded many of home. The military soon recognized its morale-boosting power and ensured that soldiers had access to tea even in the most remote outposts. Propaganda posters showed brave men with steaming cups, tying the notion of patriotism with the simple act of drinking tea. In the post-war period, as Britain struggled to recover economically, tea remained one of the few affordable indulgences. It filled the cupboards of families coping with rations, unemployment, and a shifting social order. The British government, aware of tea's stabilizing influence, maintained low import duties and protected domestic distribution channels. Tea breaks were no longer informal. They became structured into the working day, enshrined in union negotiations and employee rights. Meanwhile, in the colonies, the situation was evolving. Nationalist movements in India were gaining strength, and voices began to rise against the exploitative labor systems of the tea plantations. Writers, reformers, and political leaders drew attention to the harsh conditions endured by workers, particularly women and children, whose lives were dominated by the demands of the tea estates. The lush green hills that had once symbolized imperial progress were now seen by many as monuments to injustice. Yet even as political tides turned, the tea industry endured. In fact, it adapted. Plantation ownership shifted, new cooperatives emerged, and former colonies like India and Sri Lanka began to reclaim the narratives around their tea. Brands once marketed under British imperial imagery were rebranded with national pride, promoting local traditions, sustainable practices, and fairer labor standards. Simultaneously, global tastes were changing. Black tea remained dominant in the United Kingdom, but green tea, herbal infusions, and specialty blends began finding broader audiences. The influence of Asian traditions, Japanese tea ceremonies, Chinese oolong, Tibetan butter tea, began to filter into Western consciousness, often stripped of context, but embraced for their novelty and perceived health benefits. Tea became not just a British tradition, but a global phenomenon with regional identities and rituals. In Britain, however, the emotional core remained the same. Tea was still what people turned to in moments of joy, grief, and contemplation. When Queen Elizabeth II addressed the nation during crises, when royal weddings captivated global audiences, when tragedies struck or when holidays came around, somewhere in the background, the kettle was quietly boiling. Tea punctuated the everyday. It was part of welcome and farewell, of waking up and winding down. In hospitals, volunteers offered tea to the anxious. In offices, it accompanied gossip and deadlines. In homes, it was the answer to everything from heartbreak to celebration, and always it carried the weight of memory, of generations past and quiet moments shared. The rituals had changed. The fine china was mostly gone. Electric kettles had replaced whistling ones, and many young people now drank their tea from paper cups on the go, hurriedly stirred with wooden sticks, flavored with syrups or alternate milks. But the essence of the tea experience, pause, warmth, and familiarity, remained intact. Academics began to study the psychological effects of tea, noting how the act of preparation itself, the boiling, the steeping, the waiting, created a micro-ritual that signaled rest, intention, and mindfulness. Even in the rush of modern life, tea resisted being rushed. The British Empire, once held together by commodities like tea, no longer existed. Its former colonies had gained independence, its global dominance had faded, and the 20th century had seen new powers rise. But the legacy of that empire lingered, in trade routes, in architecture, in legal systems, and of course, in the millions of cups of tea brewed each day across the former empire's footprint. In this way, tea became both a reminder of a complex past and a quiet act of continuity. Today, when someone in Manchester pours a cup of Assam, when someone in Nairobi prepares strong black tea with milk, or when someone in Toronto enjoys an Earl Grey in the afternoon, they are participating in a global history shaped by conquest and connection, by economics and emotion. They are part of a story that stretches back centuries, across oceans, plantations, drawing rooms, war zones, and living rooms. A story steeped not only in water and leaves, but in memory and identity. And in this quiet, final part of our tale, perhaps that is the most enduring truth, that something as small and simple as tea could carry within it the weight of empires, the rhythms of daily life, and the soft hush of shared human moments. As the steam curls from the surface of a cup and fades into the air, it takes with it the traces of history, of empires long dissolved, and of people who, across time and place, pause together, if only for a few sips, to rest, to think, and to feel just a little more human. Thank you for listening all the way through our quiet journey into the history of tea and its influence on the British Empire. I hope it helped your mind drift gently into stillness. And now, let us begin the next story in our Boring History for Sleep series. The history of the samurai code, Bushido. In the misty valleys and forested highlands of ancient Japan, long before bullet trains and neon skylines, a different rhythm defined the land. It was a world shaped by honor, loyalty, and the silent presence of the sword. Among the many figures that walked its paths, the samurai stood apart, not merely as warriors, but as living embodiments of a code that would influence centuries of thought and behavior. This code would eventually become known as Bushido, the way of the warrior, and though it was never written in a single definitive text, it permeated the air like incense in a temple, subtle but enduring. The roots of Bushido reach far back, long before the term itself was coined. In the 8th and 9th centuries, Japan was ruled by an imperial court centered in Kyoto, but true power increasingly lay in the provinces, where landowners and their retainers grew more autonomous. These retainers, eventually called samurai, initially served as armed guards for wealthy noble families. Their duties were practical and often brutal, involving the defense of land, suppression of rebellion, and collection of taxes. Over time, however, these tasks were infused with deeper meaning. Loyalty to one's lord became sacred. The sword, once a tool, became a symbol, and the actions of the samurai began to reflect more than just strength. They revealed character. As the centuries unfolded, Japan entered a period of prolonged civil unrest. Rival clans vied for control of the archipelago, and the land became a mosaic of shifting alliances and fragile truces. In this world of uncertainty, the need for order and identity grew stronger. Samurai began to craft personal philosophies to guide their decisions. What was just, what was honorable, what was acceptable in life and in death. These ideals were influenced by several traditions. From Confucianism came the emphasis on duty and filial piety, respecting one's superiors, honoring one's parents, maintaining proper conduct. From Buddhism, especially Zen, came a deep meditation on mortality, impermanence, and inner calm. A samurai was taught to accept death without fear, to remain unmoved by the chaos of the world, and to find peace in the present moment. And from Shinto, the native spirituality of Japan, came reverence for ancestors, the land, and purity of heart. This fusion of philosophies created a moral framework that was uniquely Japanese. It wasn't codified like European chivalry or Roman law, but it was practiced nonetheless, passed down through example, through poems, through stories of heroic deeds and tragic sacrifice. Over time, this way of life earned a name, Bushido. It was not a static doctrine, but an evolving ethos. Some early records never mention the word, others describe it in passing. But by the time of the Edo period in the 17th century, when peace had finally been established by the Tokugawa shogunate, Bushido became more clearly articulated. Samurai no longer fought constant battles, but their role remained vital. They became bureaucrats, teachers, moral guides. And to preserve the spirit of their calling, writers and philosophers began to formalize the virtues they were expected to embody: loyalty, courage, righteousness, respect, honesty, honor, and compassion. These were among the core principles. To be a samurai was not only to fight bravely, but to live with dignity. Every gesture, every word was to reflect balance and restraint. The sword remained at their side, but the greater weapon was self-mastery. In popular stories, a samurai would choose death over betrayal, remain calm in the face of injustice, or refuse to strike an unworthy opponent. These tales, whether entirely true or partly imagined, helped cement Bushido as both a personal and cultural ideal. Even children learned of its values through folktales and parables. Yet Bushido was not free from contradiction. Some samurai committed atrocities. Others bowed to political convenience. The code, like all ideals, was easier to revere than to fully live by. But it was precisely this tension between the ideal and the real that gave Bushido its weight. It was a reminder not of perfection, but of striving. And in that quiet striving, across generations and across villages, something enduring was shaped. In our next part, we'll trace how Bushido was challenged and transformed during the peaceful Edo era, and how it found new expression in literature, education, and everyday life, even as the battlefield faded into memory. But for now, let your thoughts rest gently with these first glimpses of a world where silence could be strength, and where a code, though unwritten, guided lives like the soft glow of a lantern on a dark path. As the tumultuous battles of the earlier centuries gave way to a long period of peace under the Tokugawa shogunate, Japan entered what is known as the Edo period, a time marked by strict social order, relative stability, and cultural flourishing. For the samurai, this era posed a paradox. Their raison d'etre as warriors seemed to diminish in a country without war, but the spirit of Bushido did not vanish. Instead, it transformed, adapting to a world where swords were often sheathed, and the battlefield was replaced by the corridors of power and the rituals of everyday life. Samurai became administrators, bureaucrats, scholars, and teachers. Their responsibilities shifted from defending territory through force to maintaining order through governance and moral example. In this new context, the tenets of Bushido were increasingly codified and disseminated in written form. Philosophers, poets, and educators penned treatises that sought to clarify and preserve the ideals that had guided generations of warriors. Among the most influential works was the Hagakure, or Hidden Leaves, written by Yamamoto Tsunetomo in the early 18th century. This book distilled Bushido into a practical guide for living and dying with honor. It emphasized the importance of readiness for death at all times, devotion to one's lord, humility, and self-discipline. The Hagakure portrayed a samurai's life as one of constant vigilance and unwavering loyalty, where even in peace, the warrior's mindset was maintained. Meanwhile, other scholars emphasized compassion and benevolence as essential virtues, reminding samurai that their strength was to be used in service, not tyranny. The arts flourished under the Tokugawa, and many samurai became patrons of tea ceremonies, calligraphy, poetry, and martial arts beyond the battlefield. The practice of Zen Buddhism, with its focus on meditation and mindfulness, was embraced by many samurai as a means to cultivate inner calm and clarity. This spiritual practice complemented the discipline of Bushido, helping samurai face not only physical dangers, but also the uncertainties of life and death. Education became central to the samurai class's identity. Schools and academies taught Confucian classics, ethics, and history, instilling a sense of duty and moral responsibility. Literacy rates among samurai rose, and some families produced renowned poets and thinkers. Bushido was thus not merely a code of combat, but a philosophy that permeated the samurai's approach to governance, family, and community. Despite this idealization, the Edo period's rigid social hierarchy also imposed limitations. Samurai were expected to maintain appearances of honor and propriety, but many faced economic difficulties. Their stipends often dwindled, and many took on bureaucratic or commercial roles to sustain their households. This tension between social expectation and economic reality occasionally led to frustration, corruption, and even rebellion. Yet the idea of Bushido continued to provide a framework within which samurai navigated these challenges. Beyond Japan's borders, the samurai and their code became subjects of fascination and myth. Early European visitors to Japan were both captivated and confounded by the disciplined warriors who balanced martial prowess with refined cultural practices. The samurai image was filtered through the lens of Western romanticism, sometimes distorted, but always compelling. In the 19th century, as Japan opened to the world following centuries of isolation, the samurai class faced profound upheaval. The Meiji Restoration sought to modernize and centralize Japan, abolishing the feudal system and dissolving the samurai's privileged status. Many samurai were disbanded, stripped of their swords and stipends, and urged to become citizens of a new nation-state. Yet the ideals of Bushido survived this transition. They were repackaged and popularized in military and nationalistic rhetoric, influencing Japan's approach to modern warfare and education. Writers and politicians invoked Bushido to inspire loyalty and sacrifice, framing it as the heart of Japanese spirit. While this interpretation has been criticized for oversimplification and misuse, it demonstrates the enduring power of the samurai code as a cultural symbol. Even today, echoes of Bushido can be found in martial arts, literature, and popular media, anime, film, and novels that continue to explore themes of honor, discipline, and duty. The samurai's way remains a lens through which many contemplate questions of ethics and identity. As you rest, imagine the quiet courtyards of Edo, where samurai in elegant robes practice calligraphy or prepare for ceremonies. Imagine the sound of the bamboo brush on rice paper, the soft rustle of silk, the steady breath of meditation. Picture the careful attention to detail, the balance of strength and grace, the serene acceptance of life's impermanence. In these images lie the heart of Bushido, a code not only of warriors, but of humans striving to live meaningfully amidst change. And with that thought, let your mind settle gently, following the path of silent leaves falling, carrying wisdom across centuries to your quiet moment now. As the Edo period unfolded, the role of the samurai gradually shifted from warrior to bureaucrat and cultural custodian. Though the absence of widespread warfare diminished the necessity for constant martial engagement, the samurai class adapted by deepening their commitment to the philosophical and ethical dimensions of Bushido. The code became a guiding framework, not just for battle, but for governance, education, and daily life. Central to this evolution was the rise of Neo-Confucianism, which gained prominence in Tokugawa Japan. This school of thought emphasized hierarchy, duty, loyalty, and social harmony, aligning well with the ideals of Bushido and reinforcing the samurai's position as both moral and administrative leaders. Samurai studied Confucian texts rigorously, learning to balance strength with wisdom and discipline with benevolence. In addition, many samurai embraced Zen Buddhism, finding in its practices a way to cultivate inner tranquility and mental clarity. The meditation techniques and emphasis on mindfulness helped samurai maintain composure in all circumstances, reinforcing their readiness to face life and death with equanimity. This blend of spiritual and philosophical teachings deeply influenced the way Bushido was understood and practiced. Education became a paramount value. Samurai children were taught calligraphy, literature, martial arts, and ethics from an early age. Schools, both formal and informal, sprang up across Japan to ensure that samurai were well-versed in the classics and capable of leadership. This emphasis on learning further distinguished the samurai from other social classes and helped preserve the ethos of Bushido through peaceful times. Yet, despite the idealization of honor and duty, the samurai class was not without contradictions. The prolonged peace created social and economic pressures. Many samurai found themselves in financial difficulty, reliant on stipends that often failed to keep pace with inflation or lifestyle expectations. Some turned to commerce or farming, activities traditionally deemed beneath the warrior class, causing tension within the strict social hierarchy. Moreover, the rigid codes of conduct required samurai to maintain appearances of dignity and self-control even when their personal circumstances were challenging. The practice of seppuku, ritual suicide, remained a powerful expression of honor, but also reflected the severe consequences of failure or disgrace. Tales of samurai who chose death over dishonor permeated literature and popular imagination, reinforcing Bushido's emphasis on loyalty and courage. Outside the samurai world, Bushido's influence extended into Japanese culture more broadly. Its virtues permeated literature, theater, and art. No plays and kabuki dramas frequently portrayed samurai characters grappling with questions of loyalty, sacrifice, and moral complexity. Poetry and prose explored the tension between duty and personal desire, the ephemeral nature of life, and the nobility of steadfastness. Through these cultural forms, Bushido transcended its origins as a warrior's code to become a national ethos. As Japan faced the pressures of Western imperialism, in the 19th century, Bushido took on new significance. The arrival of Commodore Perry's black ships in 1853 and the subsequent opening of Japan's ports to foreign powers exposed the country to rapid modernization and internal upheaval. The samurai class found itself at the center of this transformation. Some samurai embraced reform and the creation of a modern, centralized state. Others resisted the loss of their status and the dissolution of the feudal order. The Meiji Restoration of 1868 abolished the samurai class, ending their hereditary privileges and military monopoly. However, the ideals of Bushido were co-opted and transformed by the new government. The code was used to inspire nationalism, discipline, and loyalty to the emperor and nation, often emphasizing sacrifice and martial spirit. This adaptation played a role in shaping Japan's military and cultural identity into the 20th century. Despite these changes, Bushido continued to influence Japanese society and beyond. The romanticized image of the samurai and their code captured the imagination of Western audiences, contributing to the mystique of Japan as a land of honor, discipline, and ancient tradition. Today, Bushido lives on in martial arts such as kendo and judo, in literature and cinema, and as a symbol of ethical conduct and personal integrity. As you rest now, imagine the disciplined footsteps of samurai walking quiet palace corridors, the flicker of lantern light on lacquered swords, the soft whisper of bamboo leaves outside a temple garden. Within these images lies the enduring spirit of Bushido, a path of honor, courage, and reflection that continues to invite us to consider what it means to live with purpose, grace, and dignity amidst the fleeting nature of life. Let these thoughts gently settle your mind as you drift deeper into calm and rest. As the centuries turned and Japan moved beyond the Edo period, the legacy of Bushido continued to evolve, both within its homeland and beyond. The samurai, once a fierce warrior class dominating the political and military landscape, found their role transformed by the tides of modernization and the pressures of global change. The Meiji Restoration, beginning in 1868, marked a watershed moment for Japan, a decisive shift from feudal rule to a centralized, industrialized nation-state, eager to compete with Western powers. This era dismantled the centuries-old samurai class, stripping them of their exclusive privileges, including the right to carry swords and govern local territories. Yet, despite the loss of their formal status, the spirit of Bushido did not fade into obscurity. Instead, it was reinterpreted, reshaped, and integrated into the burgeoning national identity of modern Japan. Educators, politicians, and military leaders drew upon Bushido as a moral compass, emphasizing virtues such as loyalty to the emperor, courage in the face of adversity, and self-discipline. The warrior ethos was thus adapted to serve the needs of a rapidly modernizing military, and even the everyday citizen was encouraged to embrace Bushido-like values, honor, duty, and perseverance, as part of the Japanese spirit. This reinterpretation was not without controversy. Some viewed it as a romanticized reconstruction, a selective memory that glossed over the harsher realities of samurai life and the rigid social hierarchies of the past. Others saw it as a means of fostering nationalism and unity during a time of rapid social upheaval. Nonetheless, Bushido became an enduring symbol, celebrated in literature, art, and education. In the early 20th century, Japan's military campaigns often invoked Bushido to inspire soldiers and citizens alike. The code's emphasis on honor and sacrifice was mobilized to encourage unwavering loyalty, especially during conflicts such as the Russo-Japanese War, and later during World War II. The image of the honorable warrior, willing to lay down life for the emperor and nation, permeated propaganda and popular culture. At the same time, artists, writers, and philosophers continued to explore the philosophical depths of Bushido. Works by thinkers such as Nitobe Inazo sought to explain Bushido to Western audiences, framing it as a code of ethics comparable to European chivalry, but uniquely Japanese in its synthesis of Confucian, Buddhist, and Shinto elements. Nitobe's book, Bushido, The Soul of Japan, published in 1900, became a seminal text that introduced the samurai code to readers around the world and helped shape global perceptions of Japanese culture. Outside Japan, the samurai and Bushido captured the imagination of artists, filmmakers, and writers. Their tales of stoicism, honor, and martial skill inspired countless stories, shaping Western views of the East. The samurai became archetypes, symbols of discipline, mystery, and nobility. Yet, in Japan, Bushido continued to be lived and interpreted in more nuanced ways. The code's core virtues, rectitude, courage, benevolence, respect, honesty, honor, and loyalty, found expression not only in martial arts, but also in everyday conduct. The principles guided not just warriors, but scholars, merchants, and citizens navigating a rapidly changing society. Today, Bushido's legacy is visible in many facets of Japanese life. Martial arts such as kendo, judo, and aikido train practitioners not only in physical technique, but also in self-control, respect, and ethical behavior. Tea ceremonies, calligraphy, and traditional crafts embody the mindfulness and discipline championed by the code. Even in business and education, ideals drawn from Bushido emphasize diligence, integrity, and service. As you rest now, envision a samurai sitting quietly in a shaded garden, the soft rustle of leaves blending with the distant sound of a flowing stream. Picture the careful arrangement of a tea set, the precise movements practiced over decades, the calm breath of a person at peace with the present moment. These images carry the essence of Bushido, the pursuit of harmony between strength and gentleness, between action and reflection. The way of the warrior, though forged in conflict, ultimately points toward a deeper understanding of life, death, and the values that give our existence meaning. Let this peaceful thought cradle your mind as you drift gently into the stillness of sleep, held in the quiet honor of a timeless code. As Japan moved further into the modern era, the influence of Bushido extended beyond its traditional boundaries, reaching into diverse aspects of society and culture in ways both subtle and profound. While the samurai class had been formally abolished in the late 19th century, the ideals embodied in Bushido, the code of honor, discipline, loyalty, and respect, continued to shape Japanese identity well into the 20th and 21st centuries. One of the most notable expressions of Bushido's enduring legacy was in Japan's approach to education and character formation. Schools incorporated lessons that emphasized duty, perseverance, and community, virtues closely aligned with the samurai ethos. Young people were encouraged to cultivate not only academic skills, but also moral integrity and a sense of responsibility toward family and nation. These teachings were intended to create citizens who valued harmony and collective well-being, reflecting Bushido's emphasis on social order and loyalty. The martial arts, which had once been practical combat systems for warriors, evolved into disciplines focused on self-improvement, respect, and spiritual balance. Practices such as kendo, judo, and aikido taught students not just how to fight, but how to control their emotions, honor their opponents, and seek peace. The philosophy underpinning these arts was deeply informed by Bushido, linking physical training with ethical reflection and mental discipline. In literature and popular culture, Bushido continued to inspire countless works, from classic novels to modern manga and films. Stories of samurai honor, sacrifice, and internal conflict fascinated audiences both in Japan and abroad. These narratives often explored the tension between tradition and change, duty and personal desire, life and death, themes central to the human experience and deeply embedded in the Bushido tradition. During times of conflict, such as Japan's involvement in World War II, Bushido was invoked by military leaders and nationalists to promote courage, loyalty, and sacrifice. Soldiers were urged to embody the samurai spirit, willing to face death with dignity for the emperor and the nation. However, this militaristic appropriation of Bushido has been the subject of much historical debate and criticism, as it sometimes distorted the original principles for ideological purposes. After the war, Japan underwent rapid modernization and democratization, and while the samurai class was a thing of the past, the cultural memory of Bushido persisted. The code's values found resonance in business culture, where dedication, discipline, and respect for hierarchy played important roles. At the same time, many Japanese sought to reconcile these traditional values with the demands of a globalized and fast-changing society. On a broader scale, Bushido also contributed to global cultural exchange. Western fascination with samurai ideals grew, leading to the popularization of martial arts, the production of films and books, and a general admiration for the discipline and philosophy associated with the warrior class. This cross-cultural interest helped bring attention to Japanese history and ethics, creating new dialogues about honor, identity, and the role of tradition in modern life. Yet, amid all these transformations, Bushido's essence remains centered on the human pursuit of integrity and purpose. The code invites reflection on how one faces challenges, treats others, and accepts mortality. It encourages a life lived with mindfulness and courage, whether on the battlefield or in everyday decisions. As you rest now, imagine a samurai contemplating the quiet beauty of a moonlit garden, the soft sound of a distant flute, and the gentle rustle of bamboo. Picture the steady hand preparing ink for calligraphy, the calm breath of meditation before dawn, the respectful bow exchanged between teacher and student. These moments hold the spirit of Bushido, a path that is as much about inner harmony as outer action. A reminder that honor is not just about combat, but about living well, with grace and resolve. Let this thought soothe your mind and cradle you gently into peaceful sleep, carried on the quiet strength of a code that has endured across centuries and continues to inspire. As the modern era unfolded, the legacy of Bushido continued to influence not only Japan, but also the broader world, echoing in various forms and inspiring reflections on honor, discipline, and ethical conduct. The samurai code, though rooted in a specific historical and cultural context, possesses universal qualities that have attracted attention beyond its original borders. In contemporary Japan, the principles of Bushido manifest not only in martial arts, but also in business culture, education, and social expectations. The emphasis on loyalty, perseverance, and respect shapes corporate environments, encouraging dedication and harmonious teamwork. Students are taught the importance of diligence and integrity, values deeply connected to the samurai ethos. At the same time, the romanticized image of the samurai and Bushido has permeated popular culture worldwide. Films, television shows, novels, and video games often explore the complex narratives of samurai warriors, blending history with legend. These stories highlight the tension between personal desire and duty, the struggle for honor, and the confrontation with mortality, timeless themes that resonate with audiences of all backgrounds. The global fascination with Bushido has also spurred the international practice of Japanese martial arts. Disciplines such as kendo, judo, aikido, and karate have found practitioners across continents, promoting physical health, mental discipline, and ethical reflection. The teaching of these arts frequently includes instruction in the historical and philosophical underpinnings of Bushido, fostering appreciation for its depth and nuance. However, it is important to acknowledge the complexities and contradictions inherent in Bushido's history. While the code promotes noble ideals, its application has varied widely, and it has sometimes been used to justify acts of violence or political agendas. The militarization of Bushido ideals during Japan's imperial expansion in the early 20th century, for example, resulted in interpretations that emphasized unquestioning loyalty and sacrifice, often at great human cost. Modern scholars continue to debate the authentic meanings of Bushido and caution against oversimplified or romanticized portrayals. In addition, the social realities of the samurai class, including the strict hierarchical structures and exclusion of women and lower classes, remind us that Bushido existed within a particular feudal system that was not universally just or equitable. Despite these considerations, the enduring values of Bushido, courage, honor, compassion, and self-discipline, offer a framework for ethical living that transcends time and culture. Many find inspiration in its call to face life's challenges with integrity and calm acceptance. In daily life, whether through mindfulness practices, martial arts, or personal reflection, individuals continue to engage with the spirit of Bushido, seeking balance between action and contemplation. As you relax now, envision the serene landscapes of Japan, where ancient temples sit quietly beneath towering cedars and where the lessons of generations whisper through the rustling leaves. Picture a samurai preparing for the day with a meditation on mortality, practicing the art of the sword with focused grace, or sharing tea in tranquil company. These moments, filled with intention and presence, embody the heart of Bushido. They remind us that honor is not merely a matter of external deeds, but of internal character. Let these thoughts gently settle your mind, inviting peace and reflection as you drift deeper into restful sleep. The way of the warrior, though born of a distant past, continues to offer wisdom for the present, a quiet guide for living with courage, respect, and grace in a complex world. As we delve deeper into the legacy of Bushido, it becomes clear that its influence extends far beyond the battlefields and palaces of feudal Japan, reaching into the very fabric of modern Japanese society and echoing across global cultures. The samurai code, forged in the crucible of honor, loyalty, and discipline, has been interpreted, adapted, and sometimes contested through centuries of transformation, reflecting the complexities of history and human nature. During the rapid modernization of Japan, in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the country faced profound social and political upheaval. The abolition of the samurai class during the Meiji Restoration dismantled the feudal order, but the ideals embodied in Bushido did not vanish. Instead, they were woven into the nationalist narratives that sought to unify a newly industrialized nation. Bushido was repurposed to instill a sense of duty, sacrifice, and unwavering loyalty to the emperor and the state. The emphasis on courage and honor became central themes in military training and education, preparing Japan for its role on the world stage. This militarization of Bushido, while fostering national pride and cohesion, also contributed to the ethos that drove Japan's expansionist ambitions in the first half of the 20th century. Soldiers were encouraged to emulate the samurai spirit, embracing self-sacrifice and obedience, even unto death. Kamikaze pilots, for instance, invoked Bushido ideals in their final acts of devotion. However, the aftermath of World War II brought critical reflection on this interpretation of the samurai code. The devastation of war, the consequences of blind loyalty, and the loss of life prompted Japanese society to reconsider the values associated with Bushido. Post-war Japan, embracing pacifism and democracy, sought to reclaim the positive aspects of the code, such as discipline, integrity, and respect, while rejecting militarism and authoritarianism. In contemporary times, Bushido has emerged as a symbol of ethical conduct, personal responsibility, and cultural identity, balanced by an awareness of its historical complexities. Beyond Japan, the fascination with Bushido has inspired global audiences in literature, film, and philosophy. Western writers and thinkers have explored its parallels with chivalry, stoicism, and martial ethics, finding universal lessons in its focus on courage, honor, and the acceptance of mortality. Hollywood films and Japanese anime alike portray samurai characters wrestling with the tension between duty and personal conscience, illustrating the enduring human drama at the heart of the code. Furthermore, the philosophical aspects of Bushido resonate with contemporary interests in mindfulness, resilience, and ethical leadership. The samurai's emphasis on self-discipline and calm acceptance of impermanence invites reflection on how we might face modern challenges with grace and courage. In the realm of martial arts, practices such as kendo, judo, and aikido continue to teach not only physical techniques, but also the mental and ethical dimensions rooted in Bushido. Practitioners worldwide engage with these arts as paths to personal growth, community, and cultural exchange. Yet, it is essential to recognize that Bushido, like all cultural legacies, is not monolithic. Its meanings have shifted with time, shaped by social contexts and political agendas. The samurai code was historically exclusive, tied to a hierarchical society with rigid class distinctions and gender roles. Women and commoners were often excluded from its benefits and responsibilities. Modern interpretations strive to broaden its principles, emphasizing universal human values of respect, compassion, and honor without the confines of class or gender. As you rest now, picture the serene moments that once defined the samurai's life beyond the battlefield, the quiet contemplation beneath cherry blossoms, the deliberate brushstrokes of calligraphy, the measured movements in a tea ceremony. Imagine the weight of tradition carried not only in steel, but in the heart, a legacy that calls for balance between strength and kindness, action and stillness. These images carry forward the essence of Bushido, inviting us to consider how ancient wisdom can guide us today. The way of the warrior, tempered by reflection and compassion, offers a path not only for battle, but for living fully, with intention and integrity. Let this gentle thought ease your mind as you drift deeper into sleep, carried by the quiet strength of a timeless code. As the centuries passed and Japan transitioned into the modern era, the essence of Bushido continued to echo throughout society, shaping not only the lives of individuals, but also the broader cultural identity of the nation. While the samurai class itself was formally abolished during the Meiji Restoration in the late 19th century, the values and ideals that defined their way of life did not disappear with them. Instead, they permeated new social structures and inspired generations in ways that transcended the original context of feudal warfare and aristocratic privilege. In the rapidly industrializing Japan of the late 1800s and early 1900s, Bushido was often invoked as a symbol of national pride and moral strength. Military leaders and educators emphasized the importance of loyalty, discipline, and sacrifice, aligning these virtues with the emerging concept of the modern Japanese citizen. Schools taught students not only academic subjects, but also the ethics of Bushido, reinforcing ideals of honor, respect for authority, and self-control. This moral framework was seen as essential for forging a unified, resilient nation capable of standing alongside Western powers. Yet, the appropriation of Bushido in this period was complex and sometimes contradictory. On the one hand, it helped instill a sense of purpose and cohesion amid rapid social change. On the other, it was sometimes used to justify militarism and unquestioning obedience to authority, contributing to Japan's aggressive expansionism in the early 20th century. The samurai's code of honor was transformed into a nationalistic ideal, encouraging extreme sacrifice for the emperor and state, a reinterpretation that, in hindsight, had profound consequences during times of conflict and war. Following the devastation of World War II, Japan's relationship with Bushido underwent further evolution. The country embraced pacifism and democracy, and many began to question the militaristic interpretations that had been used to promote war. At the same time, there was a desire to reclaim the positive and enduring aspects of Bushido, the emphasis on integrity, courage, respect, and personal discipline, while rejecting the ideologies that had led to suffering. In the post-war years, Bushido was increasingly understood not as a rigid code for warriors alone, but as a source of ethical guidance and cultural identity that could inspire individuals in diverse walks of life. Beyond Japan, the global fascination with Bushido and samurai culture has grown significantly, fueled by literature, cinema, and martial arts. Western audiences, captivated by the mystique of the samurai, have embraced the ideals of honor, loyalty, and discipline portrayed in countless stories, both historical and fictional. Films such as Akira Kurosawa's works introduced samurai ethos to international viewers, exploring themes of moral conflict, sacrifice, and redemption. The philosophy of Bushido has also been adopted and adapted by practitioners of martial arts worldwide, including Kendo, Judo, Aikido, and Karate. These disciplines emphasize not only physical technique, but also mental focus, ethical conduct, and spiritual growth, reflecting the holistic nature of the samurai's path. Moreover, the principles of Bushido continue to inspire contemporary discussions about leadership, ethics, and personal development. In business, education, and personal relationships, values such as integrity, respect, perseverance, and humility, hallmarks of the samurai code, are often highlighted as keys to success and meaningful living. Despite this widespread appreciation, it is crucial to recognize the historical and social complexities surrounding Bushido. The samurai class operated within a hierarchical and exclusionary system, and their code was not accessible to all. Gender roles, class distinctions, and political realities influenced who could embody Bushido's ideals and how. Modern interpretations strive to acknowledge these nuances, seeking to apply the code's positive virtues in inclusive and contemporary ways. As you settle deeper into rest, picture the tranquil scenes of traditional Japan, the quiet tea ceremony where every movement is deliberate and respectful, the serene garden where a samurai meditates beneath blooming cherry trees, the soft glow of lantern light flickering against tatami mats. Imagine the sound of the bamboo flute, the scent of incense, and the calm presence of one who walks the path of honor with grace and humility. These images carry the enduring spirit of Bushido, a reminder that true strength lies not only in the sword, but in the heart, that courage and compassion can coexist, and that the way of the warrior is ultimately a way of mindful living. Let this peaceful reflection guide your thoughts as you drift gently into sleep, wrapped in the quiet wisdom of a code that has transcended time and continues to inspire. As we explore further into the enduring influence of Bushido, it becomes evident that this ancient code of honor and ethics is not confined solely to the pages of history, but lives on in various forms across contemporary Japan and the wider world. Though the samurai class was officially dissolved over a century ago, the essence of Bushido continues to inform cultural values, social behavior, and even international perceptions of Japanese identity. In post-Meiji Japan, the rapid industrialization and modernization of society brought significant challenges to traditional ways of life. Yet, amidst the tumultuous change, the virtues of Bushido, discipline, loyalty, courage, and respect, remained a steady moral compass for many. These ideals were integrated into educational curricula, fostering a sense of national pride and personal responsibility among the youth. Schools taught not only reading and arithmetic, but also ethical lessons drawn from the samurai's way. This fusion of old and new reflected Japan's effort to balance heritage with progress, tradition with innovation. Beyond education, the spirit of Bushido found a profound expression in the arts and cultural practices. The meticulous rituals of the tea ceremony, with its emphasis on grace and mindfulness, echoed the samurai's dedication to precision and respect. Calligraphy, flower arranging, and martial arts, all steeped in centuries of practice, served as living embodiments of Bushido's call for harmony between action and contemplation. In these practices, practitioners find a path to self-mastery and a connection to a lineage that transcends time. Internationally, Bushido captivated imaginations and contributed to Japan's cultural diplomacy. Early Western fascination with the samurai was fueled by literature and art that romanticized their code, often glossing over historical realities to focus on ideals of honor and heroism. This romantic image, while inspiring, was sometimes simplified or mythologized. Nevertheless, it helped bridge cultural divides, inviting curiosity and respect for Japanese history. In the global spread of Japanese martial arts, the ethical teachings derived from Bushido play a central role. Disciplines such as kendo, judo, aikido, and karate emphasize not only physical skill but also mental discipline, ethical behavior, and mutual respect. Students worldwide engage with these arts as a means of personal development, learning values that resonate far beyond combat. However, to fully appreciate Bushido, it is necessary to confront its contradictions and complexities. The code originated in a hierarchical, feudal society marked by social stratification and exclusion. Women, peasants, and merchants were generally excluded from the privileges associated with the samurai class. The ideals of loyalty and honor were often wielded in service of power structures that enforced rigid social orders. Additionally, the militaristic interpretations of Bushido in the early 20th century, particularly during Japan's imperialist period, led to its association with nationalism and wartime sacrifice, sometimes at great human cost. Contemporary scholarship encourages a nuanced understanding of Bushido, recognizing its historical context, evolution, and diverse applications. Rather than viewing it as a monolithic doctrine, it is more accurate to see Bushido as a dynamic tradition that has been reinterpreted and reshaped across eras. This perspective invites reflection on how ancient codes can inform modern ethical living without reproducing past injustices. In everyday life today, many Japanese people find in Bushido a source of inspiration for personal conduct. The emphasis on perseverance in adversity, respect for others, and responsibility resonates in business, family, and community settings. The samurai ideal of facing challenges with calm resolve encourages mindfulness and self-control. Moreover, as global interest in mindfulness and ethical living grows, the values embedded in Bushido offer rich insights. The samurai's acceptance of mortality, dedication to continual self-improvement, and balance between strength and compassion provide timeless lessons relevant to a fast-paced, often fragmented world. As you settle into rest, imagine the disciplined footsteps of a samurai walking beneath a moonlit sky, the quiet concentration of ink flowing onto parchment, the gentle flow of a katana through the air practiced 1,000 times over. Picture the subtle bow of respect exchanged between master and student, the shared silence of a tea house where every gesture carries meaning. These images carry the heart of Bushido, a way of being that honors both action and reflection, courage and kindness, duty and humanity. Let this tranquil vision guide your thoughts as you drift deeper into calm, carried on the steady strength of a code that continues to inspire across centuries and continents, a whisper of honor in the stillness of night. As we reach the concluding chapter of our journey through the history of Bushido, it is worth reflecting on the profound and lasting impact the samurai code has had, not only on Japan's cultural fabric, but on the broader human understanding of honor, discipline, and ethical living. While the samurai as a social class no longer exist, their legacy remains alive in countless ways, from the arts and education to modern interpretations of courage and responsibility. Bushido's journey from a warrior's code forged in the crucible of medieval Japan to a symbol of national identity and ethical philosophy is a testament to its adaptability and enduring relevance. In the post-World War II era, Japan's rapid reconstruction and economic miracle brought with it a new social context in which Bushido's virtues found renewed expression. The emphasis on hard work, loyalty to one's company, respect for hierarchy, and collective harmony are often seen as reflections of Bushido's influence within corporate culture. This sometimes results in rigorous work ethics, lifetime employment, and a strong sense of duty, traits admired and sometimes critiqued both within Japan and abroad. Yet, beyond the workplace, Bushido has inspired deeper philosophical reflections on how to live with integrity and purpose in an increasingly complex and interconnected world. Its principles encourage individuals to cultivate self-discipline, face adversity with courage, and maintain a respect for others that transcends simple rules. These ideals resonate universally, inviting us to consider how ancient wisdom can illuminate contemporary challenges of ethical decision-making, personal growth, and social responsibility. Internationally, the samurai ethos continues to captivate imaginations. Popular culture, from cinema to literature to video games, often revisits the stories and struggles of samurai figures, exploring themes of loyalty, sacrifice, honor, and internal conflict. While these portrayals range from romanticized to historically grounded, they collectively contribute to a rich tapestry that keeps Bushido's spirit vibrant and relevant. The martial arts inspired by samurai traditions remain practiced worldwide, emphasizing not only physical skill, but also the cultivation of character and mindfulness. This global diffusion of Bushido-related practices illustrates the power of cultural exchange and the universal appeal of its values. However, it is crucial to maintain a balanced perspective, acknowledging the complexities and contradictions of Bushido's history. The code emerged in a feudal society marked by hierarchy and exclusion, and its militaristic adaptations sometimes facilitated conflict and suffering. Modern interpretations seek to reclaim the positive virtues while promoting inclusivity, critical reflection, and peace. The ongoing dialogue about Bushido encourages us to learn from history without glorifying violence or injustice. As you rest now, imagine the samurai's journey, a life of disciplined practice, profound reflection, and unwavering commitment to an ideal that blends strength with compassion. Picture the sword, not just as a weapon, but as a symbol of responsibility. The bow, not just as a tool of war, but as an extension of will and focus. The tea ceremony, not just as a ritual, but as an embodiment of harmony and respect. Hear the quiet footsteps across polished wooden floors, the gentle rustling of silk robes, the steady breath of meditation. Sense the weight of generations, the silence of ancient forests, the fleeting beauty of cherry blossoms falling gently to the ground. These images carry the essence of Bushido, a path that invites us to live with honor in every moment, to embrace both the fragility and the strength within ourselves and others. Let this final reflection soothe your mind and heart, guiding you into deep and peaceful rest, accompanied by the enduring spirit of the samurai's way. Thank you all for listening to the entire story. Now let us quietly begin the next chapter in our Boring History for Sleep series. Life in the medieval Jewish ghettos. In the quiet, winding streets of medieval Europe, long before the roar of modern cities and the bustle of contemporary life, there existed neighborhoods often set apart, places where Jewish communities lived in close proximity, marked by both cultural richness and harsh limitations imposed by the broader society. These neighborhoods, known historically as ghettos, became complex worlds unto themselves, filled with traditions, challenges, hopes, and hardships that shaped the daily lives of their inhabitants. Life in the medieval Jewish ghettos was defined by a delicate balance between isolation and resilience. Often surrounded by imposing walls or segregated by edicts from rulers, these quarters were physically separated from the rest of the city. Gates might be locked at night, and movement restricted by curfews or legal constraints. Yet within these confines, vibrant communities flourished. Synagogues served not only as places of worship, but as centers of learning and social gathering. Markets bustled with merchants and craftsmen, selling wares that ranged from fine textiles to precious metals, from foodstuffs to books. The sounds of prayer, conversation, and trade filled narrow alleyways, mixing with the scents of freshly baked bread, spices, and the earthy aroma of rain on cobblestones. The architecture itself was often dense and haphazard, a result of limited space and the necessity to accommodate growing populations within fixed boundaries. Homes were typically small and built close together, with multiple families sometimes sharing a single building. Interior spaces were modest, yet carefully maintained, reflecting both modest means and the importance of hospitality and family. Despite the cramped conditions, there was a profound sense of community and shared identity. Life in the ghettos revolved around religious observance and cultural tradition. The rhythms of the Jewish calendar, Sabbaths, festivals, fasts, provided structure and meaning. Religious scholars and rabbis guided spiritual life, while communal leaders worked to resolve disputes and organize charity. Education was highly valued, with boys and often girls learning Hebrew, scripture, and religious law from a young age. However, the ghettos were also places of hardship and vulnerability. Residents faced restrictions on economic activity, ownership of property, and participation in broader civic life. Anti-Jewish laws could restrict where individuals could live, the professions they could pursue, and the rights they held. Periodic outbreaks of violence and persecution cast shadows over daily existence, reminding inhabitants of the precariousness of their position. Economic life within the ghettos was often constrained, but it was also adaptive and innovative. Many Jews became skilled artisans, moneylenders, traders, or physicians, occupations sometimes barred to them elsewhere. Within their communities, intricate networks of support developed, including charity funds for the poor and sick, communal ovens, and mutual aid societies. These systems helped sustain families and individuals through difficult times. Social and cultural life in the ghettos was rich and multifaceted. Storytelling, music, and religious study fostered a strong sense of heritage and continuity. Yiddish, Hebrew, and local languages intertwined in daily speech, reflecting the complex identities of these communities. Marriage and family were central, with elaborate rituals and celebrations that reinforced bonds and traditions. Yet, even within the ghettos, individuals and families dreamed beyond the walls that confined them. Stories of scholars who traveled to distant lands, merchants who navigated complex trade routes, and artists who contributed to wider cultural exchanges reveal the permeability of these boundaries. The ghettos were not isolated fortresses, but living spaces where connections to the wider world persisted, albeit filtered through layers of restriction and negotiation. As you settle into this moment of calm, imagine walking slowly through the narrow lanes of a medieval Jewish ghetto. Hear the soft chatter of neighbors greeting one another, the distant call to prayer from the synagogue, the gentle rustling of pages in a study hall where ancient texts are examined with care. Smell the aroma of freshly baked challah bread mingling with the scents of herbs and spices from market stalls. Feel the textures of worn stone underfoot and the warmth of candlelight spilling from windows as families gather to welcome the Sabbath. In this world of both constraint and resilience, the human spirit finds ways to endure, to connect, and to flourish. Let these images and sounds gently fill your mind as you drift toward restful sleep, carried on the quiet strength of communities shaped by history, faith, and hope. Within the walls of the medieval Jewish ghettos, life was woven from threads of tradition, faith, and endurance. Though the external world often imposed restrictions and prejudice, inside these neighborhoods, the Jewish communities cultivated rich cultural and spiritual lives that sustained them through hardship and uncertainty. The synagogue stood at the heart of ghetto life, not only as a place for prayer, but as a communal hub. Here, the daily prayers marked time, creating a rhythm that connected individuals to their faith and to each other. Men and boys gathered to study the Torah and Talmud, engaging in rigorous debate and interpretation that linked generations through shared learning. This study was not merely academic. It was a sacred act, a way of preserving identity and continuity amidst the pressures of exile and marginalization. Women, though often excluded from formal study sessions, played vital roles within the household and community. They prepared food according to dietary laws, maintained the Sabbath sanctity through careful observance, and raised children steeped in tradition. The home was a sanctuary where the values of faith and family were nurtured, where stories of ancestors and holidays filled the air, and where resilience was quietly cultivated. Economic life in the ghettos was complex and multifaceted. Jews were often barred from owning land or joining many guilds, which limited occupational choices. Yet many found niches as merchants, artisans, moneylenders, or doctors, professions that, though sometimes stigmatized, allowed for survival and modest prosperity. Moneylending, for instance, while vilified in broader society, was often a necessary role given Christian prohibitions against usury. Within the ghetto, a web of mutual support existed. Charitable organizations known as Shevra Kadisha and Gemilut Chasadim provided assistance to the sick, poor, and elderly. These groups organized communal funds, medical care, and burials, ensuring that the vulnerable were cared for according to religious law and social obligation. The spirit of tzedakah, or righteous giving, was central to community life, reinforcing bonds of solidarity. Despite the constraints, the ghettos were places of vibrant cultural expression. Jewish festivals such as Passover, Hanukkah, and Sukkot were celebrated with fervor, transforming the physical space with rituals, music, and storytelling. These occasions offered not only spiritual renewal, but also moments of joy and collective memory, vital for maintaining identity in the face of adversity. Language and literature thrived as well. Yiddish, a rich fusion of Hebrew, German, and Slavic tongues, became the vernacular of many ghettos, serving as a vehicle for poetry, theater, and folk tales. Printed texts, often produced under difficult circumstances, disseminated religious teachings, legal codes, and philosophical works that connected isolated communities to a broader Jewish intellectual tradition. The ghettos were not static or insular. Trade routes, pilgrimages, and scholarly exchanges ensured that ideas and goods flowed, albeit cautiously, between Jewish communities and the wider world. Merchants carried textiles, spices, and manuscripts, linking the ghettos to centers of commerce from Venice to Constantinople and beyond. Scholars traveled to study in renowned yeshivas, bringing back knowledge and renewing local learning. Yet, life in the ghettos was shadowed by the constant threat of persecution. Pogroms, expulsions, and discriminatory laws could shatter communities overnight. The Black Death in the 14th century, for example, led to violent outbreaks against Jews, fueled by scapegoating and fear. Despite these dangers, the Jewish people in the ghettos displayed remarkable resilience, rebuilding their lives and institutions time and again. Social structures within the ghettos often reflected traditional hierarchies, with rabbis, wealthy families, and guild leaders holding significant influence. These leaders negotiated with local authorities to protect their communities, mediate disputes, and maintain order. The role of women, while circumscribed, was nonetheless essential in preserving cultural continuity and managing household economies. The architecture of the ghettos, shaped by necessity and constraint, fostered close-knit communities where neighbors knew one another intimately. Narrow alleys, crowded courtyards, and multi-story dwellings created environments where privacy was limited but social ties were strong. In these spaces, families shared joys and sorrows, supported each other through illness or loss, and passed down traditions that kept the spirit of their people alive. As you imagine yourself wandering these winding streets, feel the sense of history embedded in every stone and whisper. Hear the call to prayer mingling with the laughter of children playing, the cadence of voices in markets bargaining over fresh bread or spices. Smell the aroma of challah baking in hearths, mixed with the scent of herbs used in healing and cooking. See the glow of candlelight in windows. As families gather to welcome the Sabbath, their faces illuminated by the warmth of faith and fellowship. In these quiet moments lies the essence of life in the medieval Jewish ghettos. A world of both hardship and hope, separation and community, challenge and endurance. Let these images gently envelop your mind, guiding you into peaceful rest, carried on the timeless currents of human resilience and shared tradition. As life within the medieval Jewish ghettos continued to unfold, the community's resilience and adaptability became ever more apparent. Despite the restrictions imposed by external authorities and the limitations of confined spaces, the ghettos evolved into centers of rich cultural, religious, and social life that nurtured a distinct identity shaped by faith, tradition, and collective memory. The daily routine in the ghettos was deeply intertwined with religious observance. The Sabbath, or Shabbat, was a weekly beacon of rest and spiritual renewal, transforming the fabric of time and offering respite from the often harsh realities of ghetto life. From Friday evening as the sun set, families would gather to light candles, recite prayers, and share meals steeped in symbolism and memory. The synagogue, serving as the communal heart, hosted services that blended solemnity with hope, strengthening bonds among congregants. Children were educated not only in secular matters, but deeply in religious texts and ethical teachings. The study of Torah and Talmud was a sacred endeavor, linking generations and fostering intellectual rigor. Rabbis and teachers guided students through complex discussions, encouraging questioning and interpretation within the framework of tradition. This education was a source of pride and continuity, an anchor that helped the community weather storms of persecution and displacement. Within the narrow alleys and cramped quarters, social ties were strong and multifaceted. Extended families often lived in close proximity, sharing resources, stories, and responsibilities. Community organizations such as the Shevra Kadisha, responsible for caring for the dead, and various charitable societies, provided support and a sense of belonging. These institutions ensured that even the most vulnerable were cared for according to religious law and communal values. Festive occasions punctuated the year with color and joy. Holidays like Passover, with its Seder meal recounting the story of liberation from Egypt, brought families together in ritual and reflection. Hanukkah's lights illuminated windows during the darkest days of winter, symbolizing hope and perseverance. Weddings, circumcisions, and bar mitzvahs were celebrated with ceremonies and feasts that reaffirmed life and continuity amid uncertainty. Economically, the ghettos were hubs of both necessity and ingenuity. Trade was often constrained by legal restrictions, but many Jews became skilled merchants, artisans, and moneylenders, occupations that required trust, knowledge, and adaptability. Markets within the ghettos bustled with activity, offering goods ranging from textiles and spices to religious items and household necessities. Despite occasional suspicion and hostility from the surrounding population, Jewish traders established networks that reached across Europe and into the Mediterranean. Medical practitioners within the ghettos often gained reputations beyond their walls. Jewish doctors were sought after for their knowledge and skill, contributing not only to community health, but sometimes serving non-Jewish patients as well. The transmission of medical texts and practices from Arabic, Hebrew, and Latin sources enriched their expertise, underscoring the ghetto's role as centers of learning despite their physical and social confines. Life in the ghettos was also marked by continual negotiation with surrounding powers. Leaders within the community, including rabbis and wealthy patrons, acted as intermediaries, advocating for protection, negotiating taxes, and managing internal affairs. These negotiations were often fraught, requiring diplomacy and resilience. The threat of violence, expulsion, or forced conversion loomed persistently, creating an undercurrent of tension that shaped daily life. Despite these hardships, the ghettos were spaces of profound cultural flourishing. Literature, music, and religious art thrived, expressing the hopes, sorrows, and dreams of the people. Stories of biblical heroes, mystical teachings from Kabbalah, and folk tales were shared in homes and study halls. Song and prayer provided comfort and a voice to the collective experience. As you imagine yourself wandering through these narrow, labyrinthine streets, picture the vivid mosaic of sounds and scents, a mixture of prayer chants, children's laughter, the clatter of merchants' stalls, and the aroma of spices and baked goods. See the flicker of oil lamps casting gentle shadows on stone walls, the bright colors of holiday garments, and the careful hands weaving sacred texts. Feel the warmth of human connection woven tightly, despite the confines of walls and the challenges beyond them. The medieval Jewish ghettos, with all their complexity and contradiction, stand as a testament to the enduring human spirit, a reminder that even in separation and adversity, culture, faith, and community can not only survive, but thrive. Let these images settle softly in your mind as you drift toward restful sleep, carried on the gentle strength of tradition and resilience. As time passed within the medieval Jewish ghettos, the communities developed intricate social and cultural structures that fostered a unique sense of identity and continuity despite external pressures and limitations. These neighborhoods were not merely places of confinement or segregation. Rather, they became vibrant hubs where tradition, learning, and daily life intertwined in a rich tapestry. The role of religion remained central to the rhythm of life. Daily prayers punctuated the hours, creating a steady cadence that bound the community together. The synagogue was more than a building. It was the heart of social and spiritual life. It served as a place where individuals found solace, guidance, and connection. Celebrations of holidays brought the streets alive with color and sound, as festivals like Sukkot and Purim were observed with joy and reverence. The customs surrounding these observances reinforced collective memory and offered respite from the difficulties of ghetto life. Education was highly valued and rigorously pursued. Boys were often sent to cheters and yeshivas, where they learned Hebrew, scripture, and rabbinical law. These institutions preserved religious knowledge and legal traditions while cultivating critical thinking through debate and interpretation. Girls, although less likely to receive formal religious education, were taught within the home about customs, prayers, and the importance of maintaining Jewish identity. This emphasis on learning was a powerful tool for cultural preservation and resilience. Within the ghetto's narrow lanes and crowded dwellings, families lived in close quarters. Despite the challenges posed by limited space and resources, strong communal ties developed. Neighbors depended on each other for support, sharing food, knowledge, and companionship. This close-knit environment fostered a sense of belonging that helped counteract feelings of isolation. Social hierarchies existed, with respected rabbis, wealthy merchants, and community leaders holding significant influence. These figures played vital roles in mediating disputes, organizing charity, and representing the community in dealings with external authorities. The administration of internal affairs was often managed by councils known as kahila, which coordinated religious, legal, and social matters. Economic life within the ghettos was marked by both opportunity and constraint. Restrictions imposed by city officials often limited the professions available to Jewish residents. Many found livelihoods in trade, moneylending, and craftsmanship. The latter included skilled work in textiles, jewelry, and bookmaking, professions that required specialized knowledge and were often passed down through generations. Moneylending, though vital to the local economy, was sometimes a source of tension with the surrounding Christian populations. Nevertheless, it provided necessary credit to merchants and landowners, embedding Jewish communities into broader economic networks. Medicine was another area in which Jewish practitioners made significant contributions. Many Jewish doctors were highly respected for their knowledge and skill, drawing on texts translated from Arabic and Latin, as well as traditional Jewish medical writings. Their services often extended beyond the ghettos, treating patients from various social strata. These healers were key figures who enhanced the community's standing and provided vital care in times when medical knowledge was limited. The ghettos were also places of artistic and intellectual creativity. Despite the hardships, music, poetry, and storytelling flourished. Liturgical melodies enriched religious services and festivals, while folk tales and proverbs conveyed moral lessons and humor. Manuscripts, religious, philosophical, and legal, were painstakingly copied by scribes, preserving centuries of scholarship. These cultural expressions reinforced a shared heritage and offered comfort amid uncertainty. Yet life in the ghettos was shadowed by the persistent threat of persecution. Periodic outbreaks of violence, pogroms, brought destruction and loss, often sparked by scapegoating or political turmoil. Jews faced expulsions from cities or regions, forcing communities to uproot and resettle repeatedly. These traumas left deep scars, but also galvanized communal solidarity and determination to survive. Negotiations with local rulers and authorities were a constant reality. Jewish leaders sought to secure protections, rights, and exemptions, often through taxes and fees. These arrangements were fragile and could be revoked, leaving communities vulnerable. The precariousness of their position underscored the resilience and adaptability of ghetto residents. In the narrow, crowded streets, daily life was a blend of routine, faith, struggle, and celebration. Children played in alleyways, elders recounted stories of exile and hope, merchants haggled over goods, and scholars debated ancient texts. The physical constraints of the ghettos fostered a profound intimacy and interdependence among residents. As you imagine yourself walking these winding paths, feel the textures of worn stone underfoot, the filtered light through narrow windows, and the gentle hum of voices speaking in Yiddish, Hebrew, and the local tongue. Smell the mingling scents of freshly baked bread, herbs, and candle wax. See the soft glow of lamps illuminating prayer books, the careful hands of artisans crafting objects of beauty, and the joyful gatherings during festivals and weddings. These moments reflect the enduring spirit of the medieval Jewish ghettos, a testament to faith, community, and perseverance. Let these images gently lull your mind into peaceful rest, carried by the quiet strength of history and human connection. As the medieval period progressed, life in the Jewish ghettos was shaped not only by the internal rhythms of faith and community, but also by the complex interactions with the surrounding societies and evolving political landscapes. The ghettos were often caught in the shifting tides of tolerance and repression, prosperity and hardship, peace and violence. These external forces exerted a profound influence on the daily lives and collective psyche of their inhabitants. One of the persistent challenges faced by the Jewish communities was the precarious nature of their legal status. While some rulers granted charters that allowed for limited autonomy, others imposed strict restrictions or expelled Jews entirely from their realms. The ghettos, therefore, were frequently sites of negotiation and tension, where community leaders had to carefully balance submission and resistance to ensure survival. These legal constraints often dictated where Jews could live, what trades they could pursue, and even how they dressed. Laws requiring distinctive clothing or badges aimed to segregate and stigmatize, reinforcing social divisions. Yet, within these confines, the ghettos became spaces of cultural resilience and adaptation. Economic life was often shaped by necessity and ingenuity. Barred from many professions, Jews in the ghettos developed expertise in commerce, finance, medicine, and crafts that could operate within or around imposed limitations. Markets inside the ghettos were vibrant centers of exchange, not only for goods, but also for ideas and news. Merchants established far-reaching networks that connected ghettos across Europe and beyond, linking communities through trade routes that spanned rivers, mountains, and seas. The money-lending profession, although controversial and at times vilified, played a crucial role in local economies, providing credit to Christian and Jewish borrowers alike. Jewish physicians were renowned for their knowledge, often serving both Jewish and Christian patients. Their medical texts and practices drew from diverse traditions, including Arabic and classical sources, making them invaluable figures in their communities. Despite the hardships, the ghettos nurtured a rich spiritual and intellectual life. Rabbis, scholars, and mystics produced theological works, commentaries, and philosophical treatises that engaged deeply with the challenges of exile, suffering, and identity. Kabbalah, the Jewish mystical tradition, found fertile ground within ghettos, offering interpretations of the divine and the cosmos that provided hope and meaning amid uncertainty. Festivals and holy days were occasions of communal renewal. Passover's Seder, with its retelling of liberation from slavery, took on particular poignancy. Hanukkah's celebration of light amid darkness resonated as a metaphor for perseverance. Weddings, circumcisions, and other life cycle events were observed with rituals that reinforced community bonds and cultural continuity. Social life was closely intertwined with religious observance. Gender roles were traditional, with men primarily responsible for religious study and public affairs, while women managed households, raised children, and maintained traditions. Yet, women's roles extended beyond the private sphere. They were often custodians of oral history, ritual knowledge, and community welfare. The ghetto's physical spaces, although cramped and crowded, bore witness to centuries of human experience. Narrow alleys echoed with footsteps and voices, while courtyards and synagogues served as meeting places. Homes were often built vertically to accommodate growing families, with modest furnishings but careful attention to religious and cultural practices. Amidst these walls, stories of hardship and hope were told and retold, passing from generation to generation. Periods of violence and persecution cast long shadows. Pogroms, violent attacks against Jewish communities, shattered lives and scattered families. Accusations of blood libel, economic envy, and scapegoating fueled outbreaks of hatred. Yet even in the aftermath of such tragedies, ghettos were rebuilt, communities reformed, and traditions reaffirmed. This cycle of destruction and renewal was a testament to the resilience and tenacity of these communities. The ghettos were not mere relics of segregation. They were living, breathing centers of culture, faith, and human connection. The people who lived there maintained a rich tapestry of language, music, storytelling, and spiritual practice that sustained their identity. As you imagine yourself walking slowly through the labyrinthine streets, hear the mix of languages, Yiddish, Hebrew, the local tongue, melding in conversations and prayers. Smell the scent of herbs, fresh bread, and candle wax. See the flicker of candlelight illuminating faces gathered in homes and synagogues, sharing stories of ancestors and hope. Feel the quiet strength that pulses beneath the surface of daily life, a strength born of faith, memory, and unyielding community. Let these images and sounds cradle your mind gently as you drift deeper into restful sleep, carried by the enduring spirit of a people who found life and meaning within walls meant to contain them. As the medieval Jewish ghettos continued to exist through the changing tides of European history, the communities within them faced a complex interplay of social, religious, and political dynamics that shaped their existence. These ghettos were not static or monolithic. Rather, they were ever-evolving spaces where resilience met restriction, where faith and culture blossomed amid adversity. One notable aspect of life in the ghettos was the intricate system of communal self-governance. Within the walls, Jewish communities organized their own internal, judicial, and administrative bodies, often headed by respected rabbis and lay leaders. These councils managed religious observance, resolved disputes, and coordinated communal affairs such as education, charity, and taxation. This degree of autonomy was crucial for maintaining order and preserving traditions when outside powers often viewed Jews with suspicion or hostility. Religious leadership was central to communal life. Rabbis not only served as spiritual guides, but also as educators, legal authorities, and mediators. Their deep knowledge of halakha, the body of Jewish law, was essential in navigating daily challenges and maintaining religious identity in often hostile environments. Study halls and yeshivas provided venues for intense scholarly pursuit, where young men engaged in debates and learned sacred texts, preparing to continue the intellectual heritage that had sustained Jewish communities through centuries of exile. The social fabric of the ghettos was woven with rich customs and traditions. Life cycle events, births, bar mitzvahs, weddings, and funerals, were celebrated with rituals that reinforced communal bonds and transmitted cultural values. Despite the limitations of physical space and external restrictions, the residents took great care to observe holidays and fasts with joy and solemnity. These occasions provided moments of collective identity and spiritual rejuvenation. Economically, the ghettos were hubs of diverse activity. The constraints imposed by external authorities often barred Jews from owning land or entering certain trades, pushing many into commerce, money lending, or specialized crafts. These professions required not only skill, but also trust and connections, which Jewish communities nurtured through intricate networks spanning cities and countries. Markets within the ghettos were lively centers of exchange, where goods and news circulated, fostering a sense of economic vitality despite adversity. Medicine was a particularly important field in which Jewish practitioners excelled. Often barred from universities and guilds, Jewish doctors nonetheless developed reputations for expertise and were sought after by patients from both Jewish and Christian communities. They preserved and advanced medical knowledge through texts that blended religious and scientific insights, providing crucial health care in times when medical services were scarce. Despite the vibrant life within, The ghettos were also places where the shadow of persecution lingered constantly. Anti-Jewish sentiment fueled periodic outbreaks of violence, expulsions, and discriminatory legislation. Pogroms devastated communities, destroying homes, synagogues, and lives. Yet, remarkably, Jewish communities rebuilt repeatedly, drawing strength from their faith, solidarity, and enduring traditions. The ghetto's physical environment often reflected these pressures. Cramped and overcrowded, with narrow streets and limited access to sanitation, they posed significant challenges to health and well-being. Yet, within these constraints, residents created homes filled with warmth and ritual. The smells of baking bread, the glow of Sabbath candles, and the sound of prayers created an atmosphere of sanctity and continuity. The cultural life of the ghettos was rich and varied. Music, storytelling, and literature flourished, preserving languages such as Yiddish and Ladino that carried the histories and hopes of the people. The performance of folk tales and the composition of liturgical poetry connected past and present, nurturing identity across generations. Artistic expression, whether through illuminated manuscripts, embroidery, or ritual objects, added beauty and meaning to everyday life. As you imagine wandering through these ancient streets, picture the mixture of scents and sounds, the spicy aroma of simmering stews, the crisp air carrying voices reciting prayers, the soft glow of oil lamps illuminating faces marked by both hardship and hope. Feel the closeness of neighbors sharing stories and support, the quiet dignity of individuals maintaining faith and family in the face of uncertainty. Life in the medieval Jewish ghettos was a testament to human resilience, the capacity to create community and culture even in confinement. Let these images gently settle in your mind as you drift deeper into peaceful rest, carried by the enduring strength of spirit that has transcended centuries and boundaries. As the medieval Jewish ghettos endured through the centuries, the lives within these confined quarters were shaped not only by the relentless challenges imposed from outside, but also by the vibrant internal world of tradition, faith, and community resilience. The ghettos, often misunderstood as mere prisons, were in reality complex social ecosystems, where cultural identity was fiercely preserved and nurtured. Central to the life of the ghettos was the role of education and scholarship, which served as a beacon of hope and a source of strength for generations. Young boys were immersed in religious studies from an early age, learning to read Hebrew, master the sacred texts, and debate the interpretations of the Torah and Talmud. These studies were not only academic exercises, but deeply spiritual practices that connected them to centuries of Jewish thought and law. The yeshivas, religious schools, were places of rigorous intellectual engagement, where students and rabbis engaged in lively discussion, fostering critical thinking within the boundaries of tradition. While formal education for girls was less emphasized, women played crucial roles in transmitting religious customs, storytelling, and maintaining the home as a sanctuary of faith and learning. The daily rhythms of life in the ghettos were deeply intertwined with religious observance. The Sabbath, or Shabbat, was a weekly sacred pause, a time of rest, prayer, and family gathering. From Friday evening to Saturday night, the streets would quiet as homes lit candles and families gathered to welcome the day of holiness. Festivals like Passover, with its rich storytelling tradition recounting the liberation from slavery in Egypt, were moments of communal renewal, weaving history and hope into the fabric of daily life. Economic activity within the ghettos was marked by both constraint and ingenuity. With many professions closed off by discriminatory laws, Jewish residents found niches as merchants, artisans, moneylenders, and physicians. The ghetto markets were lively places where goods from spices to textiles to religious artifacts were traded. Moneylending, while controversial, was a vital function that supported local economies and fostered connections beyond the ghetto walls. Jewish physicians were often highly regarded, drawing from a blend of traditional knowledge and emerging medical sciences, serving patients both within and outside their communities. Social support systems were a cornerstone of ghetto life. Charitable organizations, or Gemilut Chassidim, played vital roles in caring for the poor, sick, and elderly. These groups organized communal funds and ensured that Jewish law regarding charity was meticulously observed. Burial societies, known as Shevra Kadisha, tended to the dead with reverence, a final act of communal responsibility that underscored the sanctity of life and death. Life in the ghettos was also punctuated by cultural and artistic expression. Despite economic hardship and social marginalization, music, poetry, and storytelling flourished. Folk songs, liturgical chants, and dramatic tales carried the community's joys and sorrows, while manuscript illumination and ritual art preserved a visual heritage of faith and identity. These creative outlets offered comfort and a sense of continuity in uncertain times. However, the ghettos were far from places of peace. Periodic outbreaks of violence, pogroms, would shatter the fragile safety of these enclaves, leaving devastation in their wake. Expulsions and forced conversions were harsh reminders of the precariousness of Jewish existence in medieval Europe. Yet, in the face of such threats, the communities displayed remarkable resilience, rebuilding their homes, renewing their traditions, and preserving their identity. Negotiations with local authorities were a constant and delicate task. Jewish leaders, including rabbis and wealthy patrons, often acted as intermediaries to protect their communities, navigate legal restrictions, and secure privileges such as the right to practice religion and conduct commerce. These negotiations required diplomacy and wisdom, balancing submission and assertion in a hostile environment. The physical structure of the ghettos, crowded, narrow streets, and multi-story dwellings, fostered a unique intimacy. Neighbors knew one another well, sharing both hardship and celebration. This closeness cultivated strong social bonds that were essential for survival and communal well-being. As you imagine yourself walking these winding alleys, feel the textures of cobblestone underfoot and the cool shadows cast by close-set buildings. Hear the mingling languages, Yiddish, Hebrew, and the vernacular, spoken in markets, study halls, and homes. Smell the aroma of baking bread and spiced stews mingling with the scent of candle wax and parchment. Visualize the flickering light of oil lamps illuminating faces filled with both weariness and hope. In these sensory images lies the heartbeat of the medieval Jewish ghettos, a world defined by faith, perseverance, and an enduring sense of community. Let these reflections gently calm your mind and ease you into peaceful rest, carried by the strength and spirit of those who lived and thrived within these ancient walls. As the medieval Jewish ghettos continued to exist through the shifting sands of European history, the communities within them demonstrated an extraordinary capacity for endurance, adaptation, and cultural vitality. Despite the relentless pressures of segregation, discrimination, and periodic violence, these neighborhoods became not just places of confinement, but vibrant centers of Jewish life and identity. One of the most remarkable aspects of life in the ghettos was the strong emphasis on maintaining religious observance and spiritual life. Daily prayers and rituals created a steady rhythm that anchored the community's existence. The synagogue, often modest in its architecture but grand in its significance, was the central institution where faith was expressed, studied, and nurtured. It served as a gathering place for worship, education, and social cohesion. Within its walls, men and boys engaged in the study of Torah and Talmud, grappling with centuries-old texts that connected them to a shared heritage and provided guidance for navigating the complexities of daily life. The role of women, while shaped by traditional gender norms, was equally vital. They preserved the home as a sanctuary of faith, preparing food in accordance with kosher laws, observing the sanctity of the Sabbath, and transmitting cultural and religious knowledge to their children. Women's participation in community life extended to charitable activities and informal education, ensuring that the values and traditions of Judaism remained vibrant across generations. Economically, the ghettos were dynamic, albeit constrained by external restrictions. Jews were often barred from owning land or entering many guilds, which limited occupational choices. In response, they cultivated expertise in trades such as tailoring, bookbinding, and silversmithing, while also playing significant roles as merchants and moneylenders. Markets within the ghettos bustled with activity, providing goods and services both to their own residents and to the surrounding populations. The role of moneylenders, though fraught with social stigma and legal limitations, was essential to the economic ecosystems of many medieval cities, offering credit and financial services often unavailable elsewhere. Medicine was another area where Jewish practitioners gained respect and influence. Jewish doctors combined traditional knowledge with the medical science of the time, serving patients from diverse backgrounds. Their skills in learning were often disseminated through texts translated from Arabic, Latin, and Hebrew sources, reflecting a rich intercultural exchange. The ghettos were also centers of cultural production. Despite the constraints of their environments, music, poetry, and storytelling flourished. Liturgical chants and folk songs conveyed communal joys and sorrows, while illuminated manuscripts and ritual art adorned homes and synagogues. These artistic expressions served as vehicles for preserving identity, fostering resilience, and offering comfort. The social structures within the ghettos were complex and multifaceted. Leadership was often exercised by rabbis and wealthy patrons who mediated between the community and external authorities. Communal councils, or kahila, administered religious, legal, and social matters, ensuring cohesion and order. These bodies navigated delicate negotiations to secure privileges and protections, while also addressing internal disputes and welfare. Yet life in the ghettos was shadowed by persistent dangers. Pogroms, expulsions, and accusations, such as blood libel, brought fear and suffering. The Black Death in the 14th century, for instance, was a catalyst for violent outbreaks against Jewish communities, fueled by scapegoating and superstition. These traumas disrupted lives and uprooted families, but the community's resilience led to recovery and renewal time and again. The architecture of the ghettos reflected their history of constraint and survival. Narrow streets, densely packed dwellings, and fortified walls defined the physical space, limiting privacy but fostering intimacy and solidarity. Despite the hardships, homes were places of warmth and ritual, where the flicker of candlelight illuminated gatherings that honored tradition and life's milestones. As you imagine yourself wandering through these ancient quarters, hear the blend of languages, Yiddish, Hebrew, and local dialects, woven into the fabric of daily life. Smell the fragrances of freshly baked challah, aromatic herbs, and flickering candles. See the glow of lanterns illuminating faces marked by both hardship and hope. Sense the deep connections among neighbors, bound by faith and shared experience. These images carry the enduring spirit of the medieval Jewish ghettos, a testament to a community's strength, faith, and cultural richness amid adversity. Let these thoughts gently lull your mind as you drift deeper into peaceful rest, cradled by the quiet resilience of a people and a history that continues to inspire. As the medieval Jewish ghettos endured through the ebb and flow of European history, the communities within them demonstrated remarkable resilience and adaptability. Life inside these confined spaces was shaped not only by the harsh realities of segregation and discrimination, but also by the rich cultural, religious, and social traditions that flourished despite adversity. One of the most vital aspects of ghetto life was the preservation and transmission of religious identity. The synagogue served as a spiritual and communal hub, anchoring the community in faith and shared practice. Daily prayers, Torah study, and Sabbath observance created a rhythm that connected individuals to their ancestors and to one another. Education was highly valued, with boys attending cheters and yeshivas to learn Hebrew, scripture, and law. These centers of learning fostered a deep intellectual engagement and a continuity of tradition that helped sustain the community's identity across generations. Women, though often excluded from formal religious study, played crucial roles in maintaining household traditions, preparing for holidays, and passing down customs to children. The home became a sanctuary of faith and culture, where stories of perseverance and hope were shared. Economic life within the ghettos was complex, shaped by both constraints and opportunity. Jews were frequently barred from land ownership and many trades, leading them to specialize in commerce, crafts, medicine, and money lending. Ghetto markets bustled with activity, offering goods ranging from textiles to food, religious items to everyday necessities. Money lending, despite societal suspicion, was a critical function, providing credit and financial services to both Jewish and non-Jewish clients. Jewish physicians were highly regarded, drawing upon a rich heritage of medical knowledge from multiple cultural traditions, serving communities beyond the ghetto walls. Social structures within the ghettos were intricate. Leadership often rested with rabbis and wealthy patrons who managed religious, legal, and social affairs. Communal councils, or kahila, coordinated internal governance, including education, charity, and dispute resolution. These bodies negotiated with external authorities to secure rights and protections, balancing submission and advocacy. Cultural life thrived amid constraints. Music, poetry, and storytelling were vital expressions of identity and resilience. Liturgical songs and folk tales conveyed collective memories and moral lessons, while illuminated manuscripts and ritual art preserved a visual heritage. Festivals such as Passover, Hanukkah, and Purim were celebrated with fervor, providing spiritual renewal and community cohesion. Yet the ghettos were never immune to the dangers of persecution. Pogroms, expulsions, and accusations of blood libel brought violence and instability. The Black Death unleashed waves of scapegoating, leading to devastating attacks on Jewish populations. Despite these threats, the communities rebuilt and renewed, their spirit undimmed. The physical environment of the ghettos, often overcrowded and unsanitary, posed significant challenges. Narrow alleys, dense housing, and limited resources tested the inhabitants' endurance. Yet, within these walls, the bonds of family and neighbor grew strong. The shared experience of adversity fostered solidarity and mutual aid. As you envision walking through the labyrinthine streets of a medieval Jewish ghetto, hear the interweaving of Yiddish, Hebrew, and local languages in conversations and prayers. Smell the mingling aromas of baking bread, herbs, and candle wax. See the soft glow of oil lamps illuminating faces marked by both hardship and hope. Feel the quiet strength that pulses beneath daily life, a strength born of faith, tradition, and community. Life in the medieval Jewish ghettos was a profound testament to the human capacity to endure, create, and connect, even in the face of exclusion and adversity. Let these images gently settle in your mind as you drift toward restful sleep, carried by the enduring spirit of resilience and hope. As we reach the final chapter of our journey through life in the medieval Jewish ghettos, it is important to reflect on the enduring legacy these communities have left behind, one marked by resilience, faith, cultural richness, and an unwavering commitment to identity amid adversity. The ghettos, often perceived solely as places of confinement, were in truth vibrant centers of human experience, where traditions flourished, social bonds were strengthened, and hope was nurtured across generations. Throughout centuries of challenge, the Jewish people in these neighborhoods maintained their religious practices with profound dedication. The rhythms of daily prayers, the solemnity of the Sabbath, and the joyous celebrations of festivals like Passover and Sukkot created a sacred framework that infused life with meaning. The synagogue remained the heart of communal life, a sanctuary where individuals sought spiritual solace, learned sacred texts, and connected with a lineage stretching back millennia. Education played a vital role in preserving this heritage. Boys engaged in rigorous study of the Torah and Talmud, fostering intellectual curiosity and a deep understanding of law and ethics. Though girls often received less formal instruction, women's roles in nurturing faith and tradition within the home were indispensable. They ensured the continuity of customs, stories, and rituals that sustained the community's identity. Economic life in the ghettos was a testament to adaptation and perseverance. Despite restrictions on professions and property ownership, Jewish residents carved out livelihoods as merchants, artisans, moneylenders, and physicians. Markets within the ghettos were bustling hubs of trade and exchange, linking the community internally and with the wider world. The delicate balance of these economic activities required skill, trust, and resilience in the face of external prejudice and legal constraints. Medicine was a particularly respected field, with Jewish doctors serving patients both within and outside the ghettos. Their medical knowledge, enriched by a blend of cultural influences, made them invaluable healers and scholars. Social cohesion was maintained through complex networks of mutual aid and communal responsibility. Charitable organizations ensured that the vulnerable, orphans, widows, the sick, received care and support. Burial societies tended to the deceased with reverence, reflecting the deep respect for life and death inherent in Jewish tradition. These communal structures reinforced solidarity and resilience, essential for survival in often hostile environments. Cultural and artistic expression thrived despite material limitations. Music, poetry, storytelling, and manuscript illumination conveyed the community's joys, sorrows, and aspirations. The vibrant use of language, Yiddish, Hebrew, and local dialects further enriched the cultural tapestry. Through these expressions, the ghettos nurtured a sense of identity that transcended physical boundaries. Yet life in the ghettos was shadowed by the ever-present threat of violence and discrimination. Pogroms, expulsions, and scapegoating created cycles of destruction and renewal. The Black Death and other crises exacerbated tensions, leading to tragic losses. Still, the community's spirit remained unbroken, driven by faith, hope, and an enduring commitment to survival and dignity. Architecturally, the ghettos were marked by dense, narrow streets and close-knit housing that fostered intimacy and communal interaction. Though overcrowded and often unsanitary, these environments were animated by human warmth and cultural vitality. Imagine yourself walking through such a neighborhood, the scent of baking bread mingling with the aroma of herbs and incense, the murmur of prayer and conversation in familiar tongues, the glow of candlelight illuminating faces weathered by hardship but bright with hope. Feel the palpable sense of history, of stories passed down, of lives intertwined by shared experience. The legacy of the medieval Jewish ghettos is one of remarkable endurance. These communities preserved their faith, culture, and identity in the face of exclusion and adversity, contributing profoundly to the rich mosaic of European history. Their stories remind us of the power of community, the importance of tradition, and the resilience of the human spirit. As you let these reflections settle softly in your mind, may you find peace and rest, carried gently by the echoes of a people who, through centuries of challenge, never ceased to hope, to build, and to belong. Thank you all for listening to the entire story. Now, let us quietly begin the next chapter in our Boring History for Sleep series, the story of the first recorded earthquakes. Long before the age of modern science, before seismographs and satellite monitoring, the Earth itself quietly told stories of its power through trembling ground and shattered stone. The earliest recorded earthquakes offer glimpses into how ancient civilizations perceived and endured these profound natural events, weaving them into their histories, myths, and daily lives. The story of the first recorded earthquakes begins in the cradle of human civilization, where the fertile lands of Mesopotamia stretched between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Here, some of the earliest written records emerged, etched onto clay tablets in cuneiform script. These tablets, while primarily concerned with commerce, law, and governance, also preserved accounts of extraordinary natural phenomena, including the shaking of the earth. One such record from the ancient city of Mari, dating back nearly 4,000 years, describes a sudden and terrifying upheaval that disrupted the city and its people. The tablet recounts how the ground trembled, buildings cracked, and the air was filled with cries of fear and confusion. Though the language of the time could not explain the cause, the event was recorded with reverence, a testament to its profound impact on the community. Similarly, ancient Babylonian texts speak of the earth's shaking as a manifestation of divine displeasure or cosmic struggle. Earthquakes were interpreted through the lens of religion and mythology, seen as warnings or punishments sent by gods. This spiritual framing provided a way for early societies to understand and cope with forces beyond their control. Moving south and east, ancient China also offers some of the earliest detailed records of seismic activity. The Shang and Zhou dynasties, through their meticulous annals, documented numerous instances of ground shaking and destruction. These early chronicles not only described the physical effects, but often connected them to the mandate of heaven, a concept where natural disasters reflected the moral failings of rulers and the need for just governance. The Chinese also developed some of the earliest earthquake detection devices, such as Zhang Heng's seismoscope in the 2nd century AD. This ingenious instrument could indicate the direction of distant earthquakes, reflecting a growing understanding of seismic phenomena. Across the Mediterranean, the ancient Greeks and Romans integrated earthquakes into their worldview as well. The Greek philosopher Thales of Miletus, often considered one of the first natural philosophers, proposed that earthquakes were caused by the agitation of water beneath the earth. Though rudimentary, this early attempt at scientific explanation marked a shift from purely mythological interpretations. Later, Roman historians, such as Pliny the Elder, provided detailed descriptions of earthquakes, including the devastating event that struck the city of Pompeii in AD 62, foreshadowing the eruption of Mount Vesuvius. In these accounts, earthquakes were recognized as powerful natural events capable of reshaping landscapes and societies. The Near East also bears witness to some of the oldest known physical evidence of earthquakes. Archaeological excavations have revealed layers of destruction in ancient cities that align with seismic activity. Collapsed walls, tilted foundations, and sudden abandonment of settlements paint a silent picture of nature's force. For example, the ancient city of Jericho shows signs of damage that some researchers attribute to early seismic events. Across these early civilizations, earthquakes were both feared and revered. They inspired myths of great battles between gods, tales of cities swallowed by the earth, and rituals aimed at appeasing the forces believed to cause the trembling ground. Despite the lack of scientific understanding, the recording of earthquakes in texts and oral tradition reveals a profound human desire to make sense of and remember these moments of upheaval. As you settle into this quiet moment, imagine the sudden shock of the earth beneath ancient feet, the cracking of timbers and stones, the startled cries of people looking skyward for answers. Picture the scribes, carefully etching signs onto clay tablets or parchment, preserving the memory of these tremors for those yet to come. Sense the mingling of fear and wonder that ancient peoples felt, standing at the edge of the unknown, witnessing the raw power of the planet they called home. Let these reflections gently fill your mind as you drift deeper into calm and rest, carried on the slow, steady rhythms of an ancient earth that continues to whisper its stories beneath our feet. As ancient civilizations continued to develop along the fertile river valleys and mountainous regions of the world, the experience of earthquakes became an inescapable part of life for many communities. Beyond the initial shock and fear, these tremors were woven into the fabric of human history and culture, shaping how societies perceived their place within the natural world. In the ancient Near East, where some of the earliest recorded earthquakes were documented, the effects of these seismic events were profound. Cities such as Babylon, Aleppo, and Ebla were built near fault lines, vulnerable to the Earth's shifting movements. Archaeological excavations reveal layers of destruction, collapsed walls, and hurried rebuildings that testify to the recurring threat of earthquakes. The people of these cities, lacking modern geological knowledge, interpreted the trembling ground as divine messages, warnings, punishments, or expressions of anger from their pantheon of gods. This spiritual framing was essential to making sense of natural disasters in an unpredictable world. Moving eastward, in the Indus Valley Civilization, which flourished around 2500 BCE, some scholars suggest that sudden destruction layers found in archaeological sites like Mohenjo-Daro may be linked to seismic activity. Though evidence is limited, the possibility of early earthquakes impacting one of the world's earliest urban centers adds another dimension to our understanding of ancient human-environment interaction. Farther east, ancient Chinese records provide some of the most detailed and continuous chronicles of seismic events. From as early as the Zhou dynasty, court historians recorded the dates, locations, and effects of earthquakes, demonstrating a remarkable effort to document and understand these natural phenomena. This documentation was closely tied to political and philosophical ideas. Earthquakes were seen as signs that a ruler had lost the mandate of heaven, the divine right to govern justly. This belief imbued seismic activity with profound social and moral significance. The invention of the seismoscope by Zhang Heng in 132 AD marked a pioneering moment in the history of earthquake detection. This instrument, designed to detect the direction of distant tremors, reflected a shift toward empirical observation and scientific inquiry, even if limited by the knowledge of the time. In the Mediterranean region, ancient Greek and Roman accounts provide rich descriptions of earthquakes and their aftermath. The philosopher Aristotle pondered natural causes, suggesting that underground winds or vapors might cause the earth to shake. Pliny the Elder's writings include detailed observations of earthquakes, including the famous destruction of the city of Helike in 373 BCE, which disappeared beneath the sea following a massive seismic event. The eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 AD, which buried Pompeii and Herculaneum, was preceded by significant tremors, recorded by Roman historians and famously captured in the letters of Pliny the Younger. These records offer vivid snapshots of how ancient societies perceived and coped with the destructive power of earthquakes. Across the globe, from the Andes to the Mediterranean, from Mesopotamia to East Asia, ancient peoples responded to earthquakes with a mixture of fear, awe, and practical adaptation. Structures were sometimes built or rebuilt with an awareness of seismic risk, incorporating flexible building techniques or using materials that could better withstand tremors. Rituals and offerings were made to appease deities believed to control the Earth's stability. Communities gathered to mourn losses and rebuild in the wake of destruction. The legacy of these first recorded earthquakes is not only in the physical scars they left on cities and landscapes, but also in the rich cultural narratives they inspired. Myths, legends, and religious teachings emerged to explain the trembling ground, embedding seismic events into the moral and spiritual fabric of societies. These stories offered meaning and solace in the face of forces beyond human control. As you imagine the world of our ancient ancestors, picture the sudden trembling beneath their feet, the sounds of stone grinding and timber snapping, the gasps and prayers rising toward the sky. Visualize the scribes carefully recording these moments, the priests interpreting them as divine signs, and the communities coming together to face the uncertain days ahead. Feel the awe and fear mingled with hope and resilience, the eternal human response to nature's power. Let this reflection gently guide your mind into calmness and rest, as the slow, steady heartbeat of the earth continues beneath us, whispering its timeless stories. As human civilizations grew and spread across the continents, the impact of earthquakes became an ever-present and often devastating reality for many communities. These natural events, sudden and unpredictable, left profound marks not only on the landscapes, but also on the collective consciousness of the people who experienced them. Among the earliest detailed accounts of earthquakes are those preserved in ancient texts and inscriptions, offering us glimpses into how our ancestors sought to understand and endure these moments of trembling earth. In the ancient civilizations of Mesopotamia, where writing first emerged, references to earthquakes appear alongside records of kings, wars, and trade. The Akkadian and Sumerian tablets occasionally describe the ground shaking as a harbinger of divine displeasure or cosmic change. These early societies linked earthquakes to the actions of gods, forces both fearsome and inscrutable. Temples, seen as the earthly abodes of deities, were often the most affected by seismic activity, and their destruction was interpreted as a profound spiritual omen. Farther east in ancient China, the rich historical chronicles provide some of the most continuous and detailed records of seismic events. Dynastic histories from the Shang, Zhou, and subsequent periods mention earthquakes with dates, locations, and descriptions of damage. These records were often tied to political philosophy. A severe earthquake was sometimes seen as a sign that the ruling emperor had lost the mandate of heaven, the divine right to rule justly. This belief imbued earthquakes with a moral and political dimension, linking natural disasters to human governance and ethical conduct. The invention of the seismoscope by the Chinese scientist Zhang Heng around 132 AD stands as a testament to the growing sophistication in understanding earthquakes. This device, capable of indicating the direction of distant tremors, was a remarkable achievement for its time and laid early groundwork for the scientific study of seismic phenomena. Meanwhile, across the Mediterranean basin, the ancient Greeks and Romans documented earthquakes with both wonder and practical concern. Philosophers like Aristotle pondered the natural causes of earthquakes, proposing that subterranean winds and vapors might be responsible for the shaking of the earth. Roman historian Pliny the Elder provided detailed descriptions of specific earthquakes, including their impact on cities and populations. One of the most famous events recorded was the destruction of the city of Helike in 373 BCE, where an earthquake triggered a tsunami that submerged the city beneath the sea. Later, the catastrophic eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 AD, which buried Pompeii and Herculaneum, was preceded by significant seismic activity. Pliny the Younger's eyewitness accounts offer vivid detail of the tremors felt before the eruption and the ensuing panic. These records are invaluable windows into the human experience of earthquakes in antiquity. Across various cultures, the response to earthquakes combined practical efforts and spiritual interpretations. People rebuilt damaged structures, sometimes modifying building techniques to better withstand tremors. Rituals and offerings were performed to appease the gods believed to control the earth's stability. In many cultures, earthquakes became central themes in myths and legends. Stories of cosmic battles, great serpents stirring beneath the earth, or divine punishments for human misdeeds. These narratives helped communities make sense of the chaos and uncertainty wrought by seismic events. Archaeological evidence from ancient sites adds another layer to our understanding. Layers of collapsed buildings and sudden abandonment of settlements often correlate with seismic activity, revealing how earthquakes shaped urban development and migration patterns. Cities like Jericho and ancient sites in Anatolia bear marks that may reflect early catastrophic earthquakes. These physical traces serve as silent testimonies to the power of the earth beneath human feet. As you imagine the world of our ancestors, picture the moment the earth trembles beneath bustling marketplaces, temples, and homes. Hear the cracking of stone and splintering of wood, the startled cries of people caught unaware. Visualize scribes recording these events on clay tablets or scrolls, priests interpreting them as signs from the divine, and communities coming together to rebuild and pray for peace. Feel the mixture of fear, awe, and resilience that marks the human response to nature's unpredictable forces. Let these reflections gently calm your mind as you settle into rest, carried on the slow, enduring rhythm of an ancient earth whispering stories beneath our feet. As we journey further into the ancient chronicles of earthquakes, it becomes clear that the human response to these powerful natural events has been a blend of awe, fear, and an earnest desire to understand the world beneath their feet. These tremors, sudden and often devastating, left lasting impressions on civilizations, shaping their architecture, culture, and spiritual beliefs in profound ways. In the fertile valleys and burgeoning cities of Mesopotamia, where the earliest known writing systems emerged, the recording of earthquakes was intertwined with the broader tapestry of life. Clay tablets inscribed in cuneiform bear witness not only to trade agreements and royal decrees, but also to descriptions of ground shaking, destruction, and the communal efforts to recover and rebuild. These records reflect a society deeply aware of the fragility of human endeavors in the face of nature's unpredictability. The Mesopotamians often interpreted earthquakes as divine acts, manifestations of God's displeasure or cosmic battles. Temples, central to city life and religious practice, were among the most affected structures. Their damage was seen not only as physical loss, but as a spiritual crisis, prompting ritual responses aimed at appeasing the divine forces believed responsible. Moving eastward, the ancient Chinese civilization offers some of the most continuous and meticulous records of seismic activity. Court historians documented the dates and effects of earthquakes over centuries, embedding these events within the political and philosophical framework of the mandate of heaven. A significant earthquake could signal the emperor's loss of divine favor, justifying political upheaval or reform. This intertwining of natural phenomena and governance illustrates how deeply earthquakes were woven into the societal fabric. The invention of the seismoscope by Zhang Heng around 132 AD marked a remarkable step towards scientific understanding. This device could detect distant tremors and indicate their direction, embodying an early attempt to monitor and interpret seismic activity with empirical tools. Across the Mediterranean, the Greeks and Romans recorded earthquakes with a mixture of philosophical curiosity and practical concern. Philosophers like Aristotle theorized natural causes involving subterranean winds, while historians like Pliny the Elder describe specific events with vivid detail. The destruction of cities such as Helike and Pompeii are among the earliest well-documented disasters, revealing the catastrophic potential of earthquakes coupled with volcanic activity. The eruption of Vesuvius in 99 AD, preceded by noticeable tremors, was a defining moment recorded in letters and histories, capturing the terror and resilience of ancient communities. Cultural responses to earthquakes were rich and varied. Myths and legends emerged to explain the trembling earth, from tales of dragons and serpents stirring below the surface to divine punishments for human failings. These narratives serve not only to make sense of destruction, but also to embed moral lessons and communal identity. Rituals to appease gods or spirits became integral to religious practice, blending fear with hope and reverence. Archaeological evidence complements these textual records, revealing layers of collapsed buildings and sudden abandonment in ancient cities. Sites like Jericho and Anatolian settlements show physical traces of seismic destruction, underscoring the tangible impact earthquakes had on human settlement patterns and urban planning. As you imagine yourself standing amid these ancient cities, feel the sudden tremor beneath your feet, the creaking of wooden beams, the fall of stone walls, and the rising cries of startled inhabitants. Picture scribes hastily inscribing these moments onto clay tablets, priests interpreting the signs, and communities gathering to comfort one another and begin the painstaking task of rebuilding. Sense the mixture of terror and determination, the eternal human response to nature's unpredictable power. Let these reflections slowly ease your mind as you drift into peaceful rest, accompanied by the enduring heartbeat of an ancient earth whispering its timeless stories beneath your feet. As ancient societies continued to grow and expand across diverse landscapes, the experience of earthquakes became an integral, albeit often tragic, part of human existence. These seismic events, with their sudden and unpredictable nature, left lasting marks not only on the physical environment, but also on the cultural and spiritual life of the communities that endured them. The earliest recorded accounts of earthquakes, found etched on clay tablets, inscribed on scrolls, and passed down through oral tradition, reveal how deeply these events were woven into the fabric of ancient civilizations. In the fertile plains of Mesopotamia, often called the cradle of civilization, earthquakes were a force both feared and respected. Cities such as Ur, Babylon, and Nineveh lay near tectonic fault lines, making them vulnerable to seismic disturbances. Archaeological digs have uncovered layers of destruction within these cities, revealing how earthquakes repeatedly reshaped urban landscapes and influenced settlement patterns. For the Mesopotamians, earthquakes were not merely physical phenomena, they were signs from the gods, omens that demanded interpretation and response. Priests and rulers alike sought to decipher these signs, believing that the gods communicated their will through the trembling of the earth. Moving eastward, ancient China boasts some of the most continuous and meticulous records of seismic activity in the ancient world. Dynastic chronicles from the Shang and Zhou periods describe earthquakes with remarkable detail, noting the time, place, and effects on people and structures. These records were deeply intertwined with the prevailing political philosophy. The mandate of heaven, the divine right to rule, was thought to be reflected in natural events, including earthquakes. A significant tremor could be interpreted as a sign that an emperor had lost favor with the heavens, thus justifying political change. This belief infused earthquakes with profound social and moral significance. Among the most remarkable innovations in ancient China was the invention of the seismoscope by Zhang Heng in the 2nd century AD. This ingenious instrument was capable of detecting the direction of distant earthquakes, providing early warnings to those far from the epicenter. Although rudimentary by today's standards, the seismoscope represented a groundbreaking step toward understanding and monitoring seismic activity. Across the Mediterranean basin, the ancient Greeks and Romans recorded and reflected on earthquakes, with a combination of philosophical inquiry and practical concern. Greek philosophers like Aristotle posited natural explanations, such as subterranean winds causing the earth to shake, marking an early attempt to move beyond mythological interpretations. Roman historians and writers, including Pliny the Elder, documented specific earthquakes and their impacts. One of the most famous events was the destruction of Helike in 373 BCE, where a massive earthquake triggered a tsunami that engulfed the city. The eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 AD, which buried Pompeii and Herculaneum, was preceded by significant seismic activity, captured vividly in the eyewitness accounts of Pliny the Younger. The cultural responses to earthquakes across these ancient civilizations were as diverse as they were profound. Myths emerged to explain the trembling earth, stories of giant serpents and dragons stirring beneath the surface, divine punishments, or cosmic battles. These narratives served to make sense of the chaos and destruction, embedding seismic events within the spiritual and moral frameworks of their cultures. Rituals and offerings were performed to appease gods and seek protection, reflecting a deeply human need to exert control or find meaning amidst uncertainty. Archaeological evidence complements these textual records, revealing how earthquakes influenced urban development and human migration. Layers of destruction, sudden abandonment of sites, and rebuilding efforts tell stories of resilience and adaptation. Cities like Jericho and various ancient settlements in Anatolia bear physical scars likely caused by seismic events, offering a silent testament to the Earth's restless power. Imagine standing in the bustling streets of an ancient city, feeling the sudden tremor beneath your feet, the creaking of wooden beams, the crumbling of stone walls, the startled cries of the crowd. Visualize scribes hastily recording the event, priests interpreting the signs, and communities rallying to rebuild and pray for calm. Sense the mingling emotions of fear, awe, and determination that have echoed through the ages in response to nature's raw force. As you reflect on these ancient experiences, let the steady heartbeat of the earth beneath you become a gentle lullaby, guiding your mind into restful sleep. The stories of the first recorded earthquakes remind us of our shared humanity, our vulnerability, resilience, and enduring quest to understand the world around us. May this thought cradle you softly as you drift into calm and peace. As civilizations continued to advance and expand, the profound impact of earthquakes remained a constant challenge for societies across the globe. These natural events were not only destructive forces that reshaped landscapes and altered lives, but also powerful catalysts that shaped human understanding, culture, and technology. The ancient peoples who first recorded earthquakes did so with a mix of awe, fear, and curiosity, laying the foundation for humanity's ongoing quest to comprehend the restless earth beneath our feet. In the ancient lands of Mesopotamia, the earliest civilizations grappled with the reality of seismic disturbances as integral elements of their environment. Cities such as Uruk, Ur, and Babylon, thriving along the banks of the Tigris and Euphrates, were situated near fault lines prone to earthquakes. Archaeological excavations revealed telltale signs of repeated destruction and rebuilding, where collapsed walls and shifted foundations bear silent witness to the earth's fury. For the Mesopotamians, earthquakes were often viewed through a spiritual lens, as manifestations of divine will or cosmic battles among gods. Temples, regarded as sacred spaces, were frequently damaged, leading to communal acts of worship, supplication, and ritual aimed at appeasing the gods and restoring balance. Farther east, ancient Chinese chronicles stand out for their remarkable continuity and detail in documenting seismic events. From the Shang dynasty through subsequent eras, official court historians meticulously recorded the occurrence, magnitude, and consequences of earthquakes. These records were deeply intertwined with political and philosophical frameworks, particularly the concept of the mandate of heaven. A devastating earthquake was interpreted as a sign that the ruling emperor had fallen out of favor with the divine, potentially justifying rebellion or reform. This belief underscored the profound connection between natural phenomena and human governance in Chinese thought. A pivotal innovation in early seismic observation came from the Chinese inventor Zhang Heng in the 2nd century AD, whose seismoscope was capable of detecting the direction of distant earthquakes. This device, often considered the world's first earthquake detector, embodied an empirical approach to understanding the Earth's movements, even if the scientific explanations remained rudimentary by modern standards. Across the Mediterranean, the Greeks and Romans approached earthquakes with both philosophical inquiry and pragmatic observation. The philosopher Aristotle speculated on natural causes such as subterranean winds, marking an early step toward scientific explanations. Roman authors like Pliny the Elder chronicled notable earthquakes and their effects, with accounts of the destruction of Helic and the seismic precursors to the eruption of Mount Vesuvius, capturing historical imaginations. The vivid descriptions of these disasters reveal the human struggle to interpret and survive the unpredictable shaking of the earth. Mythologies and cultural narratives worldwide incorporated earthquakes into their cosmologies. Tales of dragons, serpents, or titanic struggles beneath the earth explain the trembling ground, while rituals and offerings sought to placate the forces believed responsible. These stories not only offered explanations, but also reinforced communal bonds and provided a means to cope with fear and uncertainty. Archaeological findings complement these ancient narratives, revealing layers of destruction and sudden abandonment in cities across the Middle East, Asia, and beyond. These physical scars reflect the powerful influence of seismic activity on human settlement and urban planning, shaping migration and the evolution of societies. Imagine standing in an ancient marketplace, feeling the sudden rumble beneath your feet, the cracking of timber and stone, the startled cries of merchants and citizens. Visualize scribes hurriedly recording these tremors on clay tablets, priests interpreting them as divine signs, and communities gathering to rebuild amidst the rubble. Sense the blend of terror, wonder, and resilience that has echoed through human history whenever the earth has trembled. As you allow these reflections to settle softly within your mind, let the steady pulse of the ancient earth become a gentle lullaby, The story of the first recorded earthquakes is a testament to humanity's enduring spirit, our capacity to observe, to interpret, and to persevere in the face of nature's immense power. May these thoughts cradle you gently as you drift into peaceful, restorative sleep. As we continue to explore the earliest recorded earthquakes, it becomes clear that these natural phenomena shaped not only the physical landscapes, but also the cultural and spiritual worlds of ancient civilizations. Earthquakes, with their suddenness and power, were forces that demanded interpretation, compelling early societies to develop narratives, rituals, and innovations that reflected their attempts to understand and cope with the unpredictable movements of the earth. In Mesopotamia, where writing itself was invented, the earliest accounts of earthquakes reveal a deep intertwining of religion, politics, and natural observation. The gods were thought to govern every aspect of life, and the shaking earth was a sign of their displeasure or a cosmic struggle. Royal inscriptions and temple records often linked seismic events to the fate of rulers, reinforcing the idea that human governance was subject to divine will. The rebuilding efforts after earthquakes were monumental tasks, requiring communal cooperation and significant resources. Yet they also offered opportunities for renewal and architectural innovation. Some cities began to adopt building techniques intended to mitigate damage from future tremors, using lighter materials or reinforcing structures where possible. In ancient China, the detailed records of seismic events preserved in court annals and historical texts provide invaluable insights into how one of the world's oldest continuous civilizations responded to earthquakes. The Chinese not only documented the occurrence and impact of earthquakes, but also developed philosophical frameworks to interpret them. The mandate of heaven concept made natural disasters political events, reflecting the moral standing of the emperor and the state. This linkage infused earthquakes with social significance, far beyond their physical effects. Zhang Heng's invention of the seismoscope stands as a remarkable achievement in this tradition. The device's ability to detect distant earthquakes and indicate their direction reflects an early scientific curiosity and a desire to protect communities through knowledge. Although the technology was limited, it set a precedent for systematic observation of seismic phenomena that would evolve over millennia. Across the Mediterranean, the Greeks and Romans also grappled with understanding earthquakes. Philosophers sought natural causes, while historians and poets recounted devastating events with vivid detail. The destruction of cities like Helike and the volcanic eruption at Pompeii were moments when the immense power of the earth was tragically on display. These events were recorded and retold, becoming part of the cultural memory that shaped later scientific inquiry. Myths and rituals surrounding earthquakes were widespread. In many cultures, stories told of subterranean creatures or divine battles beneath the surface, causing the shaking ground. These narratives provided explanations that connected natural events to human morality and cosmic order. Rituals, prayers, and offerings were aimed at appeasing the forces believed responsible, reflecting a universal human impulse to seek control or favor in the face of uncertainty. Archaeological discoveries enrich our understanding by revealing the physical traces of ancient earthquakes. Collapsed walls, shifted foundations, and layers of debris in cities from the Middle East to the Mediterranean demonstrate how seismic activity has shaped human history. These findings tell stories of destruction and resilience, illustrating the ongoing dance between humans and the dynamic earth. Imagine standing amid an ancient city, feeling the earth suddenly tremble beneath your feet, the creaking of wood, the crumbling of stone, the startled cries of people. Picture the scribes recording these events, priests interpreting them as messages from the divine, and communities rallying to rebuild and to pray for stability. Sense the profound mix of fear, awe, and determination that has marked humanity's response to earthquakes since time immemorial. Let these reflections gently calm your mind as you rest, carried by the steady pulse of an ancient earth that continues to whisper its timeless stories beneath us. The story of the first recorded earthquakes is a testament to human resilience, curiosity, and the enduring quest to understand the world we inhabit. May this thought cradle you softly as you drift into peaceful sleep. As we delve deeper into the earliest accounts of earthquakes, we begin to understand the profound impact these natural events had on the shaping of early human civilizations, not only in terms of physical destruction, but also in how societies perceived and integrated these powerful phenomena into their worldviews, cultures, and innovations. The shaking of the earth was a force that inspired fear and respect, uncertainty and ingenuity, reverence and the pursuit of understanding. In Mesopotamia, one of the earliest cradles of civilization, earthquakes were recorded in clay tablets dating back nearly 4,000 years. These ancient inscriptions, among the oldest written records in existence, detail not only the occurrence of seismic activity, but also the social and religious reactions it provoked. Earthquakes were often seen as signs from the gods, signaling displeasure, warning of impending disaster, or marking cosmic battles. The temples and ziggurats, the grand centers of worship and governance, were frequently damaged in these tremors, which was interpreted as a call for ritual purification and religious renewal. Kings and priests alike took such events seriously, understanding that maintaining divine favor was crucial for the prosperity and stability of their cities. Moving eastward to ancient China, the documentation of earthquakes becomes remarkably detailed and continuous. Chinese court historians meticulously recorded seismic events, their dates, locations, and consequences, integrating them into the grand narrative of the Mandate of Heaven, a philosophical and political doctrine that linked natural disasters to the legitimacy of rulers. Earthquakes were thus not only natural occurrences, but potent political symbols. The invention of the seismoscope by Zhang Heng in 132 AD represented an early scientific approach to earthquake detection. This instrument, capable of indicating the direction of distant tremors, was a remarkable feat of engineering and reflected an emerging empirical curiosity about the forces shaping the earth. In the Mediterranean world, ancient Greek and Roman thinkers and writers attempted to understand earthquakes through both mythology and natural philosophy. Philosophers like Aristotle posited theories involving subterranean winds and vapors, marking an early scientific inquiry into the causes of earthquakes. Historians such as Pliny the Elder recorded detailed descriptions as of devastating earthquakes, including the famous destruction of the city of Helike in 373 BCE and the seismic events preceding the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 AD. These accounts provide vivid insights into the human experience of earthquakes and their catastrophic consequences. Cultural responses to earthquakes were rich and varied across these civilizations. Myths told of colossal beasts or gods beneath the earth causing the shaking, while rituals and prayers sought to appease these powerful forces. Such narratives provided meaning and comfort in the face of destruction and uncertainty. Additionally, practical responses emerged as societies attempted to mitigate earthquake damage. Some cities adopted construction techniques intended to withstand shaking, using lighter materials or reinforcing key structures. These early efforts at seismic resilience reveal a remarkable adaptability and awareness. Archaeological evidence further complements these ancient texts. Excavations have uncovered layers of destruction attributed to earthquakes, showing how these events influenced urban development and human migration. Sites like Jericho, Anatolian cities, and others bear scars of seismic activity, silently telling stories of upheaval and renewal. Imagine standing amidst an ancient marketplace as the earth suddenly trembles beneath your feet, the ground shaking, walls cracking, voices rising in alarm. Picture scribes hurriedly inscribing accounts of the event, priests interpreting it as a divine message, and communities rallying to rebuild with determination and faith. Feel the mingling emotions of fear, awe, and resilience, the timeless human response to the unpredictable earth. As you let these reflections settle gently in your mind, may the steady pulse of the ancient earth become a soothing lullaby, guiding you into restful sleep. The story of the first recorded earthquakes is a reminder of our shared humanity, our vulnerability, and our enduring spirit. Let this thought carry you softly into calm and peace. As we approach the later chapters of the story of the earliest recorded earthquakes, it becomes clear that these natural phenomena were more than mere geological events. They were deeply interwoven with the spiritual, cultural, and political fabric of ancient societies. The shaking of the earth served as a powerful reminder of humanity's place within a vast and often unpredictable world, inspiring narratives of divine will, moral lessons, and communal resilience. In the Fertile Crescent of Mesopotamia, where some of the first known civilizations arose, earthquakes were chronicled with a sense of reverence and fear. These events were not seen simply as random disasters, but as messages from the gods. Temples, seen as the earthly homes of divine beings, were often damaged, leading to communal rituals seeking to restore balance and favor. The destruction caused by these tremors necessitated rebuilding, which in turn provided opportunities for urban renewal and sometimes even architectural innovation aimed at greater resilience. Through these cycles, the Mesopotamians demonstrated a profound capacity to adapt and persevere. Moving to ancient China, the continuous and detailed historical records reveal a sophisticated engagement with seismic phenomena. The idea that earthquakes could signal political legitimacy or failure through the mandate of heaven linked natural disasters directly to human affairs and governance. This philosophical framework added layers of meaning to the Earth's movements, intertwining nature and society. Zhang Heng's seismoscope was a remarkable innovation in this context, reflecting a growing desire to understand and perhaps anticipate these powerful forces. Across the Mediterranean, the Greeks and Romans approached earthquakes with a mixture of mythology, philosophy, and emerging scientific inquiry. While myths attributed tremors to supernatural causes, thinkers like Aristotle sought natural explanations. The vivid historical accounts of earthquakes devastating cities such as Helic and Pompeii reveal the profound human experiences of loss and recovery. These narratives also laid early groundwork for systematic observations of seismic activity. The cultural responses to earthquakes were deeply varied, yet shared common themes. Myths involving creatures or gods beneath the earth explain the tremors, while rituals aimed to appease these forces. These stories and practices helped communities cope with fear and uncertainty, providing meaning and continuity. At the same time, practical measures to mitigate damage began to emerge, with some ancient builders adopting construction techniques that could better withstand shaking. Archaeological evidence across various ancient sites complements these historical records. Layers of destruction and sudden abandonment found in cities like Jericho and sites in Anatolia bear silent testimony to the impact of seismic events. These findings highlight how earthquakes shaped human settlement patterns and urban planning. Imagine standing in an ancient city as the ground suddenly shakes, the sounds of falling stones, the rush of frightened voices, the urgent prayers rising to the sky. Picture scribes capturing these moments in clay tablets, priests interpreting them as divine messages, and communities coming together in solidarity and hope. Feel the mingled emotions of fear and resilience that have echoed through history whenever the earth has trembled. As these reflections settle gently within your mind, may the steady pulse of the ancient earth guide you into restful sleep. The story of the first recorded earthquakes is a testament to humanity's enduring spirit, our quest to understand, and our capacity to endure. Let this thought cradle you softly as you drift into peace and calm. As we conclude this journey through the earliest chronicles of earthquakes, it becomes evident that these powerful natural events have shaped not only the physical contours of ancient landscapes, but also the spiritual and cultural landscapes of the civilizations that experienced them. The first recorded earthquakes are more than mere historical footnotes. They are profound reminders of humanity's enduring relationship with the restless earth beneath our feet. Across ancient Mesopotamia, the Near East, China, and the Mediterranean, earthquakes were deeply interwoven with religious beliefs, political philosophies, and cultural narratives. These tremors were seen as messages from the gods or signs of cosmic balance and disorder. The destruction they wrought was both a challenge and a catalyst, prompting communities to rebuild, innovate, and reflect on their place within the universe. The rituals and myths born from these experiences offered comfort and explanation, weaving natural phenomena into the fabric of human meaning. The innovative spirit of ancient peoples shines through in efforts such as Zhang Heng's seismoscope, an early instrument designed to detect distant earthquakes and indicate their direction. This remarkable invention marks a significant moment in humanity's pursuit of knowledge and safety, highlighting a shift from purely mythological interpretations toward empirical observation. The written records left by scribes and historians, whether etched on clay tablets, inscribed on scrolls, or passed down orally, serve as invaluable windows into the ancient world's encounters with seismic events. They reveal a tapestry of human reactions: fear, reverence, scientific curiosity, resilience, and hope. Cities like Helice, Pompeii, and Jericho bear silent scars of these tremors, their ruins testifying to both destruction and renewal. Culturally, the narratives woven around earthquakes Myths of great beasts beneath the earth, divine punishments, and cosmic struggles reflect a universal human impulse to find meaning in chaos. Rituals to appease the forces causing the shaking, the building of temples and monuments, and the adaptation of architecture all demonstrate the profound ways society sought to live in harmony with a dynamic planet. Imagine now standing in the bustling streets of an ancient city as the earth suddenly shudders. Feel the trembling beneath your feet, the cracking of stones, the startled voices rising in alarm. Visualize the hurried efforts to record the event, the prayers and offerings made to the gods, and the communal resolve to rebuild and continue. Sense the blend of vulnerability and strength that has characterized human responses to earthquakes throughout history. As these reflections gently fill your mind, may the steady heartbeat of the earth beneath you become a soothing rhythm, guiding you into peaceful rest. The story of the first recorded earthquakes reminds us of our shared humanity, the capacity to observe, to interpret, to endure, and to hope. Let this thought cradle you softly as you drift into calm and tranquility. Thank you all for listening. I wish you a new day full of energy and success in your work when you wake up. See you next time.